juggernaut of a game for more than a decade. Simple on the surface, but deeply complicated mind twister if you get it on a good level. The game never gets old, and always delivers the emotions and challenges for the players. For the most part, because of the young guns like these guys. Creative, deadly skilled, ready to achieve greatness at all costs. Watch out for the 3rd season of the WePlay Academy League in January.
Hello everybody and welcome to the VPlay Academy League Season 3, Day 10. Besides it being Wednesday, my dudes, it's also an incredibly important day for Group B, because today we'll find out which team gets a direct invite to the LAN and which will have to play the gauntlet. My name is Heko, I am your host. I am from a country next to the Baltic Sea, but when it comes to our analysts, one is from Denmark, one is from the USA. Of course, there are Pimp and MOUZ NXT.
I'm by a couple of seas, actually, the places that I've lived. I've been by the Pacific coast, I've been by the Atlantic coast. So thanks for recognizing that I have a mixed heritage at that. So, Pim, have you seen the ocean lately?
I live literally 20 meters away from the ocean in Denmark.
Got an ocean view? That's what you get when you stream every day.
Yeah, it's the grind, man. It's the grind.
Okay, I'll strive.
Cheap in Denmark. It's fine.
Strive for that. I'll strive for that.
I mean, considering how many mirages we had and how much money he could get, he can afford maybe himself
he never gets too many 5 gifted, to be completely honest. That's something on right here. Just want to point that out. But yeah, I'm pretty well offset. Mirage, talking about that, Heko, you think we get a Mirage today?
I think we'll get a couple Mirages. I mean, people, every time we get a Mirage, use your Twitch Prime on the WePlay, actually, or Pimp stream, actually.
Yeah, better.
Or mine, actually.
Nah, don't do that.
I might stream sometimes.
Not worth it.
I don't know if we should promote our own streams on here.
Probably shouldn't. Heko?
Probably should.
Let's just talk about what actually happened yesterday, because we had Group A, and now we know that Big Omen Academy managed to secure themselves a direct invite to the LAN. They are extremely happy. Unfortunately for them, they lost against Fnatic Rising, so it was actually not up to them to secure themselves a spot.
That was disappointing. Their performance yesterday was disappointing, especially when you consider they were up 6-0. Me and you, Mark, we sat in the green room when we saw that, and it was 6-0 for Big Omen Academy. We were like, okay, this is over. Like, they're just better than Fnatic Rising. But Fnatic Rising managed to come back, and this game on Inferno it wasn't the most well-played game in terms of Big Omen Academy and the way they missed a couple of clutches. But Banjo and the boys from Fnatic Rising just had a solid performance. They managed to close it out. They managed to play probably the best Counter-Strike they played so far. And this guy on your screen here, Banjo, he kept them alive throughout that game, dealing some fantastic clutches. This in particular, a 1v3 to put it into overtime. And if you're Big Omen Academy at that point, you must be so disappointed, because they were supposed to win against Fnatic Rising, but they couldn't.
Interestingly, though, this was a bit of a moral victory for Fnatic, because they didn't really change their spot too much in the upcoming gauntlet. I'm sure we'll talk about the bracket later, but for Big, on the other hand, this put them in a really scary position for the rest of the day, where they had to hope that in the second series that Young Ninjas would come out on top. And I will say that on the side of Fnatic Rising, it's kind of curious that they really didn't actually try to play as much Inferno as they didn't until the very last day of the group stage. I'm glad that they finally played it. I'm glad that they showed that they're a strong Inferno team, because every single season prior to this one, it was Inferno that was my favorite map to watch Fnatic play. It wasn't Vertigo, and yet here we go onto Vertigo, and actually Fnatic were able to succeed once again.
Getting a 2-0 against Big Omen Academy was incredibly big for Fnatic Rising, but unfortunately it didn't change their position, because in the end of the day, they will be number 4, I think, in their bracket. Below them, there will be Astralis. So basically, yesterday, they were just trying to figure out if we'll be in the bottom with Astralis. Now they managed to get one map, then they got the second map, but it didn't change too much.
Didn't change too much, unfortunately, for Fnatic Rising, but as MOUZ said, it was a moral win for them. It puts them in a spot now going into the gauntlet where I think everyone has to fear them. I think Fnatic Rising, at least yesterday, played some of their best Counter-Strike, and if that's the level they're playing at, then you can't be too secure if you're Astralis talent or Young Ninjas for that matter. So I would look out for Fnatic Rising, and for the league and for the sake of the competitive spirit of the league so far as well. It's great to see Fnatic Rising chiming back and fighting back. So did Young Ninjas, though. That was a good performance yesterday. Then again, I'm probably lying right here. It wasn't a good performance for Young Ninjas, but they won, and I guess that was the most important thing. So they secured a second place, but they were pressured by NAVI Jr., not only on Mirage, but actually also the second map.
Can't forget Head Trick in this one, though. Even though NAVI Jr. fell, I mean, this guy went absolutely ballistics. 37 kills on Mirage from Head Trick. He's the one remaining member from the previous seasons of NAVI Jr. They've brought in 4 new players, but I mean, Head Trick, he's looking to actually make a name for himself like some of his teammates in the past have. I mean, m0NESY is definitely the guy I'm looking at in terms of who has really rose above in the WePlay Academy League to make it to Tier 1, but Head Trick does have a case for himself now. The way that he's able to find openings in every single round, probably both displayed some of his skill, but also some of his maybe his weaknesses too in this game. In the last few rounds of this one, Head Trick was stuck at 37 kills for maybe the last 6 or 7 rounds, and he tried just full force entry fragging into Young Ninjas, but that's where Young Ninjas were able to stand tall and proud because their entire team did stand up yesterday. Everybody had moments where they contributed. We probably expected more from certain candidates such as Linus and Fuzi, but actually going into map number 2 here on Inferno, it was Sapek and Rolf that stole the show.
I agree, you know, the close game on Mirage would not have happened without Head Trick playing so well, but this Inferno game, NAVI Jr. would have won that any given day if fnatic didn't have one of those games where nothing, absolutely nothing worked out for him. Not only the scoreboard is telling the truth, yeah, he's 6. Missing a lot of those crucial, dare I say, easy AWP.
Yeah.
His positioning wasn't bad, he got his game by, did he have the chance of killing anyone? No. Maybe the games.
Yeah, well, we finished the day on Inferno, and I think this will not be the map that we'll be seeing today because two of the series, like the teams will be just banning it. When it comes to the gauntlet of Group A, we see that Astralis Talent will be facing fnatic Rising, and whoever wins will have to play against NAVI Jr. and then Young Ninjas. By winning those 2 maps, they secure themselves second place in their group, which means they will have to play only one best of 3 to actually go to the LAN.
Young Ninjas have put themselves in a strong position, but it's still one that is a little bit disappointing given that we knew that they should have been probably the team that wins the group. So we're going to go to the schedule though for today, and we have some very important matchups here. There's pretty much no game here that you can sleep on in terms of how much it can factor into the placement of these teams, whether they qualify for the LAN or they're put position in the gauntlet stage of this. So yeah, starting things off, it's going to be Spirit Academy and Eternal Fire Academy, and after that, MOUZ NXT VP Prodigy. There's a heavy favorite in that second series, Haku, but I also will say that you know, if MOUZ do drop the ball there, it changes things entirely for the rest of this group.
Yeah, when it comes to our first series, that will be between Eternal Fire Academy and Spirit Academy, both of those teams can actually surprise us because Eternal Fire Academy, they managed to win against VP Prodigy with a score of 2-0. Spirit Academy, they managed to get a map from MOUZ NXT, the winners of Season 1 and Season 2.
Yeah, I think Spirit Academy has been one of the biggest surprises so far in Season 3. Kyron, of course, we're going to talk a lot about him leading closer to the matchup as well, but they have a couple of players who are star players and who could really make the difference on the server. That's also part of the reason, if not the only reason, they were able to beat MOUZ NXT on that Mirage game, because Kyron went absolutely ballistic and dropped 31 frags in 22 rounds or something like that. It was ridiculous. So I think Spirit Academy have shown us that when they hit their A game and when their individuals are hitting their A game, they can beat pretty much anyone in this tournament. On the other hand, flip side of it, Eternal Fire, I think they've been impressive as well. The fact that they were able to beat VP Prodigy, as you said, 2-0, in a fashion that leaves some question marks, right? The way they're playing Counter-Strike, I think you said it pretty well, Maui. They don't really play that tactical. They don't play that smart. It's a lot of the Wolfpack mentality, but the individual skill is undeniable. They can fight their way out of tough positions, and that's what they've done so far in this league. And if they can continue down that path, then I can't say with a straight face that Eternal Fire couldn't win a map against Spirit Academy.
I'm not sure what I actually would have liked more from Eternal Fire, to see them trying to play a more tactical style, or for them to use the style that could probably win today better than a style style that will take, you know, a month or two for a system to get in place there. Either way, they're going to be a tough matchup for Spirit Academy because Spirit Academy have shown some pretty good highs, but also without Chiron, some kind of bad lows too. I mean, it's not like Spirit Academy are the underdogs in this matchup. It's definitely Eternal Fire who are going to be just in a tougher position going into this one. But I will say that Spirit Academy seem to rely on a very singular win condition, whereas Eternal Fire, I've seen actually a handful of their players step up. I've seen Kenshin look pretty good for them. Their Opera and IGL. I've seen Colors sometimes pick things up, especially on the CT side of Mirage towards Connector. And you really can't stop talking about Dougie versus 2 because he swapped off the op to the rifle role, and now he's the best performing player on this roster. So there's a lot of different reasons that Eternal Fire will have the firepower to match Spirit Academy, except for the one player that you definitely love, Pimp. I mean, Chiron is without a doubt going to be the best player going into these two maps.
Definitely we'll keep an eye on Chiron when it comes to Spirit Academy. So far we saw them play Mirage 5 times. They played only once on Vertigo, so I'm kind of expecting, like, you know, the well-known Pug map to appear today, at least in this series. And I'm kind of not expecting for us to see an Inferno in like both series because like at least like one of the teams in each series just like bans it out.
I think the problem for that is that these two teams and their map pools kind of match up against each other. Eternal Fire would love to play some Mirage, so would Spirit Academy. I think Vertigo is a map we obviously have seen a lot as well. That's potentially a map we go into. It's hard to guess. I think it's two teams right now that play a different style of Counter-Strike, but both are willing to play the heads up, you know, where you just want to fight.
Yeah.
If Chiron can go up against a team that just wants to fight him and take a lot of duels with not that many flashes interfering, with not that many smokes cutting off edges, then I think he is willing to do that. And I think both teams are accepting that could be the playing terms. So I kind of expect, you know, regardless of the map, explosive Counter-Strike where it's going to be up in the air, where it's going to be a lot of trade duels back and forth, and whoever hits the most shots, which I hate to say, it's such a simple way of saying Counter-Strike and seeing Counter-Strike will probably win this game.
True though. It is true. That is oftentimes what Eternal Fire want to outline as their win condition in a round. It's not always it really isn't the most strategic stuff. The amount this team 4-1s compared to every other team, it's almost like they don't do normal defaults that often. Maybe on CT side, of course, but on T side, their style is very much just group up as a unit, maybe have one lurker on the other side of the map, but just try to take map control. I've seen them send all 5 players mid on Mirage on a gun round, you know? Those kind of rounds you don't really get from the MOUZ NXTs or anybody else here. But as we make our way through the veto here, Eternal Fire ban out Overpass and Ancient. We've still yet to see an Ancient played at this event, so we're not going to see that here, at least not in this series. And for Spirit Academy, they're banning out Inferno. That's actually a really nice little target ban. It's a map that they've been banning, but it's also something that Eternal Fire have shown that they are down to play, so kind of works out for Spirit in their map pool.
Could we see Dust 2?
I was thinking it's possible.
We see Dust 2.
Please.
Two teams who like to play that, you know, brawly Counter-Strike,
Let's do it.
like to go for the duels. Dust 2 is the perfect map for it.
And also Nuke is not banned. Usually Eternal Fire Academy, they would ban Overpass and Ancient, and as a third ban they would go for Nuke. But right now it is open, and Spirit Academy, they have not been banning Nuke.
They have to pick it. Like we
I really hope they put it out there.
They have to. Doggy versus
Sotfit could call on it. I mean, he used to play it on some of the teams that he was calling for back in the day for Spirit and for Espada. If he brought his team up to speed on that map, I'd be really excited to see how Nuke shakes down. Okay, we get Dust 2. All right, first D2 of the tournament. I'm so psyched for this because this is just everything you want to see in terms of just pure brawly behavior. I want to see a massacre. I want to see how these teams take long control. I want to see the round end in 30 seconds. Give me some fast rounds, please.
This is actually a massive pick coming in right now for Spirit, right? One thing is you go for your comfort pick, which would be Mirage.
Yeah.
Again, that's something they played a lot throughout this tournament. They know Eternal Fire can play it. But Nuke, a map they don't practice. We talked to Doggy Versus, and he basically laid out the entire map pool in front of us. Nuke wasn't one of them.
They don't
practice Nuke. So if you're Spirit Academy and if you want any chance whatsoever of making it far in the league, you gotta be able to punish something like that.
Yes.
If you know
there we go.
Is not playing Nuke, you gotta pick it, and that's exactly what they're doing. So they're staying away from the Mirage. They played 5 times in the league to punish pick Eternal Fire. I absolutely love that.
I mean, I can give you like one kind of like inside thing. When it comes to Spirit Academy, their like main playmaker, Chiron, he doesn't really like Nuke. So right now it would be like, you know, this is a situation where it's like, hey guys, we need to pick this. I know like you are our playmaker, you don't really like this map, but like, hey, maybe in the end of the day, it will work out for them.
I'm sure we'll get to talk about Nuke a lot going into that one, but to bring it back to Dust 2 here and looking at the pair match odds, 1.42 favorites for Spirit, and I really think that just makes a lot of sense given the personnel that they have on the roster. Art Frost has been a very solid opper. I would peg him right now a little bit higher than Kenshin in that op v op matchup, and also Chiron. I mean, I can't wait to watch this guy play with an AK, swing off Cat, and just decimate every single player on that bomb site like it's a free-for-all deathmatch. These are the sites I want to see. I want to see a human highlight reel coming out of Chiron.
Colors. Right? That's the player.
That's true too. On the other side,
player. He loves to play Dust 2.
Yeah. I was about to say like, so like on one side you have like a guy who is like spamming Dust 2 and Mirage, and on the other side you have a CIS team. Like, and when it comes to like this region, they really like Dust 2.
That's why I think this game could be the most explosive we had in the WePlay Academy League Season 3 so far. As said, they match up against each other well. The map pool and their strengths, so to speak, are kind of similar in the way. They would love to have a brawly fight. They would love to have a game that is not necessarily controlled by utility. You don't want to take long control and then, you know, fall back and play out the long game. If you take long control, you go for the long control. You go up towards A side. If you take cat control, you're not going to slow out the game and wait for, you know, there's only 25 seconds left to fake a B split and then go back to A. Like, I think this is going to be brawly. I think this is going to be very reactionary Counter-Strike. And I really hope and feel that both these lineups are willing to buy into that premise that this is just going to be a fight, you know. I wouldn't call it a face-it game, you know, but this is probably the closest we get to a face-it level 10 grind.
I will say some closing thoughts on it, that I just think that this veto right now, I'm super happy about it because I think both of these teams gave themselves the best chance to win on both of their map picks. Dust 2, like we've been saying, Spirit Academy like to play that, or not Spirit, Eternal Fire Academy, they want to play that 4-1 style, just super together, and that's exactly what Pimp's talking about with those long takes. Once you take long, just smoke the cross, go. Don't overcomplicate things, don't try to out mid-round Spirit Academy, just go with your picks, and that can work here on Dust 2. Once we switch to Nuke, I really do think that Spirit will have a huge advantage because Sotvik just has so much more experience than anybody else here. And if that's your in-game leader, you can make Nuke feel like your playground.
Yeah, and we also saw like Pimp packing the money. You just kept on jumping from floor 51. When it comes to Dust 2, I think it has like the best intro. Like I'm kind of like, you know, giving some suspense.
No spoilers.
I'm not saying what's
spoilers.
happening, but in all honesty, I think that's like the best intro. Like that.
It's a great intro.
It's a great intro.
People gotta stay tuned for it.
They do. Guys, who do you think will get more kills here on Dust 2, Chiron or Colors?
Chiron. I would love to say Colors. I think Colors is a decent player. He's shown some decent promise throughout the tournament, but Chiron is the best player on the server. So
I think I might not even put those two against each other. I'd say Dougie Versus is going to do better than Colors. I think he's a better player. So I'm going to go Dougie Versus to do not the best. I think it's still going to be Chiron, but I think Dougie Versus is going to be the second highest fragger.
Yeah, but Eternal Fire are the team that picked this map, which means they will most likely start on the T side. And with that, there were like some changes that happened like to the map, which means that maybe technically it will help out Spirit Academy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way we're still talking about the new meta, so to speak, when it comes to Dust 2. The fact that you're going to push in lower every single round, or you can push up Catwalk every single round. You can be so much more aggressive on a CT side. Of course, there's a couple of counters to it with boosting in T-spawn, with AWP, etc., etc. But you just see the CT side play much more aggressive, and that's what I'm talking into right here. I hope both teams are accepting that. I hope both teams are embracing that you can be super aggressive on the T side, rush out long, go straight up to A, and on the CT side for that matter. If you want to rush in lower 15 rounds in a row, be my guest to do it. Let's see some explosive Counter-Strike.
Well, since Brexit, CSGO casters and analysts became the main export of the almighty Great Britain, we managed to get ourselves a pair of those. So let's go to Hugo and Harry, and we also will have Dust 2.
Thank you very much, Haku. Yes, we're here, and we're happy.
One of the main exports of our once glorious nation.
Once glorious, yeah. And even then, we're all right. We'll do. But you know what we'll do, Harry? Dust 2. And maybe some Nuke as well to follow. We have finally some variety in the map point. I like the punish pick as well.
Dude, I love everything about it. This is not only, I want to agree with the desk. I think it's going to be a very, very brawly, very exciting game. But it's more than that. To me, this is the best map pool we've had in any series so far.
Wait, you don't like 4 verticos in a row?
it's two kind of, you know, unknown quantities, right? Our first dust of the event, our second nuke at the event, and I'm never excited about casting dust ever. I never really get that hyped about it, but I'm so excited to see it right now.
In the back of my head, I'm wondering if Dougie like came on the interview and he's like, "Yeah, we don't play nuke, wink, wink." Like, what if that's some mega brain? What if that's some counterplay? Why would you reveal your veto on the broadcast? I'm wondering. We'll have to wait and see for that one. Nuke coming up second, but to start the day in these two BO1s, it's going to be Dust 2. And yeah, we actually haven't had too much Dust 2 in general in CS recently, but especially not in the Academy League, and even more so considering we have so many CIS teams in this league as well. And this is typically a CIS map. They've been leaning more towards the Mirages, so it's I think it's super exciting.
These teams as well, right? They're the two new additions for this season, right? Spirit taking on Eternal Fire, that's going to be exciting. But also, you know, more so than that, they're currently occupying second and third on the in the Group B little leaderboard, right? That we got going on. So they're kind of, I don't want to say neck and neck. Spirit Academy are above them at 4 and 2 it would be. Yeah, that's maths. That's maths. Yeah. 3 and 3 for Eternal Fire. Okay. And you know, I've been impressed with both of these new addition squads, man. Chiron has got a lot of attention right now, and I think justifiably so. His stats have been incredible. He's been very energetic, right? Also, you know, still kind of early days within his career. I think he's got a lot to learn, especially on the side of, you know, like developing his image, developing his brand and whatnot.
Yeah, one way.
But, dude, no, he has been a very, very exciting player in the server, regardless of what you think, you know, outside of it. You've got to give him the respect in the server because he'll take it if you don't give it to him.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't really care in the server. I think this guy is going to be super exciting, especially considering, you know, even he says he doesn't like to play nuke as our second map. You know, it's going to be more of a test for, I think, the general team. If you don't have this one guy destroying, how does your team look? Like, think about yesterday with that NAVI Junior matchup where Hedrick was going almost 40 kills in a lost map when no one else was even really in double digits until the end of that game. So, yeah, you know, not that Spirit Academy are a one-man army. I definitely wouldn't say that. Like, we've seen, you know, good games out of Artfrost as well. There are pieces in this roster, but they're more unknown pieces. And the more quantifiable one is Chiron and his carry. So I'm definitely expecting that straight out of the gate for Dust 2.
Well, look, man, don't worry, okay?
Don't worry.
I will protect. Oh, wait, what side is it on? I will protect.
The
Academy. It says
League.
the Academy.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. So I'm just letting you know.
How are you going to do that? What's your method?
I will protect the Academy League.
How?
Okay. How?
Reveal your secrets.
Right. Is my secret. What have I got down here? Right, so I got a lethal weapon down here. Inside of here is my bag of weapons.
You're getting really desperate on this.
No, look, mate.
You had the rabbit ears on and they fell off.
Yeah,
Where
they did fall off. Look, we have a whole little collection of tricks down here, right? Like, I can't put them on with the headset. You want to give it a go?
No, not at all. You did put them on, Harry. Now
yeah, they fell off. They fell off.
We have a skit ready, though, that we're going to throw to.
Oh, thank God. Something actually funny.
Yeah, so we're going to throw over to that. I'm sure it's some banging WePlay content. Let's run that thing.
Want to die less like a noob? Never switch your weapons. Some folks switch their weapons at the end of a reload with the idea that it speeds up the reload. Well, it's a myth. Switching is one of the most harmful and useless things in the game. If you struggle with peeking for a long time, well, you can bind the change of weapon, and it will make a much more useful result. Never fear to let your money go and give drops to your teammates. The best use for your money is investing it in equipment. First of all, you can't farm more than 16k, and then there's switching of sides where your money will get reset. Don't forget to make a full buy on the last round of the half either. Instead of saying, give me a drop in all chat, find the player with the most money on your team and ask for a drop from them personally to avoid any situation where all the team drops you a gun and you're left with additional weapons just lying around on the floor in spawn. Never follow all the rules. Some rules are meant to be broken. Learn to think critically and process the information to benefit your game. In most cases, if you get mollied, it's irrational suicide to push through it. But in some cases, this irrational call might be absolutely unexpected by your opponent. Don't be afraid to break the rules, but always understand why you are doing this.
Well, rule breakers, welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 3 in Spirit Academy. It's Eternal Fire, and we're getting into a couple of tasty little bo1s on our favourite maps of Dust 2 and DE Nuke. No waiting around now. Counter-Strike is coming, and it's coming fast.
Oh, yeah, baby. I'm starting to get really hyped, Hugo. First Dust 2 of the tournament.
Yeah.
Woo!
How's it taking this long? That's what I'm wondering.
And we got some real good teams as well, man.
All right, I'm going to ask you to pick out players. I'm going to ask you to hype
Pick out
up
some players.
Yeah.
All right.
Who's
Well,
your guy to watch?
I've already done Chiron. Definitely watch that guy. Could well be a 30 bomb from this dude. You know, definitely keep your eye on him. For Eternal Fire, I'm going to say look at Kenshin and Dougie versus. I think the potential of a double AWP here is very enticing.
Wait
but
a
first,
second.
let's take a look at this. Yeah, drop that in there. Drop that in there. Oh. Whoa. It's so cool.
I always wondered.
It's so cool. And that's history. You know, we educate here at the WePlay Academy League.
Yeah.
Y'all wanted to know how it got there. That's how it got there.
You learn something new every single day.
Ooh. But yeah, I would say, you know, for my money, for my worth, Kenshin, Dougie versus, keep your eye on those two. And on the side of Spirit Academy, I would say all eyes are on Chiron and Art Frost.
Yeah, Art Frost, insta-boost up cat. Chiron does try to fight with him, but Eternal Fire are going for the late long. Spirit weren't spotting anyway. It's Sothic at the back of the A site. I wonder if he'll drop this smoke on the barrel, try and play a one-way. On A, you see some teams do that, especially with AWP, so maybe less so with the USP, might decide to just play that fullback and play for the retake here. We have a kit. And Nade getting lined up. Double long smoke. Nade comes in early. It does do a bit of damage, though. Nothing to turn your nose up at. Dink immediately and no room to escape. Notaneki setting Chiron up over the smoke so we can try and stop them planting on default. They're making their way in. They've been baited by the short player, but they do spot Chiron. However, it's too late. You'd love that bomb to full CT, but it hasn't, so you're still fighting for the site. Eternal Fire have numbers in A.
Oh, yeah, Chiron, good for another.
Oh.
Zontix trades it, and now Macardia in the site. Oh, if only he could have peeked these ramp guys. He should be screwed. No. He's been able to navigate his way out of this one. Oh, back with the swing.
Nice try.
And finally bested. It's 3 from Zontix in the pistol, 2 for Chiron. And that there is the pistol going in favor of Spirit Academy.
Yeah, very scary for Zontix running out of ammo, but nice swap off. And a shame to see Kenshin, you know, not given anything on the flank, right? The whole time his team are getting rushed in CT and he's just deady on the long doors. And yeah, Spirit given a lot of room to hunt down those kills. Odds from Parry match looking good for Spirit, and fair enough, you know, coming in as favorites, are sitting one place above, one win above the Eternal Fire squad. And they're looking to really one, maybe even 2 up that today. Deeg does not connect for colors. Oof, but Art Frost His scout will. Oh, there's a deagle down. Can anyone get it? Players so far away, headed B side, bombs mid, and Fola is playing a Zeus in the B tunnels, really hoping for some over-aggression that is yet to come in. Kenshin is just trying to bait for this player. But Notaneki does not look interested, especially when you have the bomb here. There's no reason for a Spirit to, hunt through choke points, especially 50-51 like that. So the hunt through T-spawn, Sotfix should have this round under wraps. It's shooting the football, and that's what you get. Still a chance for the Zeus.
Yeah, you might be wondering. Right, so you might be wondering, right, with Spirit being one placing above Eternal Fire, you know, where's the kind of differences lie? I think I'm only really going to talk about the most notable one because they share a good few of the same victories. The only thing that's like a bit weird is that amongst that, right, like Spirit did cop an L to VP Prodigy, whereas Eternal Fire won both of those maps, if you remember. But MOUZ NXT is the big one. Spirit Academy have a win over them, whereas Eternal Fire do not. Anyway, let's go listen into some team speak. Let's hear some team comms, baby.
Attım corner. Flash'ını
Flash
Sen de attın flash.
Bir tane attım ben de.
Alıyorlar
Hiç
lan.
görmüyorum, alıyor.
Attım flash.
Basıyor adam. Ben de ona basıyorum. Uzaktan basıyor biri. Flash gelir. Basacağım şimdi tekrar.
Geri kaçtı. Anti duruyor mavide.
Kalk anti kal.
Short bir tane. Short bir tane. Koştu short'ta.
Arabayı yakacağım. Biriniz köşeye baksın, biriniz anti kalsın. Kim bakıyor köşeye?
Ben kalıyorum.
Tamam.
Ben
Arabayı
bakıyorum.
yakıyorum.
Short hala short. Info alıyor lan o galiba.
Arabayı yakıyorum.
Glover'a bakıyor herhalde.
Yak arabayı.
Katları var bir tane bak Art Frost.
Scout'u double pickleyip vurabilir miyiz Tolga? Ne diyorsun? Yapalım mı öyle bir şey?
Tamam yapalım. Hazır
Hadi.
mısın?
Hazırım. Varile pickleyeceğim.
1,
1, 2, 3. Öldü.
Tamam, kal şimdi, kal şimdi.
Nereye pickliyor?
Sakin.
Hayırdır ya.
Yok. Yakın uzak atacağız şimdi, tamam?
Tamam okey. Muhtemelen açılacak Ali.
Anti bekliyorum ben.
Bir kişi arkaya
Tolga
bak.
ben tutuyorum. Yürü. Soldan yürü.
Uzağa kim atacak?
Uzak atayım mı ben? Uzak atıp arkaya bakacağım o zaman. Okey.
Okan.
Atın Tamam. ben ilerleyeceğim.
Tamam.
Hazırım şu an.
Bekle.
İlerleyeceğim.
Sakin.
Tamam arka bakıyorum önce.
Ben
Hazır
önden-
olduğunda söyle
oradan bir
Tolga.
Hazırım
smoke attım önden giriyorum
Tamam
ben.
atıyorum.
Enes önümden çekil.
Ben-
Attım uzak. Second box'la elevator aynı anda
Ben
yakacağım.
ilerliyorum. Shift'le ilerliyorum.
İlerle.
Anti
Side
dur.
one way attı.
Hadi devam et. EG attı.
Sıkıntı yok.
İlerliyorum shift'le hala.
Yakın smoke tekrar atıyorum.
Rampayı yaktı.
Hızlı ilerleme. Pikliyor. Öldü. Tek
Evet,
flash atına
pikliyor.
var onun. Birlikte ilerlemeniz lazım şu an. 20
Bekleme
saniye
oluyor.
beyler. 20 saniye. Korumamanızı oynayacak.
Short scout.
Bekliyor short.
Short bir tane scout.
Plant alabiliyor musun?
Hayır alamıyorum.
Oyna short.
Peki.
Short.
City çıkıyor.
Rampa,
Mecbur
rampa.
kurdum.
Kapalı.
That was a super exciting round to watch, actually. You know, one thing that Pimp was talking about on the desk was just not overcomplicating it, you know, like getting out long, doing those swings, running the smokes, and committing. And yeah, Eternal Fire, to a degree, follow that, right? The double long swing with the smokes. Wicardia does take way too long to come in on that flank, though, holding into upper tunnels. Like, he had to go way sooner. Chiron, I admire his patience on that backstab as well. He took a long time, you know, there were timings open for him to backstab earlier, but you don't want to be the guy feeding them a kill on the flank and letting them double back and opening up the round for Wicardia. Of course, Sotfik, man of the round.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, right? Let's not forget the tear he just went on with that scout. 3 from it to completely 180 that round. And well, the money's gone for Eternal Fire once again. It's just pistols out for them, not really getting off to the start they wanted. Scout for Kenshin is about to get peaked, and that tag, that's worth it, man. Art Frost now has to give you a little bit more respect.
Oh,
even nading his
goodness.
teammate, Chiron.
Chill.
Okay, he smiled a little. Yeah, he's laughing. Art Frost.
Well, of course he's laughing. He's the one who threw it.
Yeah, he knows that wasn't a good nade.
Oh, he had that tag as well. Hitting colors through the doors. Yeah, I could see that one coming. But it's fine. We've had a couple of team nades this tournament. Not the end of the world.
Most gnarly one was Vertigo.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely. Right,
But in general, this round shouldn't get too close, shouldn't get too uncomfortable. Perfect timing for the flash. Sontic stops jiggling. Frost gets the pick. And Zontix sets him up for even more. Orb storming the board, and only Kenshin left up on Catwalk. Should be a 5 alive round for Spirit.
Well, Kenshin did tag the AWP earlier, but isn't able to finish the job. So we get that little 4-0, don't we? We get off to a good start for Team Spirit Academy. Everyone's laughing, everyone's having a good time. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and in the same vein, I'm not really, we haven't seen anything yet. Got another gun round for Eternal Fire, but I'm not worried whether they're going to have a playbook here. This seems to be their go-to for many of these players. Of course, as talked about as well in interviews, so got to whip out everything they've got on this T side. Their pick, their chance to show off. Kenshin AWPing B. Still a slower default for Eternal Fire, keeping the mid pressure on, getting some grenades out. Cardia lurking the B smoke, got to be very careful. Notaneki is right there. It's a good flash though, just pops through, but Chiron nails the shot. Zontix leaves mid, but there's 2 players at B. It's not like they need any help. He throws in the tunnel smoke, and that gives room for Dougie to find the frag. Now back up Catwalk, Orp has seen something. Double swing, good shot from Colors. That's what we need from him. The leg does come through, but it might not matter. The Orb's trying to cross, because that's the bomb, and Chiron shut it down. You can see how much that means. He's screaming it. Come back, play the bomb with me. 3-on-3, and that is a massive error.
Dude, yeah, Sophic was going back long to defend this A site, but now he just goes through the long doors, mate, and he's got a path to watch over this package now. They dropped 2 through CT. Notaneki's not open to it yet. They don't deal with Chiron right away. Ooh. It's a lot of damage. Spam is good. Dougie versus gonna lock in a double. Wow. And Sophic can't get out of there. That's impressive that Eternal Fire are able to save that round. Losing the bomb in mid, it falls to a 3-on-2 at one point in time. And that's where Big Doug, he pulls up with that AK.
Dude, the
hits them with that bratata through the door.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's a wild round. He's even the guy to get the B pick as well. And still, despite losing the bomb, that should have been a lock-in round for Spirit. They just get wallbanged out of it. Dear, oh dear. Wouldn't even say there were like massive errors there. You could argue like, yeah, Chiron should probably not re-peek after 1 kill, but he's feeling it, man. He's having a round, and now so is Kenshin, starting on to Artfrost, finding that mid pick. He's got the bomb again. I hope that this time he has a little more cover from his team. Looking for the B split already. Player holding long. But we haven't seen any CT aggression from Spirit, so Fola's going to be left on his lonesome, and Eternal Fire do have that mid control after the AWP pick. Sophic's coming in. Oh, they need to be careful. Luckily, the smoke pops just in time. And they leave. Not that Sophic knows. That's even drawn Chiron out of B as well. So Eternal Fire, if they can just pummel their way into Notaneki and the solo hold, this could be a round.
They're leading back up the catwalk after throwing yet another mid to B smoke. This is where Chiron's kind of info that no one's out middle actually comes in very, very handy. The fact that he repositioned here means that Sophic is starting to consider the possibility of this short play. Eternal Fire going back to middle again, throwing another mid to B smoke, and this time coupling it with a flash. This actually looks like the commitment. Fola's going to be left at long, and with 30 seconds left, if this B play doesn't find the results, he's just going to be stuck in no man's land. There's the opener, Chiron and Notaneki. They hold on to B. They drop the bomb. There's 20 seconds left, man. They need to deal with Notaneki. Smoke fades in middle, and Fola's now been spotted as well. Notaneki, wonderful B hold out of this guy, mate. Only armed with the FAMAS. He takes out 3, goes on to that little hat trick, and really is the defining moment in that round. Eternal Fire, I feel like maybe they're overcomplicating things.
Well, that
here.
was one of the worries. What they're doing is leaving these lurkers to have no impact in the round, right? Obviously, if pushes come through, that's when players like Folo and Ricardi are going to get away with more. But what changes there is that they hear Sotvic make that rotate when they get back up Cat, and he runs to the A side. That sends them back into B, but Folo's just so out of position. Let's listen into Spirit for now.
Флешки дал.
Билли на плохой молик. Дигл еще.
Погоди, я молик даю. Чтоб не пикнуть его.
Смотри, Тём, пожалуйста.
Аккуратно, Зик.
Могу и без тебя тут стоять.
Я на бэф-сайте прыгаю. Я щит смотрю. Ты почекиваешь Зик или нет?
Не, Зик пробует, Зик будет. Я не могу так стоять, мне нужно антифлэш стоять, чтобы флешка полетела.
Я понимаю.
Задержал.
Мид один. Флэш.
Бил еще. 10 хп, ебать, один выход.
Два там. Еще один.
Еще один флешки дал.
Плохой смог Зиг дал. Я с тобой винду, Тём.
Я Зиг забрал.
Можете выйти.
10 хп жив или нет?
Бил походу, я хз. Может быть, я хуёвый урон дал.
2 сотых, короче.
Игра.
Прошел нейс.
Нет, не прошел.
Прыгает просто
Не прошел
туда.
никуда, да.
Я даю на бэсмок через 5 сек.
Я на ушел.
Давай.
Пушка, если что, нормально в медле будет.
Убил мид.
А, вот здесь
Красава.
умер. Ласт флешки кидал. Дэн, Зон, забери Б, Дэн, сместись, мидл, забери пушку.
Хай, я еще лежу.
Блин,
Дэл, с бомбой вроде.
на старте. Будет эмку забирать на тачке.
Я в Зиг бегу.
Я тоже. Я пробую не пропускать. Я заберу пальму пока. Но Дэл будет до конца.
Он должен играть, ему надо сдохнуть. Чтобы бабки были.
Можете после моего шота открываться.
Nice. NS.
Dude, our Frost on the Orb is clean, man. These wall bangs in mid, these little shaky flicks off of pixel gaps are right now working wonders for Spirit. Winning the mid battle is going to make all the difference in thinning the herd. Presuming they don't keep getting wall banged, then yeah, Spirit are going to keep it up. 1.13 to 5-4 on parry match now, and yeah, things are getting out of control for Eternal Fire. But you know, they're warming in. I feel like even though, let's go back to that previous spy round, right? With Folo outside long, when they go up Cat and they change their mind too late, they kind of hung him out to dry. You know, even if you committed into that A site, knowing that Sotvic had rotated in, it was still a 5-on-4. You still had a split. It would have been a lot better than 5 out middle, because it's not like they had that tunnels control. So, you know, sometimes there's nothing wrong with committing with the original plan, even if you get updated info, just because they were better set up for it. And they didn't really have time to justify going back. But we'll see if they can warm back in. Another AWP for Kenshin and another buy round. Art Frost is boosting Cat.
Yeah, he gets here super fast. We'll get the info that nothing's middle, and he can hear a bunch of footsteps out towards long as well. You know, this is already a wealth of knowledge to go off of for Spirit Academy.
Okay. What are we lining up here?
Is it some like grimy one-way over the top
Might
of the
be,
boxes?
yeah.
I have a strange feeling that's what we're about to see out of Sotvic. He's going to drop that smoke and yeah, play around it. Going up, going on top. They are going to start to spam it out. Dougie Versus will consider it. He's like, that smoke don't belong there.
He got one tap though.
This is, you know, the kind of simple smoke over towards short. Playing around it is Art Frost with this AWP. Only one kill found, but they won't account for Zontix here, right? You found a double from this smoke. You hit a point where you go, yeah, surely that's it. Through the smoke at CT is Chiron. Will get cut down. Flash is good, and now you know about the last man at ramp. There's not an Eki to clean it up. This is real, mate. Spirit Academy have got a lot of ideas, a lot of protocols. They had so many bodies over towards A because they grab all that early info. I'm very, very impressed with Spirit Academy here. And Eternal Fire, you know, they haven't really shown too much yet.
But even when they keep it simple, like you said, the protocols there for Spirit. Like these rotates are fantastic on CT side. Eternal Fire, You know, nothing. That was a fine round. Nothing wrong with just a flat out long take like that. But Spirit just have so many angles of attack, so many approaches. All these smokes getting dropped on catwalk. Like you said, 3 inside of the smoke. Like that's just crazy. And yeah, now we have a lower take from the orb. This is a perfect round for it. Eternal Fire haven't even had to see this yet, and it catches you by surprise. Artfrost baiting for Chiron.
Yeah.
There's no way they're ready for 2 men here. Blinded still gets away with it. Not Aneki pushed upper just in case there were more men.
Dude, but all of this is so cool. It's like you're really aware of what getting a kill in this position is going to trigger anyone else that's nearby to do, right? Every part of this round was designed around the AWP getting the pick, then being baited into Chiron. Then if anyone tries to make sure that this ground isn't being gained, well, that's when you walk into Not Aneki. It's really nice.
Dear.
It's like a domino effect. Now, he still might die here, right? You might check for this, but it's a 50-50 coming through that doorway. And unfortunately, toss of the coin, it lands the wrong way for Eternal Fire.
I mean, it's even less a 50-50, I think, because, you know, you've seen 2 players lower. That's the angle you're scared of. You don't even know about the upper push, so... Yeah, this is an upsetting round for Eternal Fire, but one they could do little about.
Dude, this makes me really excited, though. Like, this CT side is so legit already. All right, that's a nice flash to set up colors. And Kenshin's AWP, even chiming in with another.
Just runs. I love it. Just wait for the team.
Refacing now. Now you're going to do even more damage to Kenshin. Doesn't have a smoke for the cross, and he's getting wrapped at long. There's Chiron to seal the deal.
Spirit just know they're in their heads at this point, right? Like, no one wants to play Spirit on this map. I can tell you that much.
Dude, yeah, it's no wonder that we haven't seen too much dust. I mean, like, I feel like you've already shown so much depth, and we're only 9 rounds in.
And to CT side as well, where it is just like, you know...
Yeah, it feels
don't need
very...
to be as proactive.
Yeah.
But obviously, new Dust 2, new quote-unquote... there is a lot more of this, right? Chiron, in the first gun round, rushed top mid on their long take. There's the double lower play. The rotates have been pretty smooth from Sotfik. And, you know, again, talking of someone with experience, Sotfik is a great guy to have in your team here. He's played in that main Spirit team. He's played on this map more than enough. So he's not going to have any problem doing micro if he needs to.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think that also explains why, like, the rotates look so clean. Like, if anyone's going to know how to not manipulate rotations, I guess, because they are the ones rotating. But you know what I mean? Like, if anyone's going to know the kind of ideal time to pull a rotation and start to jiggle players around, it is going to be someone like Sotfik with that huge wealth of experience.
I'm loving what we're getting out of Spirit, but I don't think Eternal Fire are. They're barely getting a chance to play their gun rounds right now, getting decided for them. Yeah, like, come on, be real. Be real, Harry. How many are you at home have CT smoke lineups for one-ways? I don't.
I don't play this map.
No, just in general, but even on this map.
This is my defense. Need me to smoke outside nuke? I got you.
Yeah, that's your one bit of utility at least. You
I can molly water overpass and smoke bridge, but you never let me.
What?
Yeah.
You just say, guys, let's go A. Guys,
yeah, well, because he's so free, man. He's so free.
Don't say I don't let you. What?
You're the boss of me.
I'm not the boss of you. You're your own man, Harry. Take some goddamn responsibility.
Oh, I'm your man.
No.
Baby.
No. Not my type, sorry.
Yeah.
Little long pop. Sotfik, very deep here. He's calling for help. He's heard a lot of steps, but how many can he take down with him? Is there a trade? They line up. There should be, but Sotfik won't allow it. Zontix comes in to help out, and a little dig on B, trying to get the plant. Denied. That wasn't even plant, sorry. The bomb was that long. So that's just a bait, we call that.
Dude, I think Not Aneki really does deserve some credit as well. Like, his B holds have been a staple of just denying this side of the map. You know, he's supported by Chiron. It's very, very easy to let him steal all the limelight, but in the rounds that Eternal Fire have gotten close at B, the consistent factor has been Not Aneki. Sat 7-1 right now. You know, that's someone who's just holding their site and then never really having the chance to play in over at the other one.
Fine by him.
And that's all you can really ask. You know, it's really, really nice.
Oh, guys, could you lose A more so I can rotate?
Yeah.
No one's saying that. Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, let's just win every round. No, that's cool as well, Harry, because one thing that we talked about a lot, and it especially applied to this next map of Nuke, but in general for Spirit is, yeah, we've seen Chiron with a carry, we've seen Artfrost drop 30, but who are these other guys? Who are the backup riflers? Who is Zontix? Who is Notaneki? And if anything, I think the last game we had at Spirit, we had a great game out of Zontix. He showed us that, you know, there are more pieces to this puzzle as Spirit, and now, yeah, Notaneki, you know, hard roll, holding a B anchor, and so far has not faltered in a single round, in a single moment. So, yes, there is no weak link right now on this CT side for Spirit. Eternal Fire are doing their best to find it. An early default looking to end in a B. Oh, that smoke, even that smoke is a bit too deep.
Yeah.
And so Chiron can peek through. They're setting up mid to B, and in they go.
Oh. Okay, Chiron's dead. Not an Eki. Now your work is really cut out for you. Like, you might have been good here at B, but as they're spilling out through the tunnels, it all gets a little bit awkward. This would normally be a save, and I'm assuming that's going to be the case for Spirit Academy. You know, you could always say, yeah, they've got money, they could see what they can do, but you just know the odds of actually pulling off a 3-on-5 retake at B are so slim, so marginal.
Get exits, why not? Like, if you can wreck their money, set them up for eco soon enough, that's a good enough call. Artfrost on a double, it's not bad at all. And you still got more players to find frags on the way out. One more kill makes all the difference here for Spirit. Zontix does get cleared at long, though, as he swings out the doors, and Sophick's not going to get given anything. That's fine, though. 9-2, you're hardly worried yet.
Mate, that was... It was maybe a second off of being the collateral. And like, if they get that dude and Sophick's over in tunnels, like, I don't even put it past him to have tried giving that a go. A second round for Eternal Fire, but you know, it can't afford to stop there. We're actually moving on to a double AWP now between Chiron and Artfrost on this CT side.
Always up there, isn't he?
And Chiron's pushing the tunnels.
Ooh.
Aggression on either side from the AWPs. They both want to get involved early, and one of them finds success. Neither punished, and that's an early 5-on-4.
Both of them find success. One got Chiron legged with Cardia in tunnel, and then I don't know if Artfrost collated colors, but he's been legged. So Artfrost got
I literally
2
didn't
for
even,
1, and Wakardi's also low. Like, this is a round, here, FURIA would save this round. FURIA Academy would go back to T-Spawn with 110, and they go, yeah, guys, go next. We can't win it. And, like, honestly, I'm half trolling, but I'm not even against it. Like, you gotta give it a go at this scoreline. You have to try it. But, the late check. It's too late for Sophick. Double kill. AWP is on the angle, and it's going to get the trade, but so will Artfrost. Finishes what Chiron started, and now Colors, who was legged earlier, Artfrost, bit of vengeance at least, and he's jumping, almost shot midair, and they just played the bomb. They don't need to worry. Zontix gives it up, and you know, not just Spirit being fraggers and being loose and being wild, they're actually playing safe Counter-Strike when required. Chiron goes a bit out of the way, but it's not a threat of a round yet.
Oh, thank
Zontix
God.
moves in for the frag.
Yeah, I'm glad that someone finally hit him. Like, it just felt like somehow this guy was bending time and space around himself to avoid the one shot that would have been needed to get rid of him. Dude, that was really nice from Sophick. They flashed the corner, and it's like you only get a second to make this decision of, oh shit, like, do I spam and try to get the kills, or do I wait and hope they don't check me? And he elects to go for the second, and it's that decision that ultimately leads to that mow down at the long doors. Then you have this lovely setup with Artfrost as well, ready to trade at a moment's notice.
Ooh. It's pretty unpredictable, Sophick. He's played car, he's played in front of pit, he's played behind doors. Every round is something new on long, so it's not like Eternal Fire can even go, oh, he plays here. No, it's, you know, his position, that's about it. His general position. Artfrost got wall-banged on the long corner by Kenshin, so it's a good tag, but man, Eternal Fire really needed that kill. They'll have to finish him off later, and they won't be able to. Dougie dead to Artfrost, who's completely up and left. Going back to the A site. And even with the Xbox smoke, no one taking cat yet. Zontix needs to be aware. Now they move in, but he's got smoke to stop him. Oh, he stepped. Oh, they should know. Oh, lucky to live, and they're going to go right through the Molotov, but there's a double down, and Zontix and Sophic both shut out this round. It's a 2-on-4. Might get shot in the back if you're not going to turn. Chiron, oh my goodness, they're both back. Tone McCarty drops the smoke. Does Chiron here? Does anyone know? Ah!
He looked
to miss smoke.
Dude, he looked into top middle. Chiron had just skirted around the corner.
Oh my god.
It's only Kenshin left, and this CT side is one of the most suffocating CT sides I think we've had in the league so far, man. I've not seen anything like it. You know, the decision to fight a CIS squad on Dust 2, it's commendable. Right? Especially when we know that guys like Colors queue a load of this map in his downtime. But dog, like, I don't think you were ready for this. There's just so many ideas. That's the problem. It feels like you're trying to go for these defaults with these lurks, and
insane.
And that's kind of been like the bulk of how you've approached this so far. Whereas Spirit Academy are throwing something new out every round, it feels like.
Oh, you really got to hit those.
They did it off the time as well.
Really got to hit those.
That's so devastating.
And that's just Zontix getting the jump spot so Chiron can run in on long and close the round. I mean, close the round. The clock did that, like you said. Wait, I hear music. Who's that flying in? Oh, dear. He's taken off the parachute and he's attached balloons instead.
Yeah, fair enough.
Maui travels in style.
He knows how to do it. And guy's a tank. He's got huge arms, mate. He separates it with his raw power. Just a lot of power. He's capable of outputting a tremendous amount of power.
Yeah, I've heard that. Sophic has another one-way smoke. A different one this time, Harry.
Oh,
He's got a new lineup, new round, new way to ruin their day. Because he did get cleared the last time. They're jumping backwards with Glock. Oh dear, Kenshin has nothing to lose and nothing to gain either. Chiron shoots him through the smoke and Sophic swings out wide. This Molly has cut this team in two. They can't cross yet. Through the smoke goes Chiron and it's just a slaughter, man. I don't know, was there only one smoke for the long cross?
I think so.
Dear, that's pretty desperate. Maybe there wasn't cash for it, but don't go long if you can't smoke the cross.
Yeah, I feel like, dude, if you've only got one, like, go B.
Yeah.
You know? And also, like, B's where you had your really only success in this game since the rifles have come out.
Well, maybe they'll go B now, Harry. Last chance. Last time in the half. And we haven't had a game this dominant in some time.
I'm just at a loss for, like, also, hang on, I'm going to hold this thought because Chiron's pushing lower and he might get contact right now. Good awareness to be ready for that flash. Oh no, yeah. Nades are out. Chiron! Leave him alone! Leave Eternal Fire alone! He's going back in for more, and finally will get punished.
That Molly thrown top mid burns out Kenshin, and Sophic hears it from long doors. How do you counter this?
This is like one of the best looking CT sides I think I've seen in maybe just ever. This is unreal. 13-2 domination, new ideas brought to the table every round. What I was going to say is Spirit throughout this entire thing haven't like dropped some hint that they're this prepared for a Dust matchup, and it comes out now. They must have been rubbing their hands together when Eternal Fire picked it, like because they've banked up all these ideas, and it feels like they are just dropping them all in this one game. They're like, look, let's just show them everything we got.
Let's just
right?
flex. Yeah, let's just flex on them.
Sophic, you have what, 31 ways, I think? Let's try and get through 6 of them in this.
Notaneki's 8-2, and he's the bottom player on the team.
And it's just because they're not coming to his site. Like, dude, so many of these rounds, you know, like the one a moment ago where they 5-manned up long with the one smoke in round 14? Notaneki's just still sat in B. Like, don't worry, you guys go 4-stack A. I will hold B in case they do like the we go A, I plant B thing.
Yeah, and funnily enough, there has been, you know, especially in these early T rounds, like before Spirit started really getting aggressive, there were players like Fola and Ricardio, especially Ricardio, who's just lurking outside B, but like to like a level where he's not even really lurking. He's just holding. And yeah, Spirit are making Eternal Fire look like they're out of their league. And this is a team that has been competitive and had really good games so far in this tournament. Eternal Fire and Inferno took MOUZ to the limit. So, you know, this isn't just Spirit being a better team. This is them having so many tricks up their sleeve. And that's only their CT side. I don't even want to know what their T side is gonna have to show us. And we might not even have many rounds to see. They might keep it basic, save something for later. Eternal Fire probably feeling pretty shattered right about now. So let's listen in and see what the vibes are like.
Dark info alıyor Dark.
Valilleyim yine.
Zıplayışa bak ya. Böyle veriyor olan.
Box'a smoke geldi.
Tünel duymuyorum. Boş.
Box'a smoke geldi şu an. Short geçer. Short geçer değil mi? Hadi hadi.
Alacağım longu.
Tamam dene. Long'a bak. Ay short'a bakıyorum şu an.
Ben duyarsan söyle bana.
Okay. Sen bakıyor musun?
Bakıyorum şu an.
Benden etkilenmiyor değil mi?
Allah'ım.
Hayır.
Tek adam kanka Blue'da.
Tek adam kaldı.
Kalsaydınız lan niye bozdunuz siz Enes?
Short geçer dedi.
Tamam geçsin.
Oynuyorlar mı?
Şu an flash attım Enes. At.
Nice oğlum.
Öldü. Bir tane daha var. Flash attım. Long var, long short var. Attı flash. Bu.
Midlord görmedim. Nice oğlum sana bak. Bir tane daha Enes.
Bir tane daha. Long short, long short. Long yakın, long yakın. Bir tane de site.
Yanındayım.
Kuruyor, long'da diğeri. Site long. Long yakın, site. Biri.
Gel yanıma
Short'a
gel. Yanıma
bakıyor.
Bravo,
Nice.
helal
lan.
Hadi döndü,
hadi.
And that's what we wanted out of Colors. That's what we've been waiting all damn day for. 3 lovely shots on the A site. Team setting them up with flashes as well. And Dougie swoop in for the last 2 as well. So Eternal Fire with a pistol. And now anything is possible. This is a lights out opener for Chiron. And yeah, nice basic, simple round for Spirit. But the USP does just tear them to shreds.
If you could bank some money together, you know, bring out the double AWP, for me, that could be a potential turning point in this game. You know, it's going to rely on finding the conversions, and you know that Team Spirit are going to be brimming with confidence, right? They've come in with a force already.
It was a Deagle Dink, I think.
How on earth did LaGuardia get hit?
Deagle Dink from mid.
But no one was like...
Boosting? I don't know.
I didn't see anyone boosting, though. That's super odd. I don't know how he just got hit.
Maybe he was jumping across the doors?
You can't get there fast enough. I know you can boost, but I didn't see anyone there. That's so insane.
It was
whatever happened.
Okay, so it was a scout. Scout wallbang. How was it?
But through what? Exactly. He dinked him. It was a wallbang, but how?
I don't know. Spirit, they found angles we don't know exist. 4-on-4, and the scout's getting lit up now. Kensha's got to be careful. They're up close in middle. Dark Frost just causing commotion. Chiron wants to finish the job. A bomb plant for Spirit enabled a buy, and this buy is lovely. But it is met with stiff resistance. Better. 3 A1Ss. Eternal Fire. Don't want to play games.
Whoa, okay, nice. That's big for Colors. Gets the info that they're out long. Knows it's the A play. Both these players are just stuck fighting for their lives.
Whoa.
Luckily enough, they get past Art Frost. Colors having a really nice round again. You know, very much the guy to have saved the day here. And there's Kenshin to close. AK's retrievable. He'll take the upgrade. You're very content with that. You know, bomb plant for Spirit Academy. They wanted to get kind of wild with it. They could even elect to bring... I would much rather just like pistol armor into this round, but you know, when you're at this sort of lead, yeah, anything's on the table.
Yeah, it's safe call. Definitely the safer call. Just pistols. If you got more kills, maybe you would have been tempted in for more rifles, but you just want your gun rounds to come out, man. You want your full grenades, you want your AWP on Art Frost.
It's a lot of utility for a, you know, one of these rounds. So what are they going to do with all that util?
Xbox smoke insta.
I'm not believing a single smoke till they're committed, because when you got this many, like, you're trying to get in your opponent's head a bit with... you know, kind of almost giving illusion of map control that you don't necessarily feel the pressure to take.
Oh, I did just, if I believe right, Art Frost scroll nading. Not a massive fan of that.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Fallen does it.
Well, yeah, and he's died to it. You could, if you want to make
pros died to jumping with the scroll wheel, and I'm not allowed.
If you want to make arguments, I was going to say, if you want to make arguments about the scroll wheel jump, you're free to do so. That's not what I'm talking about, Harry. Though. I'm talking about scroll nades, which are trash, objectively. No good argument for them. Have separate points. You've got enough keys on your keyboard. It's not an Xbox controller. You actually have options. You're not playing with a steering wheel. And, well, Colors and Kenshin shut down the eco on A. Forget your smokes. Forget your strategy. It all goes out the window when you don't have the weaponry. But now you do. 13-5 and the first full buy for Spirit Academy.
Yeah, AWP for Art Frost. Now, awkwardly, he doesn't really have a good spot to do much in middle, right? If he spawns right in front of it, he can try drop down and find something there. He's got a pretty big run to get to mid, and so I don't see him attempting to police this area of the map too heavily. And instead, he's going to lean towards the short angle. Long's attempting to get taken here by both sides. They're willing to fight for it. Double up in pit. This is either going to work really well or not well at all, and there's no in between. Double nades through the long doors. Nice way to do damage, and it looks like not an Eki might just get left here. Right? Pretty common to see someone throwing up in that boost, and then you just go, all right, you're responsible for long. If they come this way, that's pretty much a kill guaranteed. And so now it falls to the rest of the gang to make noise elsewhere on the map to try and spur this long push on.
Luckily, Kenshin just has so much cover. He can play this ramp. He can drop off, go back to car even if he wants before the exec comes in. And it will be a full smoke attack. Out it goes. 1 for the big smoke as well. Ollie on Goose, that's a problem for Kenshin. He's got to smoke it, but now this orb is going to be a lot harder to get away with. And all Long Lurker gone. Coming out a bit early there. Kenshin's going to find Zontix though. Smoke, if anything, giving him a bit of room to play with as he backs up. Sotfik moves in, but Artfrost has taken the kill instead. And if Sotfik can get a cat plant in, there's still hope at a 2v5. They've got to do it quick, though. Molly down, 20 seconds now. They're stuck playing inside of the site, and they're even getting run down. They expected a bit more room, a bit more respect, but at this kind of scoreline, Eternal Fire are not playing around, and Wakadia will be able to get the round underway. 3 kills and 6 on the board. Eternal Fire, I like that they're still believing. They know they have more to show on this map.
Is this a chum back, though? That's what we have to start to think, Hugo.
Depends what's in the bucket. How deep does it go? This kettle of fish.
Oh, that was nice. However, there's no ignoring the CT side looking clean thus far for Eternal Fire.
It's just about warming up all your players right at this point. Fola 3 and 15. Very quiet game, not really in a position to have impact in the first half. No one was. We've had some players step up since. Carlos has been keeping it going all damn game. Oh my god, he's so quiet. They're running right behind.
Together. They don't know. Sotfik! That is an unreal double opener. Full faith in his teammates' flashes. Full faith that he was going to get in there, and they know about Wakadia trapped at car.
Oh no.
Sotfik, you did not have to do them like that.
Dougie, he was the guy who threw the flash. If you believe the kill feed, he killed his entire team. Is that going to be all there is to say about this round, or can he do anything? Chiron's lurking out B. Oh no, Kenshin, almost ready. Chiron's got the spot, and now he's got the shot, but he will drop. It doesn't matter. Dougie just going for exits, looking the wrong way. Missed shot from Artfrost, but they're hunting now. Spirit want to humiliate this last man. They've won the round already, and they know it. They're all coming in. No one's playing bomb. Something goes back.
Something eventually goes. Okay.
Don't throw the round.
I'll leave that to the young guys. You know, it's unforgivable if I let this go off.
Although
he's getting double wrapped through the tunnel.
That's terrifying.
Donkey versus everyone. It's a free for all. And now that they've seen him, the tunnels wrap is coming.
Oh, he's
not an Eki snuck the whole way, and this is his B site, baby.
Dear, oh dear. Great game out of Spirit Academy. It did feel inevitable, right? We had some cool rounds, some nice teamwork, some good flashes from Eternal Fire to start this half, but it was always going to come crumbling down after such a dominant beginning. So much confidence, so much momentum, and yeah, dirty flashbangs to just get all of Eternal Fire off of long. Spirit, couple away from a closer here in the first map of the series. Let's see how they're feeling.
Такой вот кол подъехал.
Не занимают. Я
Я дал флешку. Бум.
не вижу.
Бум.
Да, мидпуш. Ушел Зик один.
Он мог пройти.
Я даю флеш верхом, да.
Зазумил Зиге что-то.
Ну, дал доигрывать.
Попал! Бил еще там же, 8.
Там же, окей.
Хотите
Голденом,
ников?
парня.
Я на ближнем смоке, я реди давай
Кидай.
ближнем.
Что мы хотим делать? Нимб, Зентарас,
Нимб,
что
что
ли?
ли?
Не пух.
Окей, я докину второй.
Хотя топнул чел.
Он может дальше идти пуш секунд.
Флеш.
Флэш.
Не ворвал никто.
Я
Дай
становлюсь.
флешку, Тём.
Молик
О,
тачка.
Я даю
Давай,
второй.
Давай второй.
Дал флешку, парня. Бум. Рановато, правда.
Гендальф
Россия
убил,
убил.
Гендальф убил.
Найс.
На спину
Молодец,
еще
даю.
флэш дал.
Аккуратно еще один.
Я спину взял.
Да, я...
Смок язык, Саня. Смок язык.
Солите.
Потушить.
Я потушу,
Зиг,
да.
элеватор и зиг, парни.
Саня, у тебя бомба, аккуратно.
Да, я ставлю.
Я контролю КТ
Парни,
врыв.
закрытый плент.
Окей.
Тём, плент не проиграл.
Доигрываем.
Да, я на гусь. Я буду под
На
флешку
флешке
пикать, я буду под
можешь.
флешку
Я
пикать.
с тобой.
Я на рампе
просто
сижу.
сижу.
КТ.
Ебать, 2 кота.
2 КТ врывают.
2 КТ зиг.
Молодец.
Да.
Бил,
Зиг умер.
2
Хорош.
КТ, 2 КТ. Рамп
2
двое.
кота, вышли уже, Тём.
Убил.
Тим,
Очень круто.
The hype is there, and for good reason, man. Sophic only just living on that
Dude,
last tick of the
that's
body.
insane, man.
But I don't think Eternal Fire were ready, as they weren't in the first half, for 3 in Goose.
What noise does a goose make, Hugo?
Honk!
There we go. V.
15-6.
Play that track.
Double AWP, and that's really all you've got to wield in this round for Eternal Fire. Feels bad, man.
Oh, and there's only one A, and it's just a deagle on Wakadia. Sophics making a pit run again. And Wakadia's going to hide in their long smoke. Oh,
they don't like what they see.
You heard the tag. He comes through. And, well, one and done would have been lovely.
Ooh.
There's something out of Fola, at least. Dealing with Chiron, that's quite a big name to have found. This mid-lurk from Artfrost is nice. Right, is in a position to try and cut down rotations. However, it does rely on his teammates actually getting into the site. Both the AWPs fall down. They might try to employ a boost. Zontix tried to go through the smoke to challenge. Oh, he hit the bomb. I did not realize he hit the bomb.
Getting a bit ahead of themselves, maybe.
Yeah, that's a little rough there.
But we saw similar rounds like this get won by Eternal Fire on the flip side, so let's see if Artfrost can come in. There's the backstab. More where that came from, and now they're just jumping into his crosshair. 2 kills. He finds a third, but he couldn't get out in time. Tapping from Notaneki. Gun getting shot back, but Dougie is the one to close. I mean, everyone was hitting that AK. It was a boomerang right there. 15-7, and they barely squeak it past the keeper.
Damn, mate. Bit of the old yank of combat for the AK. A tug of war almost, but a little different.
Yeah. Push of war.
Push, yeah. Yeah. Peace, push. Capiche?
Capiche?
Ooh,
Nice
Dougie.
Oh, the lower push head, knives out.
Taste
not ready.
your own medicine, perhaps.
Salty and sweet.
It always tastes the worst when it's your own.
Oh.
Colors seen a barrel.
Probably told his
that's
teammate not to peek, but he still peeked, didn't he?
Oh, I like this hiding spot in the spot.
Oh, do you? So does Artfrost.
Let's stop. Let's not let...
Oh, Dougie will be fine.
Oh, thank God. All right, Dougie versus is the... He's allowed to fight. He
Now,
gets a pass.
Notaneki with a free B, right? There's no one there. He can get the bomb. Now, he doesn't know it's clear. So how much time does he waste? The double fighting middle. He could just waltz in, but now he's got to start to care about lower. Wakardi's coming in for the cleanup. And he's walked this whole way. He may as well keep sneaking. Wakardi holding a nice weird off angle. Should be Wakardi's round here. Although, not an Eki, now B is free and he's full of glee.
B's his site, man. B is his place. In he comes. Looking to get that bomb planted. Tapper first. Force a peek and a Dougie versus. He knows he's denied a plant this time. The swing. Oh, it's not real. And not an Eki calls his bluff. All right, not an Eki. Climbing up into the window. The timing. Oh, they've seen the barrel. Still not an Eki. No! Oh, can't quite make the 1v3 happen.
So close.
The final boss of Dougie versus. Just a little too strong today.
Yeah, he's having a great game. Him and Colors have been, you know, the guys to look out for here. Kenshin's been very quiet on the AWP. I mean, Art Frost is just styling with his orb, so, you know, the orb for your battle's not been easy either. But Dougie put him on it for a change, and boy, does he show up when they need him. You know, Maui wanted 30 kills from Chiron. I still don't know if there's enough rounds for 30 kills at this point of the game.
Well, you know, considering CS can be a 30-round game, I think it's easy.
Yes,
Get a kill around, lol.
Yeah, dude, just kill everyone. I'm implying that this game might close before we get to that point, Harry.
Oh,
we'll have to
that's
see.
what you're implying. Sorry.
At 15-7.
I'm just used to playing with Maui where he gets like 40 every game, so
He
the bar's
did
set
30,
really
got
high.
16-5 last night.
Dude, Maui Snake, I've always said this, one of the most intelligent players in Europe.
In Europe, yeah.
He's my favorite European style.
Maui, he is the Hawaiian player, but Snake, he is the European star.
Exactly, exactly. Oh,
Dean
tag on the cross.
Yeah, I like this. Big ball play. Oh, no. Art Frost was holding. Doesn't have armor, though. He can't be too audacious with his angles. And top mid smoke, you've been locked out of middle. Spirit just go, fine. You want it? Have it. We'll go long. Bomb grabbed. Dude, Eternal Fire do full rotate.
Completely, like, called the bluff on
They're
it.
like ants, dude. They're like, you know, communicating telepathically. They're all running a crust of bread down the road.
Ants and their telepathy, man.
I don't know how they do
Everyone talks
it.
about it.
I don't know how they do it.
Everyone says, like, yeah, dude, we haven't been able to crack it, but the
They ain't
ants...
talking, I can tell you
The
that
ants,
much.
they've been born like that way.
Why are they so in line, Harry? You know, you seen that movie Ants with a Z?
Ants with a Z, yeah.
Terrifying.
Well, feeling a little antsy now, our Spirit Academy. Starting to worm their way up through long.
Boom.
Flash over, in they come. One in the sight, already dead. It's Colors on the receiving end of Not an Eki. Still tucked in over towards Gandalf. And Molly to do some damage to Sophic that is capitalized on by Kenshin. However, there's no denying you're a man down here. There's no ignoring it. You need kills and you need them now. Dougie Versus has often been that X factor, but with him now removed, we're looking at Wicardia, we're looking at Fola, and just one man left. It's Team Spirit picking up the dub here. It ends a little closer than it looked like it was going to at one point in time at 16-8, but I think that speaks volumes for how one-sided that first half was.
Yeah, there were a few nice rounds in there for Eternal Fire. Like they had good A defenses. Colors had that pistol round as well, but in general, it was always going to happen after such a dominant game. So I'm super impressed at Spirit on this map, and I can't wait to see more of them on Dust 2. If anyone is going to let them slip it through the veto, maybe when we hit BO3s, there's a chance. We'll have to wait and see. For now, Nuke is up next, but first, our analyst desk.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much. They play, you win.
We finally got our first dust of this season. Spirit Academy managed to win with a score of 16-8. They had a great CT side, but when it comes to the T side of Eternal Fire, they managed to get only 2 rounds. What was wrong?
There's a reason we say Chiron and Art Frost's name constantly when we talk about this Spirit team. In the first half, they contributed to 8 of the opening kills. That means 2 players are contributing over half of the round's opening kills to a game. That's insane, and that's why we like this Spirit Academy team, because we know what we're getting out of them. We know that they have the firepower, but on top of that, for this game, they had a lot of plays. They had a lot of ways to set up Artfrost, and they had a lot of ways to set up Chiron. He was pushing up middle, pushing catwalk. There were a couple fights at long, but it was consistently, wherever they went, it felt like the action was going to follow them somehow. Like they predicted the action. They forced their hand, and Eternal Fire had no way to stop that fist.
No, it was a good performance again from Spirit Academy. You're right in saying like the way they proactively took control of the map. You know, I like that. Catwalk was being pushed a lot, long was contested a lot, and it felt like we saw a lot of these rounds as well where, you know, the players were just in so, how to say it, in so upfront positions that the rotations would be so fast that it constantly stressed Eternal Fire. They never felt comfortable on the server, never felt like they had a minute to think what they wanted to do. That being said though, I also do think Eternal Fire made it easy for Spirit Academy in this one. We saw failed smokes, we saw timings that didn't make any sense, we saw, you know, them do a B-split where they didn't B-split, they just went 4 guys out middle and came out through dawn window with no presence from Dark. So the tactical, you know, side of the game from Eternal Fire made it relatively easy for Spirit Academy to have such a strong CT side.
Yeah, Artfrost and Chiron managed to get us quite a lot of kills, but a player that I would like to kind of like highlight is actually their IGL Sotfig, because even though he maybe didn't get as many kills as the other guys, he had some really impactful kills.
There were a couple post plants on the T side where he did an excellent job. There was some times when, I mean, he took long in that highlight right there, but he actually was holding long on the CT side on top of that. Sotfik is definitely the 3rd best player on this roster for me, and that's kind of a shame because, you know, at the Academy League, you want the young guns to be the main stars of the show here, and the older guy is generally the guy that's going to set them all up. But Sotfik, I mean, there's a reason that he was playing kind of in the tier 1.5/2 space as recently as a year and a half ago. I mean, he's not too shabby by any means. 18 and 15 scoreline for him, but I really still think that it's pretty obvious who is good on Spirit Academy. We've already talked about them, but Eternal Fire, Dougie Versus this time, I mean, he had a pretty good game. It's just that Fola, we've seen some good stuff from him before, but he just didn't show up today.
No, he didn't, unfortunately. They lacked firepower on Eternal Fire Academy as well in order to match Chiron, Artfrost, etc. If I'm not mistaken right now, I think Chiron have now played 7 maps in this group stage, and in 5 of those, his ADR has been above 110.
Oh my
That
goodness.
is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous consistency and impact coming from a player that has lost a couple of games in the group stage as well. So Chiron right now, I said it yesterday, I said it the day before that as well. I honestly do think he's the best player in the league right now.
Okay.
Exertion could be a better player overall, and he's definitely done it more consistently, but as of right now, in form player, I think Chiron is the best we have. He is just absolutely insane, and he's making the difference for his team. I'm having a hard time seeing how Eternal Fire is going to bounce back from this one. Let's not forget that they were the ones picking Dust 2. They were the ones coming in, forcing Dust 2 down Spirit throat, and Chiron didn't have any of it. Artfrost didn't have any of it. And Spirit Academy, they looked like, I mean, they weren't even pressured at any point in this game, to be honest.
Yeah,
Well, I'll just say, I want to touch on a point that you brought up earlier, Pimp, and just kind of what Eternal Fire does when they play and how that just is so easily counterable. I mean, not only are they having pretty basic strats, but they're not even clearing Spirit Academy out of those positions where they push up in. So they're just constantly getting flanked, and if they're not getting flanked, then the hit is constantly very one-dimensional. And I was kind of talking about this in the pregame that if Eternal Fire wants to play like that, sure, they might win against a couple teams that are at or below their level, maybe squeak out an upset, but this was the prime example of a game where you can't really just play a 4-1 style, you can't just have such a simplistic approach to Counter-Strike, or else teams are just going to over-rotate on you, they're going to pinch you from every angle, they're going to have every counter nade ready for when you actually finally decide to hit that bomb site. This was kind of the worst example of why a 4-1 is not really used in top-tier professional play today.
Yeah, and when it comes to Dust 2, it went through some changes recently. Previously, it was way more T-sided, so like, if you would pick the map, you'd probably start on that side, and maybe it kind of give you some maybe extra rounds. But right now, you kind of don't have like that bonus, you know, like when like it's just like you kind of when the map is actually favoring you. Right now, we had Dust 2. We are going to nuke, and I'm feeling so happy just by the fact that we're not getting Vertigo or Mirage, at least in the first series.
I agree. I think nuke between these two teams could turn out to be interesting. We heard Doggy Versus, we talked to him in an interview, and he basically laid out the entire map pool. He said that they were focusing on 4 different maps. Nuke weren't one of those, right? They came into this tournament thinking that the veto system would stay the same, and they would at all times have a chance to make sure they weren't playing Nuke. So to be in this position, also knowing that they are going into the gauntlet stage at some point where they have to play best of 3 games, not being able to play more than 4 maps, that's going to haunt you. That's going to be a problem. So I'm curious to see what Internal Fire can do on a map where they have had limited, if any, practice at all. Whereas for Spirit Academy, I'm also curious to see if they're picking Nuke knowing that they haven't practiced it at all, or if they're picking Nuke knowing that we can play Nuke at a high level and we're playing against a team who don't play it. So it's 2 question marks, so to speak, but I fear the worst for Internal Fire right here. The only silver lining I can see is the fact that they're starting on the CT side.
Yeah, I suppose that would be the one. I'll just say this. This is just a general word of advice for players and teams in general. It's just, when we're doing the interviews, we appreciate honesty. We appreciate you revealing a lot. But if you tell us your exact map vetoes and everything, teams are going to use that against you, and that's what's going to be happening here. I won't be surprised if this game is even more of a landslide than the prior one. Just keep those things under wraps. It's like playing poker and revealing a couple of your cards and just saying, I'm just being honest, you know, like you keep it to yourself. Keep your cards low. Don't let anybody else see them.
I mean, in his defense, I'm not trying to be his lawyer or anything. He didn't specifically say, like, we play this, we play this, we play this, play this. We don't play this. We just kind of made the map.
He said we focus on these 4 maps. So I think everybody's going to everybody's going to assume that's all you're probably practicing.
Yeah,
maybe he was lying. Maybe he's tricking us.
Yeah, is he trolling? He's trolling,
Yeah.
Maybe he's trolling. You know what? Actually, that's a good one. You should lie, actually. You should lie on these interviews about your map pool so that teams try to counterpick you, but then, you surprise them.
Yeah, I mean, I do remember, like, once Kinder got asked, like, hey, what kind of map we should expect from him, and he was like, yeah, we're gonna play Nuke, which is like basically their perma-ban. So maybe now...
See, that's a good one. That's a
honestly, Glaive is like the master of that. Right? He used to be the master of that back in the days. Like, you would, talk so much, BS, but in a polite way in interviews that people wouldn't understand whether or not he meant it or not. And when talking about our map pools, I've read, many interviews with Glaive when I was playing with him back then as well, where I'm like, we don't play that map, do we? And like, no, we don't. It's just, this mental game. So we can't say for sure they don't play Nuke, but it didn't sound like Doggy Versus was trying to hide anything. So I'm willing to say that this is probably not going to be too pretty.
Well, we'll see how it actually goes. When it comes to our odds per match, they are supporting Spirit Academy 138 for that team. When it comes to Eternal Fire Academy, 2.9. This is going to be Nuke. It got picked by Spirit Academy, which means they will most likely start on the T side because Eternal Fire get the opportunity to pick, but there's probably no way they're going to start on T side.
Of course. You're always going to pick the CT side on Nuke. I don't think I've even seen more than one pro game in history where on Nuke or Train anybody ever picked T side, really.
I remember NAVI picking Nuke, like T side, like one of them few maps.
Okay. That must have slipped my mind. I mean, it's super rare. So yeah, I'll say this, that Spirit Academy right now, they are in a prime position to close this one out 2-0. They probably feel like they should be doing that. And to set up the later match today, that kind of actually puts them in a position where if MOUZ slip up, then there's a chance that Spirit Academy can actually qualify to the LAN via a tiebreaker. So this is a real kind of do or die moment, or at least one where they're able to control their own fate. Spirit Academy, they're definitely the favorites. We just saw the odds. They have to make sure that they stay focused and make sure that they can still give themselves a chance to instantly qualify to the LAN. That's the biggest goal of the whole group stage. That first place team will go to Kyiv. They'll get flown out and everything. And so everybody wants that opportunity. Spirit are no exception.
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing just to update people. We talked a lot about these tiebreaker scenarios and what can happen. Right now, we're sure there can be no 3-way tiebreaker. So basically, if Spirit were to win 2-0, which is the likely scenario, that means that they can finish, as you said, on a joint first with MOUZ NXT if they lose just one of the 2 maps they play against VP Prodigy. So there is a chance right now, as you said, where Spirit Academy at least can get into a shared first position where they then would have to play the tiebreaker. And just saying that out loud in a group with MOUZ NXT is a testament to how well Spirit Academy has done so far, because the only team MOUZ NXT have dropped the map to have been Spirit Academy. So it's not like MOUZ have been underperforming or not playing well enough. It's just Spirit Academy really surprising us and playing consistently good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and this is actually the second Nuke of of the third season, because we saw, I believe it's Big Omen Academy against Young Ninjas. Big Omen Academy managed to win with a score of 16-14. But the interesting thing was that they got like 10 rounds in a row in the first half. And we even had an interview yesterday with one of the guys from the Young Ninjas. And they said like, yeah, we lost that because we had a really slow start. And this is probably what Spirit Academy are looking forward. Like they're looking forward to not have a slow start just like Young Ninjas did.
I can't even imagine if Spirit Academy go down in the whole 06 that they won't recover, because if they switch to the CT side and they just have 4 or 5 rounds on T, I think that's good enough, because Eternal Fire have shown me no signs that they're going to be able to play Nuke at a level that will actually get Spirit Academy out of their comfort zone.
Let me put it like this. Dust 2 is probably the easiest map right now to do basic executes on when you get map control.
Yeah.
Internal Fire had a lot of rounds in Dust 2 where they could have done a B split, they could have done an echo, they could have done a B execute. They didn't do any of that. It's one of the most simple maps to do it right. A smoke CT spawn and a Molotov out middle and you go. To think that they can create something like that on a map like Nuke, where you do yard smokes, you do 3 different smokes, you basically have to create rounds on your own with your own smokes and your own utility and understand how rotations works. It's just a different map, and it's on a complete different level. So I fully agree with you. You know, just to back your point up, we saw it on Dust 2, which is one of the most simple maps to do execute on when you get the space, which they've a fair amount of rounds had. To do that on Nuke is just going to be a complete different task. So yeah, I'm afraid this is going to be a washout as well.
Yeah, but today is an amazing day because we already got to experience Dust 2. Right now we are going to Nuke, and I'm sure that Hugo and Harry are looking forward to start that map. So let's move on.
You're damn right, Heku. Best map in Counter-Strike. No debate. Not up for debate, at least in my opinion. I'm not even open to hearing other opinions. In fact, I'm just going to, close my ears, Harry. But I'm glad you're here with me. I'm glad you agree. We're in a nice little echo chamber here on Nuke.
Yeah, no, dude, it's sick. Like, I don't know, man. It is just the best map. It is just the best map, unequivocally. And if anyone thinks otherwise, how does it feel to be wrong on this one? Like, just take the L. Dude, I'm kind of inclined to agree with what Pimp and Maui are saying in terms of, the T side of Dust really didn't give me a lot of confidence that you're going to have the ideas needed to scrape by with a good T half on Nuke.
Oh, he's sleeping on the job. This guy doesn't sleep on the job.
He's accidentally hit go live. Oh, wait, that's not... Nuke.
A visual representation of Elo just getting destroyed day after day. Happens to the best of us. Someone's planted in the warm-up. Or maybe it's just the HUD. But either way, waiting for Spirit and Eternal Fire to get going, get good. What one factor, I guess, is Chiron. He's kept up his insane performances across every map, including Dust 2. No shocker there, really. He's at least come out and said, oh yeah, I'm not a massive fan of this. I don't like Nuke, personally. But let's see if that affects his performance. Let's see if that causes maybe some problems on this T side. I still think there's a way for Eternal Fire to come out with a double-digit half. Winning the game won't be easy, but let's see. They've got the CT side start, and we're getting right in. What have we got?
I'm really curious where Chiron is playing. The fact he says he doesn't like the map, to me, is either going to be ramp or hub. Let's see.
Wouldn't shock me as a ramp player. Fast out the ramp side, though. Eternal Fire just going to give it up. Kenshin getting hunted down. They push him back to hell. He's scared that they're coming his way, but Wicardia, this is the true destination of the T's. They're running towards window. Look at the spacing. It's excellent for Spirit. They just chase him down to that lower site. 5-on-4 now. Plant can come in. Got that double door control thanks to the window hunt. And Eternal Fire trying to clear corners.
Oh, it's a nice clear from Bowler. However, Zontix responds very, very quickly. And now you kind of enter dire straits if you're Eternal Fire. Hey man, while they're still fighting you, give it a go. If you get this kill, maybe it opens up a way back in. However, Zontix looks very good in these pistol rounds. And there he is to close with 4 belonging to Big Z. Big Z, small Z.
What? You okay? You cool? Spirit are. Big Z's cool. He's feeling it. 4 frags deep. That's what they call him. Eternal
Big
Fire.
Z.
Not going to force, surprisingly enough. Fola spent 200. That means he's back on the Zeus. And I think, honestly, I hope ZMB's not watching. This is a great map for Zeusing. No, actually, I guess he should be. I guess he should.
Yeah, if he's gonna have it every damn time, like, may as well be a good map for it.
Yeah, Fola on the Zeus. You know, maybe get up in hunt.
Look at the parry match odds, though, Hugo. 1.23 to 3.9. I can get behind those. I do think Team Spirit, they've impressed us so far.
Pretty tasty. Fola's in hut, so he's put it to good use at least, but good Zeus is probably not going to happen with this full outside take, just Zontic's lurking lobby. I love that as well. They feign the cross to B, and then they wait the smokes out, and Colors is just sitting inside of it like a lemon. It's going to get cleared. Not really much he could have done there.
See, look, mate, you know, this could be like a big rumor mill, you know, like saying, Sophic hates Zeus is like the CISCS equivalent of the Mary loves Dick from Most Haunted, which I've made a reference to before, and I just remember you've never seen. So, never mind. But I'm just saying, you know, it's like a funny...
Oh, Zeus! Top 10 Zeus moments!
Whoa.
Oh, no!
It's a Zeus classic!
You got to be a little bit closer, I guess, you know, yeah. Nice try. I respect the attempt. It was a full eco. You had nothing to lose. You had everything to gain. And, well, instead you just lost with no gain.
Dude, it's so sad because I actually nailed that impression as well. And, like, you just don't get the reference.
What, most haunted?
Most haunted, yeah. Most haunted. Most haunted.
H-O-N-T-E-D?
E-D, yeah. E-D.
Haunted.
Never forget about the E-D.
I don't know that word myself, but...
Most haunted, it has... Derek Corum.
You're just saying words today, and I
Derek Corum, the medium, the famous, you know, ghost.
No, I only
speaker.
know small and large. Sorry, not medium.
Well, let's go to the comms.
Пум-пум-пум, нахуй, ебам нахуй. И вот так вот по ебальникам, нахуй. Пум-пум-пум, блядь, и всё. Кидаем сразу?
Да.
Дайте бимбочку. Я.
Флэш красный дал. Они смог далеко давали.
Это Frozen.
Под черным. В мейн прошел.
Ебать, я чуть не
Вент
умер.
разбил.
Я жду вас
Вент.
пока что тут.
И дверь.
Вент упал прям.
Один дверь, один вент, парни.
Окей. Надо вместе, парни, пикнуть длинную, все остальное.
Готов? Я тут пикаю.
Раз, два.
У Тёмы Калик, на самом деле. Может,
Тёма,
Давайте я первый.
Давай. Тёма Калик пусть убивает тогда. Он сингли, скорее всего,
походу.
На раз, два.
Он боялся нас тут.
Раз, два. Убил сингл.
Хорош, парни.
Я иду сингл добивать.
Maybe еще, кстати.
Денис, дай молик. И в длинную идем с тобой.
Окей.
0.
Зашли давно.
Хорош, он еще один. Скорее всего, у нас
Может,
никого
кто-то
нету, парни.
Я забрал левую.
Я раскидываю.
Двери и радио.
Ниже никого.
У нас один максимум. Дал флешку.
Ай,
Ну, по 9.
Ивент забираю, мужики.
Давай,
Я
заберем.
в Украину упал.
Сейв
Буду
тоже.
левую
Кто
забирать.
флеш мой забрали?
До конца
А,
играем.
у меня бомба. Здорово.
Я
Ставлю
секрет
токсик.
забрал.
Левую?
Молик
Да,
дали.
левую.
Они выбивать будут.
Секрет смотрит на
Левую.
Да, я смотрю секрет. Я слышу?
Да.
Да. А сингл не может быть?
Сейф, нет, сингл не будет, я иду в винт уже. Винтой. Я не умираю. Как
Один.
калаш над винтом.
Найс, парни.
Он
Вот
Я
это
останусь на всякий
Вот это
напасть.
стоит, да, там мне нельзя выходить, он бьет меня.
Аллы, приколы какие-то.
На бомбе не там вот.
Да.
Хочу.
Тетрис чё? С уроном. Хорош, там ебать
Найс.
немножко отпикал.
Ну там реально банденюк. Судя по
Там
всему.
чел.
Не
По центру
расслабляйтесь,
всего
нахуй.
играет.
Well, there was a worry about these rotates. There was a worry about the experience for Eternal Fire on this map, and I think after seeing that round, it's pretty well stated. Dougie just in a ramp take, or sorry, in a yard take to B, Dougie just ran through lobby with his knife out and got shot in the back by Zontix. Like, not too uncommon to see a lurker in lobby. Maybe it was a miscomm from Eternal Fire. Maybe someone said 5B, but. That was a bit awkward. Either way, nice little beat there.
I'm kind of really concerned because, like, you know, it was also Eternal Fire who, like we addressed earlier, said, like, yeah, we don't really lean in the nuke. Ever. So
Slightly concerning.
Gonna be sloppy. Gonna be messy.
We like that. Last game was pretty messy. Although it was like calculated madness from Spirit. Oh, the aggression denied. Bakaran, is he ready for another man? No, Colors with the Deeg, and we know this guy can Deeg well. 2-on-3 now. Spirit need to find that gap, and they've done a really good job. walking into the 1 empty position. Could set them up for a B drop if they wanted.
Divide Padyon. Let's go. Zontix trades that out. 1 versus 2 attempt here. I guess 3 it was for a moment, but I'm not gonna, who cares? Here we go. Plant down, planted for decon. Little on the door. That's not got him off the bomb. Over the ramp swing. Should have it locked in, dude. That is a really nice try from Zontix. Really good effort. Worryingly close, considering the crossfire that you had there. But there we go. They get there first. Yeah. It's just some saved guns, pushing at ramp, some pistols, some armor, and a little bit of yeast. And now the CT side is rising.
Yeah, put it in at 200 degrees and, yeah, baking, cooking, chefing it up, turn on fire in the kitchen, and they're on the board. Better early than late, as the famous saying goes. Oh, yeah, famous.
Oh, yeah, famous. You ever had yeast before, Hugo? Just on its own?
No.
Fried?
Not pre-baking, no. Fried yeast. Doesn't sound too tasty myself, but I'm no chef.
We call it the feast where I'm from every night.
Feast.
I'm making a feast, guys, and everyone thinks I'm trying to say feast, but nope. Fried yeast, baby.
All right. Garage climb for colors. He has the AWP covering silo early, but, you know, there's so many ways you can get picked here. It's very dangerous. I still admire it. It's a confident display. Dougie above the hut roof and Zontix. It's such a hard spot to clear. Getting out here, so many rafters. Volo's coming up secret. Look at the heavy outside play this round. Even have a double ramp push. I mean, you've got to respect Eternal Fire. They're confident. They're taking a lot of space. If the AWP goes around another corner, it can pick players entering lobby and then bait them into this rifle. But you're in no hurry. A minute in the clock. Some Muto landing. Zontix, that's an A pick, and that could be huge. If Spirit Academy just go forth into that site, then the ramp flank might have to come in, and Heartfrost is holding for it. Now they think ramp's open. They're still patient on this angle. They blind the AWP off. They've hit him through the wall. They might know. They jump the shot.
Nice shot.
Heartfrost will take it, but he goes back in for a collapse. And Kenshin, it's a round. 4, maybe even 5. It's coming his way.
Give it
a silver platter.
Give him the ace, Karen. Come on, baby. Do the honorable thing. Dougie, don't you dare!
Oh.
Okay, good. Thank you, Karen. Thank you,
Karen.
Now you have to ace. Now you have to ace. Oh, all 5! Kenshin, one hell of a round on the AWP. And it ends up mattering a hell of a lot, even winning the 1v1. They all tried to steal the ace. That's what you get. Karma!
God, that had to happen, didn't it? Karan hits a couple of lights-out bangers there coming back into lobby, but it's not going to matter. Still, good damage done, and yeah, just got to get yourself pumped up if you're a Eternal Fire.
I'm pumped up now.
Yeah, that almost went very wrong in a myriad of ways. But we're back in, and somehow Eternal Fire are, you know, competing right now, breaking that money. I don't want to sound too shocked, but... Oh, not going to check your corners. Cardi goes up and over red. Something's got a pick, and they hit him. They heard him. They know him. He's going to have to run. Different side of hut and drop in. Dangerous for Dougie, but no punish. This time the gun out in the lobby at least. Going to try and find where Zontix has got to. He died to him before. He should know. Yeah, door seems like the best port of call. And Dougie, that's a lovely clear. 4 on 3 now. Kenshin does move outside with that AWP. Lots of aggro into the lobby in this entire map so far for Eternal Fire. They have not been scared of taking space. Is there a gap in the smoke, perhaps? Volo's on silo. Dear.
Yeah, everyone's outside right now. Like, everybody's just out here going, where even are they? I mean, we just took lobby. We've cleared T-spawn from side. Where could they be?
Yeah.
Now they're going down to B. They're going in, is it B?
Oh, dear.
But Dougie Versus has been down here the whole time.
Bomb's outside.
Bomb's out.
This is so weird.
All 4 lower. This is...
Just walk A, lol.
I don't love it. I don't love it. You know?
It's a bit of a gamble, but it's not done them too well. You need to park quick up the bed. Oh, if, you know, that's a way in for a 2-on-4 if they win the first fight. And now he goes down B. Nice foul, Kenshin. He misses the shot, but he does follow up with a stab. Worthwhile. Money made. And a smile on his face.
Dude, Kenshin's having a great time now. He's like, I get to Warface, I get to Knife. I'm getting to do it all. He's living out his nuke fantasies on that AWP. Nuclear Fantasy, of course, the name of my upcoming book.
Bit of fanfic.
Yeah, it's an audio book.
Oh,
because
I get to read it.
I can't read nor write.
Okay,
but I can
just you speaking
freestyle.
into a microphone. Yeah, you're making it up as you go along.
It's more of a podcast, but there's only one of them, and it's 6 hours long.
No toilet breaks. You just hold it.
That's actually in chapter 2. I talk about that. You know, I've removed my urinary gland.
I don't think
here's
anyone
Chiron
know about that.
over the wards outside. He's going to remove some glands of his own. The gland man.
I'm going to move off this
Sends his
metaphor.
regard. Mr. Gland man. Bring me a dream. Bum, bum, bum, bum.
Okay. You're barred, mate. You're barred.
And everyone, I would like to say, I have just been fired, so I'm going to take my leave.
Good riddance. 1 AK still, but with this little grime box spot that no one checks, Cardi is going to get run right past. Now the orb's ready. He's called that they're out, and this is so good. The longer you wait, the less they consider, but they might just run. Hell, you might never get a chance to fire off. There it is. Backstab, double kill. The AK does make it, but for how long? Wicardia is having a lights-out round. 3 frags. All that stands is the player top red, and this AK that's trying to come back, it can't. On for an ace that he won't get. Dougie's going to stop him. Kenshin gets there first. And it's 4 rounds to Eternal Fire. CT sided, of course, and they're looking pretty damn good about it. It's been some weird rounds, some weird reads, and some timings missed, but in general, Eternal Fire, got to be happy with how things are going.
Dude, imagine if CS, just at random, like the gravity could flip.
What, and you just go flying?
Well, if you're outside, yeah, I guess it would suck. If you're indoors, it's fun. Let's listen in to some boys who are indoors right now. Eternal Fire, gaming away.
Time to shine, guys. Time to destroy. We need this.
Hatam neydi atıyorum?
Alayder siloya bak.
Ses.
Döndür. Aa geçemez şu an.
Red var, Hatam wallbang atıyor.
Alayder red arkasına
bakıyorum
basıyorum.
ben.
Geçer şu an.
Hat smokluyorum ben ya.
Ben aşağı iniyorum.
Okay, kapıyı açmasın seni.
Saldım outside'e. Secret iner.
Alayder gelsene rampaya.
Biri hat pikledi az önce. Kim nerede şu an? Main girer mi?
Ben aldım.
Main
Bakıyor
aldım.
Ali Aydar main'e.
Ben B rampaya
Kapı
bıraktım.
açtı.
Adam
Aa,
aşağı
ya.
indi.
Ali Aydar'ın sıkmasını bekliyorum.
Yaktı venti.
Kapı girecek, hat bende.
Kapıyı
Rampa
yak.
Rampa gidiyor
oynarlar
lan.
şu an.
Rampa gidiyor şu an. Rampa
Evet,
duydum, rampa
B
duydum.
oynuyorlar. B oynayacaklar. B oynayacaklar.
Dikkat inmemiz lazım şu an.
Kapı açık.
Kapı
Dikkat
Secret
edin.
yok şu an. Secret yok.
Heaven altına flash pick yaptılar. Heaven altı.
Dikkat
Heaven
edin.
altında.
Şey
Tamam
olur.
oynuyor. Bence geri B
B var.
oynayacak.
B.
Following.
Çiftlideyim.
Bir smoke attım.
Sola
Geliyor
kuruyor
buraya.
bombayı.
Gidiyor çiftli boş. Adamlar almadı hiçbir yere. Camdayım şu an.
Oğlum adam secret.
Secret. Geri gidiyor lan galiba. Bakıyor ya da buradan dur bakayım.
Meydanda mıydı adam?
Öldü bir tane.
Evet secret.
Hadi lan gelin.
Ölü secret,
Helal
ölü
helal,
secret.
gelin.
Yürü,
Açıyorum
yürü.
kapıyı.
Rampaya smoke atıyorum ben. Rampa sola.
Bombanın rampa önüne doğru flash attım.
Görmedim site.
Side üstünde
Rampa sağ.
muhtemelen.
Gidiyorum.
Sol. Side rampa.
Öldü sol.
Rampa last.
Rampa
Ona da.
sağda.
Oturabilirsin.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
Kenshin.
They cut the comms off there, definitely. There's no way he got it, and then everyone's like silent. Like, oh yeah. Nice. But it's a big round. Wow. Getting run down right at the end by that Galil, but hits the quick shot. And that's a little retake on the lower site to keep Eternal Fire in the lead. Those odds still favorable for Spirit at 155, but right now Eternal Fire are giving us a reason to believe. Lovely shot. Any later, and that's a lost round. Here we go, go. Another buy. You're getting kills and you're getting bomb plants, so for Spirit, it's always incentivized. Do they have more to show us on this T-half, though? Little pop flash outside. They can make it to secret, but they don't seem to be in a hurry. Keeping things silent, low and slow. Lurk in the lobby again. It's on, ticks up to no good. Got to clear Fola first. Oh, the boost is a good way to do it. They're higher than he's ready for, but he still lives to tell the tale. Barely a problem. 1 health the difference between him and his opponent. Out he goes to the B site. They're going to try and split him from door and single. Double single. And even the window, which is wide open, ready for business. We need more rotates down lower. They're coming in. Riccardi gets mollied on one side, smoked on the other. He can't come in with impact. The entry is there. Fola still hit the shot. Riccardi fully smoked off with a frag. Colors doesn't clear his corner though, and Chiron late vent lurk. Oh, the bomb only just survives for now, and in this 3-on-3, you're running out of time.
Dude, Zontix has the round in the palm of his hand.
Oh, what?
They aggro back in. The trades are kept even. Zontix now needs to be a little bit faster here. They're split between Decon and Ramp, and Kenshin's even considering the wrap round, holding for it. Kenshin's AWP always finding ways to be a problem.
Maybe Spirit thought they had more room than they did, but I would have loved to see them just hold off. They had 30 seconds when, maybe it was Art Frost, but maybe it wasn't, was jumping across, bomb out, jumping from one side of ramp to the other to plant. All you had to do is live there. A few more seconds and Zontix has a backstab. Instead, you die and you let Kenshin play the B-bomb site. He has no cover from the flank if you still live in the site. So, yeah, that's a mistake from Spirit where they just try and hurry the plant up for no benefit. Not like time was a problem yet. And Kenshin's just having a ball, man. He couldn't step up with the AWP against Art Frost on that first map of Dust. But here on CT Nuke, one of the best places to be running a CT Orb, he's coming in with the goods. He is winning these rounds for Eternal Fire. 6-3, and finally a broke buy for Spirit. They can't afford to invest.
Oh man, he's back with the aggression again. Kenshin looking to Kenshine. They're running up on your A-bomb site. In they come.
What?
And down they go.
CT vent molly took a second to really do anything, really. Fola was able to live in the corner for so long. Gets a double and a half. Side of fries. And 7 CT surprise here from Eternal Fire. They are doing a lot better than I imagined. Spirit struggling a lot. And no one really saving them. Zontix trying his best on these lurks. But Chiron, he's 9-8, but it's not par for the course. If you've watched Chiron play before, maybe the truth is, or maybe what he said is true.
The truth is out there.
Truth is out there, Harry. Do your own research. Chiron, not a nuke player. Still time to come back in, though. There's a lot of tricks on the CT side, be it lobby aggression, be it fighting these outside plays. Cardi tries to go above red, he will leave. Colors blaze behind the smoke. If someone could flash him in, he could come in with a lot of impact, but won't hurry for it. Again, the silent sneak down to B, and no one on that rotate yet. Zontix has been indoor in all of these lurks, so you need to keep your eyes on him. Can't let him walk out A in a mid-round and create a path for Spirit to go back up. Before Cardio is downtown, he goes to the B-bomb site.
Yeah, because this has been silent all the way and you don't have this info, it's really spooky right now. You're starting to get suspicious about the B-play. Kenshin actually looking to move in from ramp, and Cardia, as you mentioned earlier on, is already here. Oh, that molly, but the bomb pull, and the molly's a little shallow.
Oh, God.
Oh, whoa.
They found him.
they managed to flush him out.
Wow.
And there's the wrap. Zontix and Sophic will come up with the goods.
Yeah.
4 between the two of them. And a 4th on the board for Spirit Academy.
High impact lobby lurking for Zontix in this game. He's done a really good job, and it's not like he's ever changed position. He is in squeaky door every one of these B rounds, and Eternal Fire just either they're discounting it or he's just nailing the headshots too quick, but they can't seem to get him out of there. Eternal Fire, they've had a lot of answers in the CT side. I like the ramp progression and stuff, but now they need to start figuring out how do we deal or even just avoid Zontix and make him be that playmaker rather than just walking through the lobby on our rotates. Zontix trying to spam him out. He's done a good job of damage with Cardia doubled up.
He did get
at
it.
the ramp. Oh, he got the kill. Artfrost stopped one of the 2 ramp pushes, but Cardia makes out like a bandit, and that's a massive frag for Chiron, who has been finding these openers in secret time after time. 3 on 2. Spirit heading lower. Cardia is here with Kenshin's AWP, and he needs to stop them crossing in.
Yeah, he needs to look like Wakadian, mate. That's what we're hoping for. But he's backing out.
Get a door.
Is it just a save? Macardia, floating about a ramp. He started leaving. I think getting paranoid about that lurk from Zontix. And there is a lurk from Zontix. Rest assured, it's coming in this time. Polar opposite. He's in hell. Doesn't want to go too soon. Give them a reason to attempt it. But I think, as it kind of hits half-ticked, you are looking to remove these guns. And Zontix gets out with 1. That's pretty nice. It's going to really, it just denies any chance of having much around this AWP in this follow-up round. They know the impact of removing these guns from play, but Sophic's not going to get there in time. He won't get given this fight. Still, 5-7. It's a response out of Spirit Academy, and it's going to leave them in a really nice spot. I'm getting the vibe that, what with that AWP being really the only item in this round, it should be a bare minimum, a 6-round T-side here for Team Spirit Academy.
Yeah, warming back in right at the end of the half. Maui said 4, 5, 6 rounds, that'll be fine. I'm inclined to agree. But Eternal Fire, they've surprised me. Maybe they were ready for this map. Maybe there was a bit of a tomfoolery for Dougie on, what they actually do like to play. Can you shut the door, though? Colors, close it. Maybe not. They run right by. 1, not 2, though. Double entry for Zontix. It's not just the lurks. He can come out with style in this A site. Missed AWP shot. Safe plant away from it. In Spirit, this looks like to be a 6. Like you expected. Another save for the AWP, perhaps.
And mate, he made a reference to Most Haunted earlier on. What about Most Zontix, man? This guy's a demon on the lurks, appearing like an apparition, Hugo, just materializing and then disappearing again. As is the nature of ghouls.
Ghouls and ghosts.
Not to be confused with goblins, which are real. Oh, Sophic! He saw them, but didn't see them.
Oh! New Deagle.
Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible.
He definitely saw Ricardi's feet in the garage. He just couldn't take the kill. He was looking for the other player. So Zontix was so ready for that closer. And New Deagle, man, he did like 96 damage, but could not close and got no scoped. That's fine for Spirit. They can afford losses. Just to take down that AWP, it's worthwhile. Sick entries for Zontix. And so what we had, Notaneki really make a name for himself in that previous map, obviously alongside the expected players. Zontix is back in with an incredible map, and the depth of this Spirit Academy roster just, shows to increase every single game we see from them. Get more and more out of this supporting cast. It is not a 1- or 2-man show. Chiron's so ready. Door swung, Dougie not going to peek in. Kenshin's found an AWP pick. Sophic's been spotted. No one's looking above the hut. Dougie doubles down, and they're out in town, but he has got the receipts. 3 kills from the A site, and back-to-back A rushes will not work for Spirit Academy. Eternal Fire win the half.
Man, teach me how to Dougie, am I right? Keep calm and Chiron.
Chiron. That was all right, yeah.
Yeah, it's very chuggy. Very chuggy.
I don't know what that means.
It's a new Zoomer word.
Oh no, I don't know. They could, no, I'm not interested.
It's a new Zoomer
I don't want to know
word.
what it means.
Hugo.
I don't care.
It's a new Zoomer word.
Nope, not interested. Oh, Dougie. Oh, he hit his head, but he made it. Did they see him? No one peeking deep on Silo. And they walk the ramp smoke. Cardi's been a beast in ramp this whole game. Him and Kenshin have just regularly been pushing up through ramp, and now finally they're walking smokes. That is just so infuriating to die to. Notaneki 2-12 right now. Just been shut out. Cardi on an off angle, letting them commit. Oh, then he peeks back in. Zontix will find the kill. Lovely shot. Double up outside, but secret player might get involved. They seem suspicious of this smoke. Kenshin won't do anything with it though. Oh, don't make steps. Well, it doesn't matter. Dougie's found the lurker of Chiron. Frost with a pick out, and that might be enough to send them back up. Sofig, he's stuck down alone in this B bomb site, but the AWP is... Oh, sorry, the bomb is out. Rather, Zontic's gone. Frost now essentially has to clutch. His teammate's too far.
Yeah, he could wrap Heaven. Bomb planted for that, right? So Frost, if he's able to hold on to the site, that's huge. It's given Sofik the timing to play around the bomb, but it's never even needed.
Wow.
4 from Frost's AWP and a 7th to round out this half. You know, while we had definitely a really nice streak going for Eternal Fire, they had a lot of solutions to the problems that Team Spirit were causing you. As you've been kind of highlighting the depth of this Team Spirit squad, man, it's something else. A 7-round T-side here on Nuke. I think that's all gravy, baby.
Yeah, gravy, best bit of the meal. From dry to wet in a moment's notice.
You ever had American white gravy?
No, what's white gravy?
Oh, it's weird. I tried it because I wanted to like it.
Sounds interesting, yeah.
But just I don't know if I just had a bad one.
What was it? What is?
I don't know if I just had a bad.
What is it?
I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Literally, I don't know. Other than it was white and they call it gravy, but it's like savory custard is how I would describe it.
Okay, yeah. I'll stay away from that. Well, it's all gravy right now for Eternal Fire. You know, all things considered, 8-round half going to be pretty nice. Sitting on a wealth of rounds. But depth is under question on this T-side. Definitely took Spirit Academy a few rounds to warm into this second map. And, well, Eternal Fire can't afford to start slow. Favoured on the odds are Spirit pretty heavily. 1.33. Yeah. Oh. Some mad highlights. This game's had it all. Aces, collats, sometimes in the same round. Spirit, what's their plan? What's their setup look like? Where does Chiron play? All these questions and more answers coming up.
Гол жестко, мужики. Прям в бошку нахуй ебите, дробите, блять. Я знаю, вы можете.
Я подаю.
Разбили двери.
Молик,
Я
фул.
Будка вышли.
Нет,
Будка вышли.
2 в сайте.
Бил план
Еще в сайте, еще.
Еще подсадь, за мной. Ким, помоги.
Найс.
Дверь убил.
3 в 1.
Лас.
Улица. Гранаты кидал.
Мейн.
Живи.
Мэн, я жить.
Найс! Умничка, Дима, блять, умничка.
Ooh, well, there was an X-Ec there. You know, Eternal Fire had some really nice util, but Spirit Academy were 4 stacked today to start the round. Double Heaven, drop on Hut Roof, and main. So they were more than ready for a quick A pop. It's what they were utilizing near the end of their T-side alone. So very close, but not quite.
Don't worry as well, Hugo. I know you care about this. I have gone to our North American correspondent, and I am seeking answers for the pressing issue that is country gravy.
Country gravy, it's not. Okay, all right.
As he called it.
All right. Ooh, Glock's running wild outside. 1 Deeg, and it's probably not going to get too much done. I say that, Folo just taps Chiron.
The Deagle from Silo to Yardia. That's pretty. That's
A1S,
cool.
eat your heart out and cover it with some country gravy on the way. The bomb's just loose, so yeah. Swinging and dinging are these helmet hits. 2 players low. Sophic can just close the round, and that's a nice way of doing it. Give him the SMG. Let him finish the job. 9-8 though, and this is the buy round for Eternal Fire. This is where they need to get on the board nice and early if they want to have a chance in this map.
Yeah, bonus round attempt for Team Spirit. Means if they win this, they're going to be looking real good. That's what's the game plan for this first rifle round.
Goodness.
Outside smokes go in, while Cardia tries to run out the squeaky door.
And not even the nade, just dry peeks through it. The molly burns him up, and they hear him below. Chiron's coming up secret though. Sophic's flashed for him. Maybe you can tell that someone's secret from a flash alone, but they didn't seem aware. Chiron will get traded from Kenshin in silo, and Sophic walks the main smoke. Oh, his timing's good, but they check. Good clear for Fola. Don't know how he's ready for that one. Flash doesn't even need to be dodged at that kind of range. So crawling down B or Eternal Fire. There are no lower rotates right now. Call him Zontex. Colors is hiding in the back of door. Trying to clear up lobby pushing, and oh, there's something. Backstab is good. Zontex won't even go for the gun. He'll just escape to B. He knows what they're doing. Vent rotate should be ready as well. Now these doors get swung. Spirit know what's going on.
Yeah, rotation's coming in. Jiggle at ramp. You don't want to give Fola this kill right now. You're still cushy in the little 3-on-2. I know they've got a man trapped at backside. Oh, Fola with the swing is good for the first. Even damage to follow up through the smoke. And the door player's dead. Wow. Aneki's cut down as well. And Kenshin alongside Fola will be good to close that round out. The two of them doing the heavy lifting. And even though that was the bonus round, the buy here, still going to have some limitations. 1.11 odds to the 5-8 of Eternal Fire. They do at least get the first rifle in the head-to-head.
Yeah, the game's closing up, but the odds are spreading out. So, yeah, this is scary. Eternal Fire, they've got more to show us. I like that post-plant. That was pretty desperate, but good comms to just swing together when one player ran out of ammo. And Spirit didn't even take vent rotates. They went as safe as they could, going double ramp and secret. It took them some time, however. Artfrost has the AWP outside. This round will put the loser on eco, right? With everyone going down for Spirit, and almost the case for Eternal Fire. So you got to win it. Got to put your money where your mouth is. Very slow outside.
Yeah, Sophic will have heard that main drop. You know, there's players positioning here. Frost as well holding this little pixel gap. Very annoying angle to deal with, but also very slim margins for Artfrost to work with here. Iron. And Artfrost all coming in with kills, and now he's going to rotate up into heaven to reinforce the A-hold. Zontix even taking another swing outside, not done fighting it yet. And he's going to win that head-to-head now, just Wakadia. And even though he's gotten out into A, doesn't have the bomb, he's been spotted and needs to embark on a 1-on-3.
Yeah, but with this bomb being held, you've got the AWP and a rifle on it. Even at the back of the A side, Wakadia, if the timing's not good for him here, he might just get cleared with his back turned. Oh, almost very, very close, but yeah, now he's dead. And Notaneki comes in with a swing. Yeah, good to see Notaneki trying to get back in the game as well. Obviously 5-14, having a rough one, especially on that T side, but you know, anchoring the back of the A-bomb site, pretty nice spot. And wow, him, he's got a paper airplane. How far can he throw it?
Go on,
challenge is on.
Go on, baby! Long range! That's sick.
Yeah, world record breaker.
And that's actually sick, dude. That's cool.
Oh, don't step on it.
And they've gone right by it. Yeah, Pimp, you know, he's great at making paper planes. Anything involving, you know, lots of paper, Pimp's there. Here's Artfrost outside with the AWP, making paper pay. In with a double. Any more from the AWP? $50 a kill. And now dead. And now another dead. The Deagles making it expensive.
They need to go back for the bomb, but I mean, really, at this point, yeah, Spirit swing in for the kills. No fear. And no reason to fear with shots like that. Nice and clean. But even so, a couple of lovely digs. Harry, if only I knew what country gravy was.
Yeah, country gravy. Maui described it as a slurry of butter, flour, and minimal spices.
That sounds country.
Yeah. But you can see why it's kind of gross. Like flour and butter just mixed into like a thick sauce, like a butter sauce. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm good.
He said it's good when it has sausages in it.
Just have normal gravy.
You mean,
Gravy.
Gravy is the... We see it.
Either way, that was a little eeky-deeky, and now they got the big guns. Colors bomb first outside. Now you know the true game plan, right? That's not like, oh, you can say, oh, I killed one, I don't see anyone else. It might just be a lurker. You know they wanted to cross B. It's huge information, and Chiron follows up with a second. Is he really going to go back in for more?
He's just fighting again and again.
Something could get walked on through the smoke as it fades, but Artfrost flies in for the kill, and Folo got dunked by that nade. It's only Kenshin in a 1-on-5.
Dude, look at Chiron go, man. Just limitless aggression. Limitless aggro. Let the hate flow through you, Chiron.
Chiron's a nuke player. He may not know it yet. He may not want to admit it.
You know that song from Mulan?
No.
You know the one where they're like, I'll make a man out of you? But we do that, but it's our, we'll make a nuke player out of him. You ever watched Mulan, Hugo? Come on. That
Probably when I was a kid.
Genuine classic.
Yeah, when I was
the
a
fact
kid.
that you can't recall.
Which one was it? I will have watched it when I was a kid. Yeah.
I'm about to start hyperventilating, bro.
There are a lot of movies out there.
There's a lot of movies.
I said I've seen it. I said
you're only a child once, and this was one of the icons of your childhood.
I definitely have seen it. I just don't remember it.
You probably thought Mulan was like the first cow-based CS center.
Mulan. I'll make a LAN out of you. All right, so when Zontix dies, he gets team naded. It blows the AK back. No, we're not overthinking that. Although, re-smoke in, just playing up close. Got to care these spam shots from Deagles. Dougie looks like he's lining up right now. Artfrost checking out, but he could be useful on Hell right about now. There he is, taking that first contact, and they're not going to clear Zontix when you see the AWP. You have no flash, you're just running. So there's the AWP firing off one shot. Now Zontix chance. Carlos hits a lovely little dig, but the AK swoop in for the round. 13-9, and Eternal Fire. Another gun round. It's got to be everything here in this T side. Otherwise, this game will slip by. Forgotten.
Let's get down to business.
Yep.
Does that not evoke any emotion, that sentence? That doesn't bring... Yes, it should.
From Mulan.
Yeah.
No, as I said, I know what the main character looks like. I can picture her face.
Like the little dragon. Do you remember the little dragon or the cockroach thing? Like the little beetle? I don't know what it was.
Maybe I haven't seen it then.
Oh my god. Mushu, come on. You really gonna do my man Mushu like that?
It's so funny as well, because if you listed like any Disney or Pixar film, I probably would have got it, except you picked the one.
The one!
I can't
best
recall.
One. Alright. Anyway, let's get down to business to defeat the T's. That's how they're feeling on the side of Team Spirit right now.
I've never been content shamed so hard in my life.
Dude, I don't know.
By you every day. Every day I get content shamed.
Just
you
consume more.
You haven't watched Game of Thrones?
No,
but it was so bad at the end of the show.
That's fair.
It was so bad. You should watch it anyway.
But
you content shame me every day of my life. Have you ever thought about that? I don't content shame you.
You didn't watch The Matrix. You've watched 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 is not the Matrix trilogy. Then you've watched 1 of 3 Lord of the Ringses, which is like...
Pretty much everything else I've seen. Not your obscure TV shows that you always bring up, but in general... I feel like I've consumed a lot of content.
4 rounds the difference, Hugo. That's the thing we need to be focusing on now, right? Team Spirit well and truly pulling ahead in this game. And if it doesn't change soon, if the winds of change don't start a-blowing, well then, they may never blow at all.
I'm going to start shaming you in a second, Harry. Oh, Chiron, he does smoke spam and he gets a bit of karma for it. Fola fires back behind blue. Maybe he was up and over it. Pretty dead on. With the Krieg crawling down B, we've already got Sophic here. First man. Fola's holding on, but oh, Jerry's double back, and this is all a bit of a ruse right now. Fola. Oh, Sophic looking the wrong way, though, and Fola pre-aims perfectly. Now it is this deep, deep hell smoke to try and take more space outside, maybe get towards heaven. They're done with the B call. Although, are they? Escorting the bomb across. Dougie gets to secret. Spirit just up and leave B. They just play for their top side right now, especially with this hell smoke. Artfrost trying to cover the main split. But right now, I mean, if this is B, you've got to go ramp if you're Eternal Fire. Your options aren't really too open, and luckily there's no one here. Unless that AWP doubles back to hell. This is just going to be a free round. You're going to be forcing Spirit to save. Very little that they can do or say about it. B is empty. Zontix on A with nothing to do. Vent rotates soon, might even be cut off if Eternal Fire want to play it. And Artfrost is realizing too late as well. The ramp play is already in, he's there, but they made it down. Wouldn't be a bad idea to save, just for money alone. You're out of position. So Spirit will hold on to their weaponry.
And if you listen closely, you can hear the winds of change picking up, Hugo.
Is it more like a jingle jangle as like coins get blown?
Eventually, the wind chimes will be...
Yeah. Okay.
You know? And that's how you know that the winds of change be a-blowing. Right now, triple save up in CT. However, is there safety to be found? I say triple save CT, two of them are CT, obviously.
Oh.
Garage guy.
Oh, everyone's in CT, Harry. All the CTs. And they CT's all right. Oh, run! Just don't re-peek. You've won the round, or lost the round. You've got your guns, rather. 13-10. And Eternal Fire. Maybe there's hope still. Oh, yes!
Run boost
yes!
onto Garage. That is dirt. That is filth. And now, a missed shot. Artfrost gets out of there. However, Chiron, the run booster, not the run boosty, will swing out and steal away the early man advantage. Chiron, this guy never knows when to quit. When's enough enough? He always wants more. He's going to go ahead, tuck himself into the back of Garage, try to catch Colors going aggro, but he will end up falling.
Nice kill from Colors, an uncharacteristically quiet game from him, so got a lot of space now in the yard, going to make Spirit Academy worry and wonder. Artfrost smoked off at hell, going to have to peek this other angle. Oh, he didn't see Colors cross. Oh, it's all very close. Colors is still taking space though, and Artfrost is now locked in at the A site. Did he just drop in as well? You're getting heaven wrapped. They're going to try and take lobby. Wicardia has to turn, and he does, but it's too late. Lobby taken, roof even taken. And now the flank to outside, but this is very strange. Two players are up in the rafters right now, and with this lobby control, Artfrost can just sit back and relax as they come to him.
Oh. Tap on the bomb. You're getting wrapped from everywhere, Dougie. Now's the time to do something miraculous. He's aware of the possibility of the heaven wrap. They're pressuring him from all sides, and I do like how they approach that. You never let him get comfortable. You never let him ease into that 1-on-3. And so the response is nigh on immediate from Spirit Academy. Opening fight one outside, but the real hero of this tale, that lobby push from the gang, not an Eki and Artfrost, taking lobby away, going on a bit of a tear. And I can imagine the vibes are pretty good right now. Best way to find out, though, is to get some first-hand experience. Let's listen in.
Давай еще попробуй дать.
Нет будку. Дверь не били. Потушили, разбили. Молик. Это хода будет.
Не-не-не, просто хуйню кидает какую-то.
Заколите, когда дверь продлить.
Можешь кидать на.
Я за зайву стою, просто улице проход стреюсь.
Да, можешь кинуть.
Радио в упоре.
Окей, я пошел.
Ради.
Не надо,
За
не надо.
смоком просто был.
Я за зонтом стою тут.
Окей, я просто
Я пойду за дальним.
Можешь за дальний стать, спрятаться.
Денис, мэн,
Секрет
аккуратно.
не пройдет с улицы.
Ладно.
Я буду драться.
Меня
просто
видели,
на
меня
того.
видели. Там и чел. Похуй туда.
Я обнулю дверь.
Ну да.
Пикает, пикает. У тебя смок есть?
В лобби пришел с улицы.
Похуй. Блять, я упал.
По двери нужен?
Вид стекла на.
Разбили.
Через 5
Смок,
секунд.
скидываю смок.
Справа уже может быть.
Да, я пикаю это. Нету никого.
Я иду под смок.
Дал
Денис,
смог.
кинь мне хаешку.
Пробью сейчас улицу, всем еще все.
Давай, я на отошел.
Никого не вижу, все. Это шо?
Арскит, это обход. Будка не вышли.
Я
Никто
фол.
не вышел, никто не вышел. Дверь.
Пачка.
Ой, будка.
Убил 2 будка. Еще будка.
Один дверью.
Пожри.
Я бью будку. Меня
Дверь не
прошило
выпущу,
просто.
дверь не выпущу.
Авик, будка 10 хп, авик, будка 10 хп, возвращай. Найс!
Я Катя заставлю.
Ouchie, wouchie, the wallbang
Dude,
closed.
there's so much spam in that
Yeah.
round there.
You got to feel bad for Eternal Fire. It was not a bad execute, but not an EQ on top of the hut roof. And the molly doesn't spread until the very end. He gets 2 kills essentially in the molly, and he only just gets burnt right as the second kill comes in. If you know, not to say that Eternal Fire should be waiting longer. Really, the molly should have pushed Notineki off, but if they did wait longer, it could have been a very different round. Instead, we might never know what this T-side has in store, because 1 away from a closer for Spirit Academy. Zontix has 30 kills. Chiron's right behind. The Orb's been fantastic. And this has been a really good game from Spirit Academy.
Do you not remember that, like, coming into this second half as well, we were saying, like, Chiron's being a little quieter than normal, right? Like, don't get me wrong, it wasn't a bad game by any stretch, but by Chiron's standards that are set exceedingly high at this point, you know, it felt a little quiet. Now he's right up there alongside the best of them, right? I do think Zontix has been a real key component here, not just because he's having an incredible game, but, you know, the lurks, the pressure he was able to apply from them T-side was really impressive, and I think he's the whole reason that, you know, Spirit Academy really even ended up with a T-side that looked as pretty as it did. This could be the beginning of the end.
Or just the end. Art Frost off the angle, but back on a new one. Oh, he's holding for a jump. They won't give it to him though, just a swing. Gonna have to drop B with a Molotov. Right from hell, not even swinging as well, but they're gonna get closer with that smoke. One player goes through it, the rest are running hell side as well, keeping on the pressure. Don't want to let Spirit get too involved here. Dougie's got that pick down B. Sophic has moved in though, they might not clear him. Oh, he goes hard though, takes that first kill while he's got it. And the trade is imminent. 3 on 4. B is taken. Spirit have saved in these sort of rounds, but this time they're a little bit more aware and earlier as well. However, with
just died.
dead,
Yeah,
it's a done deal, surely.
It's a shame. I think the protocols in place for the rotations, the fact that immediately they had 2 in hell, they had 2 down towards B. You know, the rotates were really, really nice, very, very quick out of Spirit Academy, but that's just a case of, you know, these Eternal Fire individuals besting them in those head-to-heads. You know, Sophic not able to milk that little corner for all it was worth. Don't swing this. Don't do it.
Now you need a save. Just get out of there. Money's fine. Spirit won't be queuing for a couple of rounds at least, and that's presuming they don't just close it here and now with the rebuy. That was a lovely entry from Dougie, but Sophic, yeah, the spacing was actually so wide. He had to take that first kill, and there was, you know, he couldn't trigger discipline anymore.
Yeah.
If he did, he would have lost the first kill, and maybe the second player clears him. Probably they do. They go in the other way. So couldn't have played that any better. But that's, if anything, the bad spacing wins Eternal Fire that fight. Quick smokes outside from one man, just lobbing the exec. Then, oh, Wakadi gets down. He's heard, though. Very loud on the drop. No silent ladder stall, and look at the space he is taking, Zontix. Is this commed along? Does he even realize how close his flank is? He might have to make a play on ramp. Getting aggressive in the hallway. Been doing this a lot, but do they know? Art Frost. Oh god, there's just no realization.
Yeah, I really don't think they heard it.
too much calming. We know what they can get like for Spirit. They've got the entry though. Artfrost holding a ramp and he's dead. Wakadi comes in from below. And yeah, Spirit, it's a round where you again might just have to save. Chiron's dropping, but this is one where the money isn't even there. And so I would love to see Spirit throw in the towel immediately. Although the temptation, it's always available when you get that first kill.
Yeah, they are just going to leave. I like that. I like that the one kill doesn't tempt them in.
Sure.
You know, if they did go for that, I think you probably end up losing it, right? It shouldn't really be a world where you're able to make the 3-on-5 happen. So they duck out, keeping these 3 guns, at least leaves another buy available. It's going to really suck if Eternal Fire do all this, make it so competitive from this T side, only to then have it stripped away right at the very end. That's the danger of this comeback of this nature. Right, doesn't even take like some phenomenal, you know, read or something. You can't just have any one of these individuals who's feeling it. Really, I'm talking about, you know, Zontix or Chiron to step up in one of these rounds. And it could all turn sour very, very quickly.
Now, you can full buy this. I wonder what the call is, because I see Deagle's out, so I think they're just going to keep saving. The argument to buy in this round would be you could have got 5 rifles. Then, you know, going around the idea that you lose, it's 13-15. Then you eco, then you buy at 14.
One more full buy.
Now here you're ecoing, you're buying full next, and then you have a scrambled force buy with max loss at least. So you know it's just pick your poison. Still poison at the end of the day, but to max gun rounds, I would have bought here personally.
I agree with you, Hugo. I mean, you know me.
Yeah, you buy every round. Doesn't matter
I disagree with the premise of ecoing.
When you can buy Deagle armor every round, why not buy a Deagle armor?
Exactly.
That's what you need. Well, we have some Deagle armor, at least on Zontix. And don't count yourself out of these rounds either. Like you said, all it takes is one man at times. In the right place at the right time. Zontix is not really armed for the job, though, playing that Xantares-esque gap on the ramp side. Colors is lurking the main smoke. There's 2 players outside for Eternal Fire, as the rest of them default in the lobby.
Yeah, there's an early B rotation. Artfrost down there from the get-go. That's a bit of a change for Spirit Academy. Sometimes a lot of space has been found at lower, and they just haven't had that info. You know, after being locked off outside. Ooh, they were hoping that this could be their way back in. However, they lose Chiron over in Heaven. Artfrost is starting to aggress, but this is looking like the Heaven wrap into an A split. Bit of a classic, not an Eki. He's going to hear the footsteps. Hearing the footsteps is one thing. Winning this... Oh, up the ladder! That's the bomb!
Oh
no! Did it fall into the site? It started rolling, but it might not matter. It's only Wakadia left. You weren't meant to win this round, and the bomb is still in Heaven. No matter how well he does, he physically doesn't have time. They would have to face him. They would have to give him these 3 fights. And they are all in the open, but with 20 seconds, Wakadia, you need to fight. You need to win every single one. And he can't. 16-12, and it all falls apart right at the very end.
Feels bad.
That's so unfortunate that the bomb is wrapping Heaven, doesn't fall out with the kill.
And also, they're so loud about that play. Like, the clock was good. They had 3 in lobby. I feel like if that exact play came in, but they were walking it, not only is Notaneki not looking Heaven, but Zontix doesn't come up that ladder either. That could have been a very different round. I think just being loud in that position didn't do Eternal Fire any favors. That being said, a more impressive game from Eternal Fire here than it was on Dust, and Spirit winning, not against the power match odds, not against what we expect. Good game from them. So we'll be throwing over to our desk to close out this 2 bo1s.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round.
Our second map of the day was Nuke and Spirit Academy managed to win against Eternal Fire with a score of 16-12. This map was way closer, and especially the first half, it ended up being something around like 7-8. But then, in the end of the day, when it comes to Spirit Academy, they just had like better plays and better players.
Yeah, I guess we gotta give the credit for Eternal Fire to make the game somewhat competitive in the first half. We kind of discussed it. Nuke was probably a punish pick coming out of Spirit Academy. Eternal Fire kind of alluded to the fact they don't play the map at all, so of course you would pick it against them. First half, it was okay from Eternal Fire. They lost the pistol rounds, then they ended up winning 7 or 8 rounds in a row, I believe, and actually, you know, making the game competitive to a point where we were afraid on Spirit's behalf that they couldn't come back, but it kind of evened out, and as we spoke about as well, Maui, an 8-7 half, then coming over to the CT side. I never felt, at least I had the feeling that it was never in danger for Spirit Academy.
I would have to agree. I don't think really that Spirit or us while watching that felt like it was ever too close, even though the scoreline may have implicated such, because Spirit Academy, once they switched to that CT side, they were able to lock down most of what Eternal Fire was trying to do. I will give Eternal Fire some credit. Some of the plays, even though you could see kind of how, again, they tried playing pretty close together, but they did throw the lobby lurk here and there. It got a little bit of mileage. They had some players kind of going in multiple directions at the same time, but it's just that they couldn't consistently put it together. They couldn't consistently find ways to interact with each other across the map. That's always a really difficult task for new teams on Nuke. How do we make a guy that's going down secret interact with a guy that's rapping outside into heaven? It's difficult. It's hard to put it all together, and until you get more reps on the map or more experience, watch more demos, it's always going to be a tough task to try to understand what the proper approach is for your team, because every team has different strengths and weaknesses. We see that Eternal Fire's strengths are though on the CT side. I think they made a little mini comeback there on Dust 2 on the CT side, and their strength in this game was definitely in the first half. The plays for Spirit Academy, I will say, I liked some of their strats. Other than, you know, some individuals popping off for Eternal Fire, as we saw Kenshin having a really good game, I actually thought that Spirit Academy, their B hits in particular, were really nicely done. They threw what I thought were most of the necessary nades in order to get this lower bomb site, and when they were scaling together on B, they more often than not were able to find those entry frags they needed so they could play post plans, and once they were in those post plan positions, it rarely felt like Eternal Fire had a chance.
In the start of the day, we said that you should keep an eye on Chiron. He will be most likely the star of the show. But when it comes to the second half, even though Chiron did really good, I think Zontix was the one who had the most impact on this map.
Yeah, I don't think that's a player we've mentioned much. To be fair, so far in the league, he's been okay. He's been average, but as you said, this game he found a lot of impact, and that's a healthy sign for Spirit Academy to see more and more players step up to the occasion. We talked about Softic being a good player as well, maybe the third best statistic-wise in this team, and now all of a sudden, if your fourth best player is doing a decent job as well, and your fifth is also okay, then you have this well-rounded team that we have discussed a couple of times throughout Season 3 is probably one of the most important things to have when it comes to the Academy League. The more well-rounded of a team you have, the more strings you have to play on, the better, because you will realize that some of these teams and some of these players will be a little bit inconsistent given it is the beginning of their careers. Another thing I do want to jump on, and this is not to make a case out of him, and then again, it actually is to make a case out of him in colors. Having a rough game right here, that can happen to anyone. The problem is, we knew for a fact coming into this tournament that he have been grinding and making the, I guess, classic face it grind where you just play Mirage, you just play Dust 2, and maybe a little bit of Inferno. That's about it. So that guy doesn't have any experience whatsoever playing Nuke, and that comes as a direct consequence on the scoreboard right here. Yes. And you could see it in the game as well. He doesn't know the angles, he doesn't feel comfortable, he's not quite sure where to look, he's not quite sure where to position himself, and that's because you're only grinding face it, because you're only playing Mirage and you're only playing Dust 2. So if anyone is watching out there and sitting with 2.5 or 3k elo and thinking, I'm good and I want to be good one day, start diverse your map pool already now, because otherwise you're going to be in for a bad surprise when you want to make the turn and when you want to make the move to go pro.
I'll say that if you're going on the pug grind, just don't have the Face It premium features to ban all the maps that aren't Dust and Mirage. You know, that is just hamstringing your progress as a player coming up in the scene. You know, you'll feel good in the short term because you're winning more games, but you do have to lose to win more. You have to lose a couple times on Nuke to understand some of the nuances of it, some of the ways that you can even make pug plays. Like Chiron was actually getting aggressive. He looked like a pugger sometimes on that outside on the CT side, but he knew what to do within his limits. You know, you can make every map feel puggy if you want to, if you just know the plays, if you know the angles, what to expect. And that's what's such a joy to watch about some of the best pros in the world, is that they can make every single map, even if it's a tactical one like back in the day Train was, or what today Nuke is, they could still make those maps feel like they could just bust it open and anything in any single round could happen, whether their team was helping them or not. One guy I want to give a little bit more credit to is Zontix, because again, we haven't talked about him too much, but I actually thought what was impressive about him is that not only was he a really great ramp holder in the second half of that game, but in the first half, he was the one that was taking advantage of people like Colors who didn't know their angles very well. His approach on a lot of those B-side hits I was talking about earlier, he just knew like the scaling routes consistently very well. It seemed like he just had a lot of comfort on it. I'm not really sure if he has tons of experience on Nuke, but what he did there, it at least tells me that he's watched demos or played it a lot. It was a good sign to see, and yeah, this Spirit Academy gets scarier by the day.
Yeah, Spirit Academy managed to win with a score of 2-0 against Eternal Fire Academy, and it was incredibly important for them because there is a chance they might end up on the top of their group. And you need to keep in mind, this is a group that has MOUZ NXT, the team that already picked up, gave away one of their players to like a tier 1 team. They also won Season 1 and Season 2. And right now, it's all in the hands of their friends from the CIS region, VP Prodigy. Because like right now, if VP Prodigy lose 0-2, then like MOUZ NXT end up being on the top. If, for example, VP Prodigy take away one map, there will be a tiebreaker between MOUZ NXT and Spirit Academy. And we know what happened. There was like a 1-1. But if VP Prodigy managed to win 2 maps, Spirit Academy will be in the top. They'll get a direct invite to the LAN.
Also means that MOUZ NXT will finish 3rd in the group, which would be a disaster for their point of view. So it's unlikely, but it's definitely a scenario that could play out. We know now that there's only one game left in this group, and that could determine a lot of different fates. So yeah, if you're a Spirit Academy fan, or if you're Spirit Academy, the players themselves, you're right now rooting for VP Prodigy. I will say though that I haven't seen much weaknesses coming out of MOUZ NXT. They've only lost 1 map so far in the group stage, and that's been against the other well-playing team in Spirit Academy. So I'm having a hard time to even imagine them losing 1 map here. It could happen though, a best of 1, especially with the new veto system where VP Prodigy gets to pick a map quite early in the process against MOUZ NXT, could put them under pressure. The problem is, we see it right here, they play a lot of different maps. We just talked about diversify your map pool. We just talked about being players that can do more than just, 1 map or 2 map. Instead of being a one-trick pony running around with 4k elo, the MOUZ players, they're actually players who can play a lot of different maps. So even for VP Prodigy, where do you want to go?
There's not too many options, actually. If you're VP Prodigy here, I think you probably have to just go to Mirage, because overpass that one game that they won on it, that's MOUZ NXT's ban outright, so Mirage is probably the only thing you feel comfortable enough on right now to potentially take them down. And there is a little bit of a blueprint. Even though the game that MOUZ NXT lost in this tournament so far was at the hands of Chiron dominating them, it was on Mirage, so that's probably where you gotta think you're headed for VP Prodigy's sake. This series really is, though, the most important one, probably in the entire season so far, because of what you were saying, Heku. 2-0, 1-1, 0-2, all of those results drastically change how this whole group is going to play out, how the seeding's going to come out, who goes to land, who goes to the gauntlet. Those kind of things are why we like Counter-Strike, because high-stake games lead to more pressure, and more pressure means people are going to make mistakes, and then heroes are going to rise from the ashes. All the narratives come swirling in, and that's why my money would be definitely on MOUZ NXT. They've proved it time and time again. They're the best team under pressure.
Technically, there is a possibility that we might actually get Ancient, because right now we see Inferno is out, Dusty is out, but unfortunately, Ancient is also out. Overpass expected, permaban of MOUZ NXT, which means what we're left with? We are left with Mirage, we're left with Vertigo, and we are left with... What's the third?
Nuke.
And Nuke.
That could be a pick. Now we see Vertigo and Mirage
going quick. Speedy.
That was fast. I'm actually kind of surprised that MOUZ were the one to pick Mirage. That's interesting to me. VP picking Vertigo, I guess that's a gamble in the sense that we haven't really seen that much. MOUZ picking into Mirage. they must have thought, okay, we lost Mirage once. We played it 3 times or 4 times in the league already, and that was thanks to Kyron. That was an off game from us, and then we played a player called Kyron who just had the game of his life. That must be the mentality. Normally, I think we'd see MOUZ pick Nuke here. I think MOUZ Sports is a fantastic Nuke team. It's definitely in Season 1 and Season 2 was the go-to map against some of the best teams. They had by far the best CT side. They had a decent T side on Nuke as well, but maybe it's the integration of MHL. Maybe it's the fact that they don't want to gamble with being, the team that has to start on the T side as well in a very important game. There's a lot of, perhaps and ifs in this one, but I'm kind of surprised to see MOUZ being the ones picking Mirage. I think VP Prodigy just got the perfect map pool in terms of trying to steal away just one map.
I will say I agree with you, Pimp, in that this is giving VP Prodigy a good chance to take one away.
Chance.
But I will also say that when it gets to Mirage, I think MOUZ NXT's T side is by far the best of any team at this event so far. I really think that they are one of the few teams that can get their Opera involved. All of their riflers look very strong on it. In fact, I mean, there's just not really. The thing with Nuke is just kind of that we just haven't seen MHL play on it, and I think that it just kind of goes back to the idea that integrating a new Opera, there's going to be protocols that you have to go over, and if they're not comfortable with that, then it might become a slippery slope on that T sides, like you were saying. So on Vertigo, though, I think VP Prodigy are a team right now that they might overestimate themselves on this map just a little bit. I haven't really seen anything from them that indicates to me that this is really going to be the right spot for them, and that's why I'm a little surprised that it was VP that picked Vertigo here and them not just picking Mirage. I thought that was actually surely going to be their pick.
Yeah, the pari-match odds for MOUZ NXT is 115. When it comes to VP Prodigy, it is 5. So we can see that the favorites are definitely MOUZ NXT. There is a reason for that. Not only because MOUZ NXT won previous seasons, also because we saw VP Prodigy unfortunately struggle against Eternal Fire Academy. They lost with a score of 0-2 both maps. It's like this is not looking good for them right now.
That kind of ruined the picture that we were trying to paint of VP Prodigy. I think both you and I, we agreed that they were looking good, they were looking solid, they were growing better. Season 1 was not good, Season 2 was better, and Season 3, it felt like we finally got a good version of VP Prodigy. That loss to Eternal Fire, especially the way it played out, it was again against a team that played very simple Counter-Strike, very one-dimensional Counter-Strike, and you'd argue that VP Prodigy should have been able to find a solution to that. So that kind of ruined the picture and the story for me. It also makes it hard for me to believe that they're going to win against MOUZ NXT. On the other hand, I will say, it may sound a little bit rough on MOUZ, but they have shown some weaknesses so far. They did lose a map to Spirit Academy, a map that wasn't even close whatsoever. Against Kyron, yeah, he had a great game, but they still lost the game. They also had a 16-14 game against FURIA Academy, who by far is one of the weakest teams in the entire league, and they were actually behind 13-10 at one point in that game. So it's not like MOUZ NXT right now are untouchable. I think VP Prodigy on a good day can steal away a map, and I think VP Prodigy on a good day also believe that they can beat them. As we heard Result saying on day 1, he felt that we have a chance of actually winning the entire thing and beating MOUZ NXT. It's about time that we get to see it, but yeah, it's hard to imagine, but MOUZ NXT haven't been as polished as they have been the last couple of seasons so far, at least.
Resalt's going to need to bring that sort of confidence into this game if they want to stand any chance. And I really think that what's very interesting about this series is that if you're VP Prodigy, you have to just have complete mental resets anytime anything bad happens and continue to bring that confidence. It does feel to me in a strange way that what VP Prodigy need to do is sometimes just simplify the rounds too, because I've noticed when they played against Eternal Fire, for example, even FURIA at times, it does seem like in the middle of rounds they want to do too many things at the same time, as if Rufire has 4 different ideas. He wants to relay those all to his teammates, make sure that everybody splits out, creates the perfect pinch, and I really think that sometimes has gotten them into trouble. Sometimes on CT side, I've seen them pushing in 5v4s, 4v3s, they give away their advantages. Those kind of errors are things that MOUZ NXT will just lick their chops and eat you right up if you give them. Those are, you're handing them yourself on a silver platter to MOUZ NXT. You can't be making those kind of errors in the way you're calling. So Rufire is going to have to call the best maps of his career if he wants to have a chance to take down MOUZ here.
Yeah, and right now we are seeing Rufire, his stats in Season 1 and Season 2, and I'm kind of surprised because I honestly had a feeling that in Season 2 he did way better.
I think the eye test said that. The eye test said he had more impact, even though the stats were worse.
Because you forget about his max 7 in Season 1.
That's true. That's true.
I think that's the biggest problem for VP Prodigy. One thing is we need to bank on the fact that Delusional is having a great game. We need to bank on the fact that Lumik is having a great game. You know, having to match a guy like Exertion, that's not going to be easy. But one area where I feel MOUZ NXT is winning out massively is in the in-game leading role. Rufire is a good in-game leader. He's a good guy for the group of people that is within VP Prodigy. But in terms of, you know, showing up on the server and being productive on the server and actually getting kills and dealing damage, he's not nowhere near MOUZ NXT's in-game leader. So if you compare those two right now, you're in a position right now where Shu is just going to love it.
Yeah, I will say that Shuhei, this is his worst season so far in WePlay Academy history. I think season 1, both of his seasons prior to this, he had above a 1.0 rating. This season, at least prior to the last series that they played, he had beneath a 1.0 rating. And I think that's probably due in part to the fact that he's playing with a new opper that he might have to micromanage a little more, tell MHL to throw a flash for him or something of the sort. It's always hardest on the in-game leader when a new player comes in, despite other people maybe having a little bit of role clash. The in-game leader is the one that has to put it all together. So Shuhei, I think, has been suffering just a little bit, but I will still agree with you, Pimp. I think that he's definitely a better individual than Brewfire.
Okay, well, a very good day keeps away the matchmaking losses. Let's get our dose of Vertigo with Hugo and Harry.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. You know, the only Vertigo match I played recently, we got ruined on.
Can't win them all, Harry.
No, you can't. But we can win this one, right? I feel like today we kind of had like if we went into a restaurant, I don't know, say they let you like pick the spiciness level. That first veto for the first series, that was like hot, dude. That was like extra hot. Nice bit of spice on that. This one, this is more like lemon and herb. You know, like it's a classic, right? But not a lot of heat. We've had a lot of Mirage, a lot of Vertigo. I want to know how you're feeling, right? Because obviously there is this situation where if we won this series, if VP can pick up a map here, then we go to tiebreakers. Do you think that that's something that could come through?
Only if MOUZ have an off day, I feel like, right? Like MOUZ will look really, really good in all 3 seasons. I don't need to tell you that. They're the photos on the wall behind me of them picking up their trophies. But yeah, this is a team that I think for VP's sake, they've actually impressed us a lot more than we expected, a lot more than previous seasons. They played the long game with their roster. I think we give them a lot of credit for that. At the same time, you know, even if you play at your best, I think MOUZ have to make some mistakes, and we just haven't really seen those mistakes from MOUZ. Dropping 1 map so far, looking really, really solid. And for the final time today, Maui flying through the sky. He needs to put that on a show reel, I think. That will do it. Here we go. MOUZ NXT.
Maui loves this map. He loves this map, dude. We get him on Vertigo, you should see his face light up. Pimp, not so much. Pimp hates this map. Pimp says that actually Santorini should be added instead of it.
Dude, that map was fun, actually. Yeah, that map was good fun when it was added. I wouldn't mind a cascading or a revolving map pool every major. You know,
bring back.
Don't do it.
Ruby.
Oh, okay.
Ruby was
not
the banging map.
Not for the pro map pool, but
Ruby was banging.
Fun to pug on.
I think there is a version of Ruby that's kind of getting crossed with Santorini, like a cross between the two, which is pretty cool. Anyway, then we got a little A ramp sneak.
Sneaky weaky. They're going to do the short smoke, but if they take the bomb, there's a very heavy setup for MOUZ on this corner. I really like what they're doing here. Everyone's set up. It's almost like how Eternify did that boost in this position, chasing his Sui, MHL back at the short side, and he's got all 3 in front of Xertion. Don't know how he doesn't kill his teammate in that madness. Swing from JDC denied and Delusion. Oh, swapping for another Glock. Forget the reload.
This has to be an ace clutch if he wants to win it. He needs all 5 in the round. In for a penny and now out for a pound. He spotted the man in CT and he's trying to reroute in for the B play. Delusion.
Nice.
Has been someone that's impressed us for this VP Prodigy squad, the new addition. Looking to show us why he was added in by subtracting 5 from MOUZ NXT. Gonna get himself behind double. Oh, he's on for it. Just 1 man left to beat, but the final kill's the hardest. He's gonna get out towards Tetris. Delusion ain't playing games. In with the swing. Bit of damage. 1 shot's all that's needed to get rid of him. 1 shot's all that's needed to make the pain go away. But Delusion with the ace. And it's a pistol round for VP Prodigy.
Now that's what we need. Forget MOUZ playing bad. If Delusion can keep that up, if his team can bring this level, maybe there's hope still. That was sick, dude. The timing of that last player walking behind double and Delusion just skirts on by, goes wide.
Skirt!
And that's one way to open up the map, Harry. Was that a full 1-on-5?
You know
that
it.
Might have been.
You know it. But that's Delusion for you. That's vintage Delusion.
This guy. No, he actually got the opening kill, but 1-on-4 ace. Certainly no complaints. Unbelievable shots. Well, welcome to the server. Those power match odds already quaking in their boots. Favored for MOUZ, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. They forced up. They're looking to throw it right back in the face of VP Prodigy. Oh dear. Never so easy though, huh?
They always manage to make you sweat a little, don't they? Oh man, you even get over construction. Cheerful. Loses his teammate. Oh, and now he's dead as well. This B crunch might not be the answer. It might be more problems getting caused.
Nice.
They move in, double up, make it a triple for Result.
How much ammo has he got?
And there's the closer, 4 from him.
God, that gun just never ran dry. And then the Glock to close. Result. Get that smiley octopus going. Right now, reason to be cheerful on this T side. VP.
Oh, so Heku actually told me her theory. She has a big working theory on the hats with the.
Theory.
So she said Santa hat is a loss, unicorn hat's a win, sad octopus with the unicorn hat is a win, but a happy octopus with the unicorn hat is a loss. So there we go. It's very confusing anyway. Over to the comms. Woo, baby!
Тихо, тихо. Мидл есть. ЛБ упал. Ой-ой-ой, под цементом. Один. Так и сидит. Одна голова трещит. Не, можешь поиграть с ним, Роман?
Я поиграюсь.
Ну, может не один, может так Б, скорее всего, ребят, под это.
Можем апать.
Давай хуй
ГПД просто.
Там узишка, Эрмен. Он сидел под цементом, одна голова трещит.
Я гап контролю, аккуратно рамп.
Я бомбу забрал.
Они любят стакать. Если видите одного, значит дохуя.
Я буду... идти, короче, команду.
Аккуратно бусты, я не смотрел.
Да, бусты аккуратно.
Молик хуёвый. Молик, смог, флешка есть.
Молик троечку желательно, молик цемент желательно.
Дай цемент, Молик.
Давай, а ты молик тройку тогда. Готов?
Нормально, дай Молик. Зойте, ждите меня, левый там.
Да дай что ты-то, Делюж, нет? Тройку дай же.
Гап не вижу. Флэш дают за спину.
Я Молик гап еще сам подойду.
Порвай, много.
Молик тройка нет.
Еще,
очень много.
Еще двое экран.
Еще слева.
В гапе где-то. Да-да-да, по-моему, гап.
Пестик.
Мог домой уйти, мог домой.
Хорош.
MOUZ always find a way to make you sweat, even with just P250s and USPs, but VP do get it under wraps, 3-0 now, and I think you're very inspired if you're VP after watching Delusion find that 1v4. Want to make the most of this moment. Rush over on the A site, but now MOUZ come in with their guns, the big ones, MHL on the AWP. Big boost to Phil in replacing Torshi, but this guy, so far, and it's so early days, has looked like a real talent for MOUZ. There's a reason that he was, being eyed up all over the globe. Sui pushing his short smoke, but VP won't go through that ramp. Not yet, at least. They're going to work middle first. Bit of pressure on A. MOUZ have a nice, nasty double mid setup. MHL with first contact. Flash, though. Oh, he doesn't even fire, just stays on it. Don't know how he lives for that one. JDC has the cross. They can't get too deep at least. And so VP, while they throw the mid speed, will they do anything with it? Brutefire tries to fight, and he will take down JDC, however, unable to escape. Now the A play, and Xertion. Oh, he's got some kind of nifty smoke. Just going to drop it, but VP not deterred by it. Walk up. Take that top A.
This is kind of weird now for Xertion. Is he gonna know? Oh, he's seen something, but fast on the trigger. Delusion with the opener. MHL been the kind of standout so far for MOUZ NXT. He's brought it back to a 3-on-3 at least. That's something. Molotov hoping to deny a plant, but it's a wide one. MHL will do it instead. 3 in the round. Spam is good. Low HP on Result as he taps, and more utility comes in. Thankfully, that was the fake out of him, and Cheerful still doing his damnedest to keep VP Prodigy in this one. Now losing the bomb. Gonna have to tap it again. Will they elect to swing or will they call his bluff this first time around? It's the full commitment. They call the bluff for the time being. Now they know. Out comes MHL. With the swing, he's dead to Cheerful. 1v1 now, and another clutch for VP Prodigy. Can they stand and deliver? It's so low on Sui. Out, swinging again, just whittling Cheerful down on every one of these peaks, but how much more has he really got left in the tank? Cheerful with the clutch, with the 1v2 to put a 4th on the board for VP Prodigy.
Oh, they're inspired now, right? They're winning all these fights, all these clutches, all these openers. VP, I'm loving the mileage we're getting out. It's only 4 rounds deep. Not like MOUZ are sleeping at the wheel either. These rounds have come down to the wire every single time, but so close. Even that wallbang, well not wallbang, rather smoke shot there for MHL, that was off the back of the fake, the molly into the plant. He realized there was a wider plant going on. And then there was a nade onto Roofire or Result as well. That put him on 20. So many fake taps for VP. Can never get comfortable with the plant. Oh, Roofire. It started ugly for JDC.
It was ugly for everyone.
Yeah, but, hey, win's a win, kill's a kill. You get out with your life. That might make all the difference. Not if a molly ends it. Run! And so he will. Meanwhile, again, this really late A warp.
Dude, so something that I would have loved Cheerful to do here. Roofire's smoke was still dropped in middle. Would have been sick just to even see him, you know, try figure out something he can do with this smoke grenade and then pick up that other one. Only minor, but, you know, could have tried to feign like a mid to B play with it. Instead, he's just going to elect to group up safe with his teammates over here at ramp. Nothing wrong with it, just staying as a little unit.
Grenades over boost, but Xerxion's crouched down, will take minimal damage. It's the AWP to find the A pig. With Short now getting cleared, they can get the plant in yet again. No util to stop it this time around. MOUZ can throw themselves through a smoke with the one flashbang, but that's really their only option. JDC jumping up. That's a good flash, but Cheerful's going to recover and get the kill. Xerxion in the smoke. VP, I mean, backing out just guarantees you the round. There's no kit, there's no hope, there's no way. Surely MHL double scout kill. Where has that come from? On the boost! And he's found a headshot through Delusion. It's only Cheerful. They're not on the bomb yet. He needs to know, he needs to call the bluff. 10 health, they're chasing him down. They surely have the trade, and so they shall. Xerxion with the round, but it's all MHL. Dude, VP just got so stuck out in the open that they couldn't make up their mind, fight or hide. And then the headshot. Oh,
this is a very exciting game, though, right? Every single round coming down to some individual showing of brilliance along the way. You know, we've had, what, 2 clutches now coming through for VP Prodigy on this one. Both of them in overwhelming odds stacked up against them. That round there, MHL with the scout looking real nasty, gets a little hat trick. And that's how MOUZ find their first over on the CT side. They weren't meant to win that, so the money starts to flow now.
got that deep A smoke, and again, VP have been very delayed, very patient on this A site. They know the default smoke's going to come out every round, so they just wait it out. They probe middle, they probe B, and they go back to A. This time it is heavier in mid, but are they using it for picks or to commit? Flash is good. AWP off again. We've had these double setups time after time. Oh my god, they don't even look at MHL. They let Result deal with him. Roofire first spawn just takes space, and they go, fine, you want A? You want to smoke us? That's fine. We'll trade our way into B. A TK that might not even matter. 4 on 2. All that's to worry about is Sui on the stairwell, and they've seen him. They know not to plant for that position. Stick comes through. Sui getting sprayed. And there's just no way back into this round, surely.
He's going up, going over. You know, as mentioned, it feels like all the rounds have come off of individual brilliance, and Sui was hoping this could have been his moment, but he's just endlessly getting re-smoked, Molotoved, and so eventually, you know, you do just have to cut your losses here. Save him with 2 maybe opens up a path to reinvest, right? You're at least getting a fairly healthy chunk of loss bonus here. Xerxion can drop 1. MHL could elect to either go for the AWP or perhaps drop a second rifle, and at that point, you know, you would have enough guns in play. guess it depends if he is the A1S on or not. I'm pretty sure almost everyone does. I think it was only FURIA Academy I've seen running an A4.
Sounds right. I can't think of any. For now, MOUZ, yeah. All silenced. They got to be loud and proud in this round. They can't let VP start running away with a T-half. This is already an excellent beginning, and MOUZ need to stamp it out. MHL's doing his best at 12 and 6. Little nades to mid. Those are lovely. Look at the damage. Now MHL, he's played elevator. Now he's a little more aggressive, and he's going to find Delusion as well. Little pick to start off. The nade makes all the difference when you wallbang him there. No, a nade's good when you get an assist with it. Bomber coming up on the short side. Orb wallbanging. Careful. Careful, he's reloading. Dude, they know he's there.
There actually is lineups you can use from this position to
These aren't lineups.
Spam the boost and to spam short.
Oh. Uh-oh.
The boost one works a lot better because it's a bit more consistent. You line up with some of the little screw holes. I've never seen anyone try it. I'm convinced I'm the only person who talks about this.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, so, you know.
Are you seeing this? You hearing about this?
No, but just on boost, you don't know where they're going to be playing, like where their head is. It could be on any of the, you know, however wide you want.
All the wallbangs I know are very niche.
Yes, and mostly unusable. 4 on 3, and low players for MOUZ. This could still get awkward, but they seem to be giving up the site now, letting the plant come in. No nades to stop it. A molly can be thrown through, but it won't do much. They're just going to back out. Resol climbs up and over, and they're ready on the boost. No way he's getting out of that alive, and Lomik, same case. Smoke fades, not to his favor. 2 up for MOUZ. Very key that they keep players standing, just for the money alone.
Yeah, well on their way to recovery, perhaps.
Yeah, they're not getting flustered at 5-1. Might be pretty inspiring for VP, but this is a 2-mapper. These will be 30-rounders. No game is free, and especially not against the best in the league. Roster change or not.
10 kills on everyone. MHL, sorry, all 4. MHL up on 13. Let's go listen into MOUZ, though. See if they're pumped.
No.
I'm gonna do my molly middle and then rotate.
Yeah, then go back to V.
Yeah.
I'm mollying yellow. There's something on B.
2A.
It's fair time.
2A, guys.
No, I'm doing this. They flash from T-spawn on A.
Why
is under
flashing behind Ivy?
Yes.
Wait, I'm gonna nade on
They can be
I'm
ramp.
going mid.
Nading
Why
on
is under
stairs. It's fine. They need it B. At least 2 guys.
Ramp something.
Yeah, we're almost stepping rank. Do you want to just double swing, Dory? Come.
Wait.
I don't see
Very
mid.
to rotate,
Let's
guys.
just double
Flashing
swing.
mid and I'm going gay.
3, 2, 1.
Yellow.
Dead.
Nice.
One more dead.
Maybe
I'm
one more.
staying alive.
Probably one more.
Yeah, could be ramp sneaking
Shield
up.
fall is not A
Can
player. Shield fall is not A player.
I'm gonna flash in below.
I have window. I have window.
Can you hold Ivy now?
Flash
Window.
one.
That's to be.
He's
Why is middle?
CD dropped. Dinked. He's CD pushing you.
And 1B.
And
1B.
1B.
2B.
Let's build in
2B.
B now.
2B. 2B.
Dead. Big.
Have
One more
HP.
B.
Have HP.
I
Oh,
have
have
cross.
HP.
I have cross.
Jest z tobą. Mam 0.
I'm blind.
Chowam się za
Biegiem. Idę do CT. Będę crossa trzymał. Patrzę crossa.
Patrzę lewo, Elek.
Okej, git. Dobrze stoimy.
Podchodzę.
Zasmokował.
Ma z 50 HP.
Chowam się w
Patrzę lewo.
smoku.
Patrzę lewo.
Ciągle chowam się w smoku.
Git. Ja patrzę lewo.
Może przejść tobie blisko prawa, Elek.
To zabijesz go później.
Default? Jak zaplantuję, wybiegam.
Ja też.
Default?
Nice! Sick, guys. Let's go.
Oh, the hype is there, dude. This is a crazy game. You can see that MOUZ, you know, they know that this is no freebie. This is something they've got to work for. That was a quick shot from Delusion, spotting the legs of that player in the smoke. I also love it when, you know, this is a Polish roster, Harry, like it or not. It's a 3-stack of Poles. I love it when people go into their native language in those clutch moments, in those 2v2s or whatever. Odds looking good for MOUZ, but, you know, they've already gotten a little less favorable as VP have shown they're here to play today.
Yeah, not in this round, though. It is just the pistols. So finally, MOUZ hoping they're onto a freebie.
Coping they're onto a freebie. Although, should be right. 1 PT50. No flash. MHL, he's getting blinded in mid every round, so finally a time for him to just get a couple of re-peeks off. Double run boost. Not going to hit this, surely, and no. Molly's going to go down. They run right through it. Nothing to lose. You've got to watch your mollies. There's no respect in a round like this, and now they've got an AWP to get weird. Delusion does get mauled from Zershan coming through Elevator, and now 1v3-4, double peaked, and that is for MOUZ. They even get the AWP back as well, so it's all under control until VP feel the buy. I like Sui's monitor placement. A lot of people have it like, you know, far away or even close, but Sui, he's like over the monitor. He's looking down into it.
I need to see this now. I need to see what
I have a similar kind of vibe, but his is very vertical. Look at that.
Okay.
He's rising tall.
Okay. Yeah, you know, it's not optimum for eye strain, having it like that, but it's fine, I hope.
Make sure to strain your eyes before you serve them. Any liquid left.
Lomic kind of has his like yours as well.
I haven't seen.
Oh, there he is with the opener. Tilted monitor, tilted man. Trade through for Cheerful, and the A play is underway play as they move their way up.
Oh!
HL with the slam dunk, tries to double up, tries to take a bit more. Spam won't connect, they're planting very wide. And so now, little retake, 3-on-3. You know, the tune has changed in these retakes. Oftentimes, VP Prodigy were able to get them over the line early on. Gotten a little more sour now that the guns are through for MOUZ NXT. Let's see if that trend keeps up. MHL, one to his name already. 17 in the game so far. Smoke on the bomb and a tap to force a peek. It's a full stick. It's the commitment. You've just seen them fighting, so you don't expect the stick there. Yeah. And all the kills come through MOUZ. That's a really nice retake from them.
I like that call because, yeah, like you said, firstly you saw 2 out of 3, so you're thinking there's probably another short or
like
throwing util.
Short, right?
But it's so often, even in 3v3s like that, where you have time, if you have any time, you're rarely going to full stick it on your first tap. Like you don't often do that on CT, just because you can get double face from short and ramp. There can always be a lurker. There's just so many smokes to spam through, and those rounds can end instantly, as it did. It went 3-on-3 to 3-on-0 in a second. So, yeah, you rarely see a full stick there, but I kind of like the call. It's not what is expected. More of a straight monitor for Lomic. So,
wow, that's like 90 degrees straight.
Rufai's full reverse. Yeah, he looks up. If this is any evidence, it's that settings, posture, well, not posture, but settings, they don't matter, Harry. It's just what you're used to. It's what you're comfortable with. You can make it work with anything. If pros can play with mouse excel, left-handed, you can do whatever you want. You can even play native if you're crazy.
MHL looking like Muffled Scott with all the papers he's got, man. Look at this guy go.
Yeah, trying not to cause any blunder, Mifflins, in this round. Keep it clean, double con. Nade is good, but Shane fully blind does live to tell the tale. They're throwing nades. It's just running with without guns out. The spacing and the trade work on these mid takes is really nice for VP Prodigy, but Sui doubles up and makes things weird. Through the smoke goes Shane. MHL is just fast flicking with the AWP, and this guy is an animal. He's a beast right now. There is no getting through him.
And I gotta say, I love the jacket as well. Like, he's looking fly while he does it. Really, really impressive stuff. I mean, the fact that since this AWP has come out, it has been a consistent factor at play in the rounds that they're winning is speaking volumes. The consistency at which he's finding impact with it is terrifying.
Honestly, Torshi's got to watch out. He might be demoted. Yeah. He might be sent back to this realm. You know, you never know. Swap him out.
MOUZ Project have this amazing tendency of grabbing AWPers on the come up.
Crazy. Oh, the wallbang is lovely. We had flashes from T-Spawn just to make sure no one could swing ramp, but MOUZ weren't doing that. MOUZ are fine with giving this up and just playing back in the site, doing these wallbangs. We've seen the nades on default, and the mollies as well cause a lot of problems. Xertion's caught out throwing some of those nades up close, and so Sui needs a mowdown, but he's only good for one bomb. JDC ran right by it. He doesn't know they've got to go back. He's got the kills. He's wondering, why are they feeding me? And that's because the package is left back on yellow. 8 health between the two players, 2-on-2. If they want to go back, they can. They can be weird. Why not? Likely both MOUZ players here. But not forever. As it gets quiet, Shane will remove himself, go back towards B. That's at least split the defense here, and that's all VP ever wanted. A chance, an opportunity. A trade.
Yeah, Shane will be this first point of contact. It is worrisome that the spacing rather can't be too close, because they could just get lined up. And with Lomic attempting to sneak walk CT, it's clean for Shane. MHL throwing that little supportive flashbang over top. And MOUZ NXT, they see that one through to the very end.
Yeah, could have looked to the ground there and tried to move your head out of the way after you get flashed on default, but winning the round when you're stuck default and you're on 3 health, it was never going to happen. So probably changes nothing. 7-5. And despite this being a 5-1 lead, all these clutches, the 1-on-4 ace, MOUZ have come back in with the answer. Quick pause as Xertion reconnects, but now he's back in and ready to go. We hope.
Well, so look, we've got the Michael Scott of MOUZ NXT. Who would be the Dwight and the Pam and the... Who else is in that? The...
Jim.
Jim, that's it, Jim. Yeah, that's the name I was thinking of. Who would be who? I think...
I don't know. You're running with this metaphor. Why is he called Michael? Is it just because he has M at the start of his name? And
yeah, well, no, it's because if you try to say it like Muhul, it's like, oh, and he had lots of money, so he had lots of paper.
Yeah,
so
no,
like, that was the Lincoln.
I feel like there's the Lincoln. I don't think you have any other Lincoln. I think the rest, you're bordering insulting when you start calling people Dwight.
What? These are all iconic, lovable characters. I literally couldn't agree less, but...
Oh, okay.
That's all fine.
UK office is better anyway. Is that it? Harry's molding right now.
No, I ain't. I respect them both for what they are. They're very different shows.
Wow,
and for once, America was able to redo British comedy in a way that felt unique and still special.
Wow, that's very positive. That's rare to see from you, Harry, but I like it. Less content shaming. More content making up on B. They're going to try Xertion and JDC. It was actually Xertion to get that second B4. It did look stylish, but now it needs to look even more suave as he goes through the smoke. The AWP will find him on the cross. Sui's in the sight, but out they go. MOUZ realize these fakes very quickly. They're really good at doubling back. Sui's even pushed B. There was no info to go off. There was no noise made.
That's a Dwight shoot moment right there, mate. In he comes. MHL now set up in the elevator. You ain't careful. He's going to strip Roofire down from the top here. He's seen him, but it goes both ways. Oh, MHL! A stray bullet! Oh, and the second connects. Roofire had no choice but to run away! But that's how you know you're popping off. He's like, no, I don't even want to fight. I don't want to fight. I need to run. I need to go. That's like, Gossip Girl, if you ever watched that.
No.
Oh, well, one of the characters.
You're a bit of a Gossip Girl, Harry.
Blair Waldorf, maybe, she always says, I gotta go. That's like her line.
I gotta go. You really do, Harry.
XO, MHL.
All right, well, wonder what the VP vibes are like right now, because while it started so strong, started so sweet, it's been snapped in two, like a fig.
A fig?
Yeah, you can snap a fig.
Pretty
strong, pretty sweet.
I don't actually know. I haven't eaten a fig.
It's like a twiglet, but like, like natural. Call it the natural twiglet.
It looks nothing like a twiglet.
Show me.
I didn't think it did when you were saying that.
Yeah, what am I thinking of?
That's a fig.
Yeah, I'm crazy.
I think you meant a twig.
No. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I don't know what I'm thinking of.
Is there any branch-shaped fruit? I can't imagine it. No, not to, maybe like cucumber.
Am I thinking? I'm gonna do.
Hugo's now googling.
Am I insane?
Delusion. Insane in the membrane. And MHL knocked out of the round with an early ramp peak from this AWP. Onyx even going through, set up with this little short side one-way. Early 5-on-4, VP ain't feeling the pressure yet. They're going to abandon that A-bomb site. Now, Xerxan did just peek down ramp, gets the info that no one was there. And so that's only going to feed into this idea that actually this is coming back in towards the B side. That's why we've got this early triple lean for MOUZ NXT towards this side of the map. Now, you might have 3 in the right place. It don't matter how many you got if they all got shot in the face, and everyone will go down, leaving it all on Xerxan. 1v3. Might just be a save out of him here. Just holding on to the M4. Now we came in with a suggestion.
No, it wasn't.
Tamarind.
It wasn't that. I checked that. I don't know what that is. I looked it up. Yeah, we can move past this. I'm just ignorant. Simply. No other way of going around it. I googled fig stick, and the first thing that comes up is exactly what I'm thinking, but it's a cinnamon stick. I don't know why I associated that with figs.
Oh.
What's that?
Yeah, that's cinnamon.
It's a cinnamon stick, yeah. I don't know why I thought that. I don't know. Just move on, move on. There's no winning here. Nice pick from Delusion, though, right? That had to happen. MHL has been winning rounds for MOUZ, whether VP like it or not, and I assure you they don't. So Delusion picking the top player in the server. Because, you know, Delusion is no sleepy AWP. It's not like MHL's come into a free game where he can just have his way. He does have his AWP, though, last round of the half.
You don't know that. You haven't seen him on the AWP just yet.
Yeah, but I think that he should be fine.
Figures, right. Here we go. Over towards this rotation. Xerxan makes his way back towards A. JDC. Oh, it looked like the jump could have betrayed him for a moment, but JDC's good. Holds the line.
Is there a flash?
Out through short. They ain't ready for Lomik. And so now, far deeper than you were prepared for. You're stuck playing with nades. JDC's going to shoot another in the back of the head. Woo! Nelly! JDC's in with another. And it's only Cheerful left. 1v2. In with the swing. He's quick with the scope. But can he hit this final bloke? Cheerful. 1v2. Ellie and CT to worry about. Hasn't even tapped the bomb yet. And he's going to try and use all the time on this clock.
Even if he hides out on short for 10, 15 seconds, he's going to put a bit of a seed of doubt in the mind of MOUZ, maybe. Make them rotate round. Right now they seem convinced. Could always be walking towards them. So they back out and play for the trade. This is good patience for MOUZ. They know the more time that goes off the clock, the problem is if he is A, which he is, he's going to reach a point where he can no longer fake that bomb. He has to stick it and they can rush him. He's going to fake again. Oh no, this is a problem. He has left himself no room for error. MHL's going to rush him. He's going to move in and now you've got to get the kills. One comes in and now you hide. It's a perfect round for MOUZ NXT and that's why sometimes you got to take that stick. That fig stick has got to go down, Harry. 9 rounds of the half for MOUZ NXT and I love that. MHL dies, but he dies a hero and good escape from Shane knowing that the round was already won. Everything about that play for MOUZ was excellent. It's the epitome of playing for the win. 9-6 now, and VP, it's not a bad half. But it started so much better than it finished.
Yeah, I mean, dude, who could forget the high note that this all began with? The 1v4 ace clutch for Delusion. Then a follow-up, I think it was 1v2, if I remember right, out of maybe Cheerful, I want to say.
Yep, right here.
Here it is. So, you had all these victories to ride on the back of to open up this game. However, MHL, this was really the turning point.
Yeah.
Scoped weapons is bread and butter.
Yeah, plain sailing for MHL, and really just come in with all the impact you could ask of him, winning rounds single-handedly. I really liked the mid takes for VP in this T side. They didn't always work out, but just one of our complaints on this map that we've seen a lot is I feel like teams aren't really utilizing mid. They never send lurkers out in the late round to try and come in behind A or B plays. Sometimes you'll get quick counter Bs on ecos, but in general, there's not much mid action. VP did a lot of mid action in this game, and sometimes it got them into bomb sites, got them plants. Right now, they're not looking good on the odds. Well, they did close up for a minute. MOUZ have extended them pretty heavy-handedly. And 9-6, VP need this pistol more than ever. Delusion, all eyes on you.
Yeah, the great pistol king of VP Prodigy. I'd love to hear what the vibes are like as we get ready to head into this one. So let's listen in. VP, take it away.
Тишина. Ну,
Есть под B1. Ну это контроль карты, ребят. Может и Б туса.
Я все равно под Б приду.
Да, 2Б, 2Б.
Я ушел сразу. Знаете,
Я за тройку. Стреляю.
Идут, это Б, МАЗ. 4Б.
Одного убил. Еще.
Я за
фул.
я белый.
Я фул, я за двойкой.
Я помогаю вам, помогаю.
Лезь на спину.
Можете не пикать, я иду спину.
Стой, остановись.
Стой, они остановились.
Ко мне.
Хорош.
Лучший.
Без армора вас.
Батя,
Nice.
батя.
Eyes on him for all the right reasons. Look at that rotate out for MOUZ, and he just sips down his cool beverage. He's a water drinker. We like that. All about hydration here at WePlay.
You got to keep yourself hydrated. I'm hydrated all the time.
3 on the flank, though, and now VP. 2 pistols in their pocket. Keep that in mind. Really, all thanks to Delusion. 8 kills in those rounds. Now force buy for MOUZ. No plant, but they're going with Deg armor, and they've got a good bit of util. It looks like a B execute. Triple Molotov setup. This is going to be sweaty. Result. When you get burnt out or close Tetris, you more often see double nades here than mollies because you don't want to stop yourself from being able to get into the bomb site. And Tetris is the first corner to clear. High flashes. Result somehow not blinded. Dodges everything. They're really trying to get up into the site, though. They're up and past him. Xertion. Oh, smoke on the Molotov. They finally land it, but the whole team is here. The whole squad has swung in with these rifles. Resalt's just living until he's not.
This one, that kind of, that's how your B executes in the Pugs feel, right? You get slowed down at ramp, all the rotates come in, and you're just getting swung by rifling players while you only have the pistol. Yeah, I think one of the other reasons why you don't often see the Molotov there isn't also just about slowing your own push. I think there was a really good case study of the problem is that if they smoke that Molotov, then you kind of lose that avenue. It's a bit more room for the guy. You really just want like the immediate damage output of the double nade on that position, right? Never even give them a chance to escape, never give them a reason to believe. I would have liked to have seen the double nades, if I'm honest. Like if it was always the plan to go B, I think that would have been real tasty, but instead, we all know what happened. We all saw it. If you didn't see it, open your eyes.
That's the eco now for MOUZ. It's going to be nice and clean for VP. Range fights, and no problemo. Oh, maybe a plant, but no, Cheerful's going to be here in time, and Sui can give it a go. Worth running in, but now he's hoping for the flank. He's not going to get it. Delusion ready. Oh, careful, careful. Oh, he hit that again on the fadeaway.
But
they've got him dead to rights.
Rufire, man, you know, he loves middle. He loves a mid push. And a squishy Sui at the bottom of B ramp is just too tempting a treat for that MP9.
I would have loved a knife, but Rufire's just too, he's too, you know, what's the word? Try hard.
Yeah. And also, he doesn't want to set the precedent that this is what he goes for.
No, he's a mature player.
Yeah.
Me, not quite. Those odds, well, they've aged like a fine wine. And it's wine time for MOUZ NXT. They've got to dine in this rifle round. VP are getting closer than ever.
Little one-way smoke. Delusion brings the AWP into the fray. We've been treated to both these AWPers having a great game today. But right now, Delusion's experiencing a newfound freedom of movement with this AWP as a result of not having to worry about one on the other side.
Yeah, these borders are fully open for Delusion to go where he pleases. And so that will be the re-aggro on ramp. They just mollied sandbags. It looked like he wanted to go forward, but instead realizing that now MOUZ could have that top ramp, they don't. And if anything, this little bit of doubt that's been thrown into VP's head has kept them heavy on A as MOUZ Walker rotates. Cheerful seems to have his wits about him, re-aggressing to B alongside Result. Again, MOUZ, they want to try and pummel this site with an execute, but it's just so hard to get these players out of position, especially with Result hiding back quad. They've got to have a molly here, surely, with so many Molotovs available. Boost coming in, we see this get spammed, but right now VP are just playing for contact. They see nades go over, they drop their molly, it's going to cause a delay, but one player's already boosted in front of it. Result, back of the site, he's not been cleared. Xerxion's walked through the smoke, 25 seconds. They can't wait forever, but Xerxion needs to get the goods. He needs to get the results, and the backstab is in. Sui helps out. It is a slaughter. Result with a kill, and it's a one-on-one. Delusion, you know he's AWPing, coming in, dropping off con, 10 seconds, buying time, and if he swings, he might die. Xerxion not given a kill, and he needs to hunt down the frag. 5, 4, and Delusion's just living. It's a done deal, surely! But somehow unable to escape, and Xerxion hits the millisecond headshot.
He had 2 seconds left. That had to happen. You have one opportunity at landing that shot. One. And he makes it work.
And he was the first guy in. That was a guy who walked through the green smoke, and no one saw him. First guy in, last guy out. He's a party person. Oh my goodness. No one even knew he got there. No, I love that MOUZ gave him room, though. Man. They waited another 5 seconds, and that made all the difference.
I still can't believe the balls to just hunt down that kill. Yeah. You know, like, had the bomb on site for a solid, like, 15 seconds, but elects to fight.
I think you know that, like, going for the plant there, it can be risky because either he runs you down while you plant or he pretends to run you down and you're wasting your 10 seconds with a bomb in your hand. Quick B this time. Sui won't commit. He gets over con, but he drops off. JDC's got the B pick. Sui's not needed. He can lurk mid and cause commotion. This rotate is stuck out where they try and find him in the smoke, but the longer he lives, the more problems for VP as MOUZ have this B bomb site. The bomb's going A. Shane's back down ladder. Sui, he's just living. JDC's killing these B players, making them continue to think it's a B play. If VP try and save on A, they're going to die.
This is a bit awkward.
Yeah, bomb's left.
Okay, bomb is going back now. That's good. Yeah. They're ready for this peek up through the ramp.
Lurking on both bomb sites.
A classic. And so MOUZ NXT moving on to 11. Bigger picture here. Can they remove any of these guns? 2 of them getting saved, the money gone for VP Prodigy. This is all they're going to bring with them into this follow-up round. And so if you do manage to take anything away, it's going to have pretty big ramifications. Delusions AWP, that's the big ticket item.
The bigger the picture, the bigger the price.
Yeah, I mean, you know, picture says 1,000 words or whatever.
Yeah.
Don't know the size limit for that, but imagine. Bigger picture, more words, more money. Money is time. So if you have more of it, you have more time.
So the bigger the picture, the older you are.
Yes.
Mona Lisa wasn't built in a day. That's what they say.
That is true. And have you ever seen the Mona Lisa?
Only in the NFT format.
What other formats are there? Jeez.
Gee. 11-9, and VP just having to hold on to these gunny oneies.
Gunny oneies now.
Yeah.
Coming out to play today. And of course, it's going to be a little quad ramp lean. Now, talking of lean, what's this triple mid play going to be sipping on today? As they slip and slide out into middle.
Sitting at home, drinking Sprite without any pressure are MOUZ NXT. Oh, the AWP jumping. Lucky to be alive. He looks aware, but MOUZ have just crept into middle, and that's a wide angle. I love how MOUZ don't try and force the issue. They just let the kills come to them. They know eventually VP want the info, and the info is costing their lives. All of those eco players gone. The AWP stuck at green, got to pick a side, and he can't. He's gone as well. Lomic got to rotate, and, well, not going to live, mate. MHL wallbangs him through the yellow, and MOUZ, now they're starting to rear their head and flex their muscles.
Live by the big green, die by the big green. That's how it happens in that round. Yeah, you know, sad for Delusion. You know, you feel like with the kind of game he's having, wasn't out of the question for him to at least do damage there, but just so much to have to bear in mind, right? They're over-connected, they're in CT, they could be up B ramp, but you don't know that. Very, very rough spot to find yourself in. And the game maybe starting to slip away from VP Prodigy.
I always wonder, is that good for the monitor, blowing vape smoke on it? It looks great when you do it, but
you know,
you wonder.
Till they become sentient, I don't think we have to worry about their opinions. But I tell you what, when it comes to smoke lineups, Lomic's got you.
Yes, indeed, Harry. Yes, indeed.
Lomic, cheerful, smokes, let's go. But trailing behind the parked boys are VP Prodigy. It's been smooth for MOUZ since they broke the streak just a couple ago.
Yeah, MOUZ have pushed VP underwater here. They're blowing bubbles. Lomic pushed down ramp. I like it. Have you got a flash behind it though? The AWP, or the rifler rather, at top ramp does have one available. Delusion lobbing it in. Or no, he doesn't. He decides against. Lomic just leaves. Nothing wrong with that. MOUZ had an anti-flash player. They should have been fine there to stop that play, at least trade at worst. But no, VP were considering it. Careful. AWP has that just little gap through the smoke. And, well, that's what you can do with it.
Pretty devastating start as far as they go. MHL has kept up appearances, even with the T-side AWP. Delusion's hanging about with his fizzy pop A1S.
Without any pressure.
But from fizzy pop to glizzy pop, he's going to have to be one hot dog here.
Awful. It could always get worse, and that will be one way to get there, from worse to a hearse. Delusion, body bagged, AWP tagged, and a mid lurker. This is what I love to see. Shane. Oh, that's beautiful. There's no way you're ready for that angle, Result. And a 5-on-2 where you're going to try and save, but Shane won't really let it happen, will he?
You're trapped. If I say that, does that remind you of your youth, Hugo? An iconic children's game show. Shade steals it all away.
That's Mulan, isn't it?
No, it's not Mulan.
Damn it, next time.
5 alive for MOUZ NXT. It's clean.
What a beautiful round. All off the back of this AWP pick as well. MHL, 27 kills right now. Oh, second time's the charm. Damn, Lomic went back. Dude, this AWP is... I mean, the fact that he was doing it on CT and just hitting these flicks and the multi-kills was crazy, but now you're like double opening, pre-firing with the AWP on T side. It's looking good for MHL. And even Delusion, despite his best efforts, he can't stop it every single time. Result just peeking into the triple B hold, and Zertion's coming to join him, but he's also got the flank on lock. Molly's methodically thrown into every position. Set back Dark, but JDC will clear it. Nade is nice, but he's got teammates here to help. And Screw clearing it. If no one swung me at this point, there's no one there. A mantra that can let you down, but won't in this round. And now a 2-on-5 where there's nothing to save but your dignity.
Oh, yeah. God, I'm thinking about that game show, man. It is very dystopian that essentially, you know, children were taken away and had to dupe each other into being left behind in the, you know, castle of some.
Yeah, unfortunately, I get the reference. I don't think many other people will.
Nah.
You know what's a good reference that people also won't get? A better game show?
Yeah.
The Golden Ball.
The Golden Ball.
Split or steal.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing ruined.
I think people
like
will
that.
get that.
Really? Was that a thing outside the UK?
That's originally an American show.
Oh, really? Sure. Oh, okay.
Yeah, a little less niche.
Funnier with Brits.
You know, Raven, there was another one.
Yeah.
Well, let's fly in to the MOUZ team speak.
Actually, then I call it that one.
Okay, baby, okay, baby. Remember, you don't molly, Joey.
Flash.
Flash. One picking B. Boom. He picked
Nothing
B.
here.
There's smoke
He
mid.
just naded. He jumped for the naded.
Didn't see crane.
Below, molly second ramp. I'm not flash, Johnny.
Can be ladder, can be ladder.
Back in
The
the
lobby is there.
Sure.
I'm gonna
Yeah, and take this and leave it. Go back when you're ready.
They...
I'll give you my molly, John. It's to the late pop.
Yeah.
You can molly quad when you need it.
I'm
You can push
waiting.
mid to
I'm going to you guys.
Yeah.
Watch out, flash now.
That's fine. I'm anti-flash, it's fine. Everyone get into position right now.
Yeah.
Can you boost me wood again so I can run it though? I'll give you one.
I can't. I need to line up.
Kamal should do it. No. Just go up.
Okay, I'm ready.
Trust me. Wait.
Yeah, me too. Wait.
Go. Let's pop. Flashing.
Flashing some blast wall.
Nading.
One first pick. Totem in
Boom.
Totem.
They will flash for him.
Elec peeking now.
First. Wait, I will
Dead
flash
first.
you. I will flash you.
Alright.
Prawo ci strzela.
One Elec.
Ilak. Dwóch chyba nawet.
Probably two there. That's
That's
right. No, it's unlucky.
Yeah, nice try. It's unlucky.
That's how you tell yourself.
That's copium
what you
right
do,
there.
That's copium. But yeah, that's fine. You know, MOUZ just throwing a full B rush.
Yeah.
Think about the previous B rounds that they've
To be
won.
fair to them as well, it was a nice try and they were unlucky.
Yeah, they were. If they were more lucky, they would have definitely won that round. So think about it that way. Well, that's can be said for every round. Either way, jokes aside, that was a fast B play, and those are typically very rough. MOUZ are losing them early in the half as well. You know, the B plays that have been good are ones where they sell it on A, get a pick, maybe have a mid lurker. Like the slower B approaches, definitely easier to get away with. They just try and slip one under VP and catch them off guard, but VP ain't sleeping at this wheel. No, they're playing Euro Truck Simulator. They're in for the long haul. 2 maps, a CS, Mirage up next. And this is for Gauntlet, this is for land qualification, this is for all the marbles. And as we all know, we're all kids once. The more marbles, the better, Harry. No one wants less marbles.
You're pretty gaunt. You're a gauntlet.
What? I don't know what gaunt really means. It doesn't sound nice.
No, it's good. It's like you have like thin, defined facial features.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
Fine, all right.
No, lean and haggard.
Well, yeah, you're pretty gaunt yourself as well, Harry.
I ain't lean.
You're
but I am Hagrid.
Hagrid. You're a wizard, Harry.
He's definitely not Scottish.
Oh, no, he looked at him in the head. It was on. JDC with an entry, but there's no way he knocked him down 2.
No.
Zertion follows up. And a 3-on-2 ensues. MOUZ have B, and that's how you take it. Bit slower, bit more calculated, and let JDC off the leash.
Omicron Delusion. Sitting in a clutch. No, I'm not going to do that. Here they are. Through CT. Maybe this is where their journey ends. This might have to be a save, giving over 15. That is a call you wish you didn't have to make. But the only way you're going to have weapons, the only way you're going to be armed, is if you get out with these two guns. Huge round from JDC, though. I think that kind of goes without saying. I don't know how he got away with a double up over at top ramp.
The flick. Oh, that was... Okay, that's how he did it. Pff, pretty obscene stuff. I feel like he, you know, when he has these quiet games, he always wakes up at the end and just delivers you like a knockout round. He's 14-16. He's not, you know, it's not mattered. MHL's been doing so much work, but right when you really need a player like that to have impact, like he just wins the round there. That's all. If JDC doesn't get that double kill, the round is not MOUZ's, more than likely. So, yeah, that's it's a necessity, you could say, and it's put MOUZ on 15, 5 up over the VP Prodigy side, and they're trying to long it out into overtime. Rufai coming in with some fighting talk, some words of wisdom, some encouragement for some of the young guns on his team. It is cool that we can have, you know, in the Academy League, people wondering, well, there's older players on these teams. Well, you're allowed a max 1 player over the age of 21. And I think that's really cool because it's like, you know, not only do you maybe have a coaching and support staff, some orgs, you know, do a lot of work there behind the scenes, but you have this one player who can impart some wisdom, who can bring in, you know, a better attitude, some experience, and we see that especially on these CIS rosters. Flamey joining NAVI for those finals, Sotvic over on Spirit Academy, and now Rufire on VP. You know, there's more examples than that, but I think it's really cool to see this like leadership role. Especially when you have all these young, very capable individuals. It seems like these in-game leaders, these older in-game leaders, they're not needed to pop off, and that's nice. Oh,
the double orb, man. While one orb finds success, the other is cut down at ramp. Lomik comes fighting through and has retaken the ground here. JDC and MHL, the two left up in the clutch. Double ramp push. JDC slipped the net, getting into elevator.
Okay, MHL wants to convince them it's B, so they go back and they rotate safe. At that point, JDC can kill them, and MHL can come back in. The issue is, Delusion's not going anywhere, mate. Even if this kill comes in on elevator, it's not going to change much. This bomb is still stuck. Oh, JDC timing. Lomik looked ready, and he is ready. That's a massive frag for Lomik. MHL is screwed. He should be dead on the first shot. And there it is. Delusion with the one tap. Style points and 11 rounds for VP Prodigy.
Yeah, the bounty was out on him, and one tap does plenty.
Nice. That was good. Yeah, I got that one. Star Trek, right?
Yeah. You know, I think it was Mr. Stevens that actually said that line.
Stevens, yeah.
Head of catering.
Good one.
I'm just making so many references today. Yeah. I'm feeling really sharp. Can we go to like a pub quiz after this or something? I'm switched on. Here we go.
What's the closest planet to the sun?
Jupiter. No, it isn't.
No, I don't know.
It's Mercury. Mercury. Pretty sure.
Well, we got some mercenaries here on the ramp for VP, moving down for an opener. Resource been picked off of B. JDC again, like coming in with this massive impact. If MOUZ can convert this round off the back, it was Mercury, you got it right. Off the back of that opener. Not bad. Lomik slipped the net though. He's right up past them. Xerxon, could he stop the rotate out? Delusion saves Lomik's life. Xerxon was not ready for another man. And you never are.
Yeah, MOUZ NXT. Are they Mercury themselves? Are they too close to the sun right now? Did the story of Icarus teach them nothing? Here's Sui with one hell of a wrap. One hell of a timing.
Oh, but oh, okay, he's going back.
He's using it to clear short. He's opening up the A site. Oh, nice. Delusion is not at all ready for that. The tiniest of gaps, the smallest of holes, and Sui's hit the timing. A 3-on-3 retake in at the A site, looking to decide the fate of this game.
Stuck on default. Gonna have to flash his way out. Oh, his team will do it for him. And out he moves. Shane's still there, so he escapes. Shane wants to fight for the site, fight for the map, and he might be able to do exactly that. Missed shot from the backup AWP, but Sui will put it into a 1v1. JDC swings, a miss. Both players low. Lomic with the tap, does not want a full stick, and JDC calls his bluff. Shot missed, and Lomic's giving it up. He's just got a stick. It's his only option. JDC calls it again, and that's VP with a stick, and the round. Lomic, it looked like he didn't even care. He wasn't crouched. He wasn't trying to hide out. He knew if JDC wanted the round, he would give it right away. But JDC too low to make that call. And that's going to be this game keeping on burning into the midnight oil.
I mean, there's a world not too far away from ours. Not talking about Uranus here, I'm talking about a world where VP Prodigy could grind their way back into this one and take us to an overtime.
JDC again, he opened last round with a B pick, but didn't matter. Needs another. Someone does. NHL looks for his on the A ramp, but Lomic has been killed before making this jump up. Oh, it's messy, and JDC recovers it. 1-for-1's good enough. How about a 2-for-1? Special deal on for MOUZ NXT, and a 4-on-3 as they group back on A.
Yeah, they're walking up ramp. Now, Lomic does have support from Delusion. These two have often been good at holding the line, but suddenly it is this AWP in Delusion's hands that's got to do it all. They've heard him jump down. They're anticipating the face, and MHL's going to take it off. Only Roofire left. Is it just delaying the inevitable now? They're going back with the bomb. They've secured B, mate. Sui is in the back line, and Roofire is dead. MOUZ NXT, 16-12. They weather the storm, and they walk a wicked path indeed. Now a map up in the series. Still another one to come. But, mate, you know, we were talking about a situation where if this goes 1-1, maybe there's tiebreakers. Maybe VP, you know, actually end up helping Team Spirit out here. But, mate, I don't know if it's going to happen now. That was a lot of resilience from MOUZ NXT. I'm still impressed with what VP bring to the board and pushing them to their limits. But man, like, they get it over the line, and that's what matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, the earlier games were sick. I really like watching Spirit, but that might be map of the day. We'll have to see if VP can turn it around. We're going to Mirage. There's still hope for VP fans alike and other teams supporting them right now, because VP, that was a damn good showing. Let's throw it over to our desk and close out the day with one more map of CS.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Very much. They play, you win.
There was a glimpse of hope that VP Prodigy will manage to make a comeback, but in the end of the day, MOUZ NXT take their first map, which means there is still a possibility for us to have a tiebreaker. So Spirit Academy are still hoping that right now VP Prodigy will manage to win Mirage against MOUZ NXT, because we did see that that is possible.
Yeah, I guess we did. You know, the game was competitive. More so than many perhaps would have expected, especially after watching the odds, you know, giving MOUZ the heavy favorite role. I think VP Prodigy did okay. In the beginning of the game, it seemed a little bit more skewed to their way than it probably was. You know, a lot of the clutches in the beginning of the round or in the beginning of the game went their way. I would argue those were 50-50 clutches. Some of those situations you'd see MOUZ NXT on a good day win out on as well. So they got off to that good, strong start. That was sort of like the win condition for VP Prodigy. Despite that, they couldn't keep it up. I will say, though, the first half was a half where a lot of the rounds were decided by clutches. You know, 2v2s, 3v3s. We see it once again from Cheerful winning out one. So it was a close game, a competitive game, but to be honest, at no point did I again feel that MOUZ were in danger. Like it felt like they were in control. And coming over to the T side, we've been praising them a lot for this. They are probably the strongest team in the entire tournament to play the T side. So even though MOUZ is having a rough start on the CT side, you always believe they're going to find a way back on the T side.
The tough thing about being in VP Prodigy's position here is that they ran a handful of plays that actually looked pretty good for them, and it sort of felt like their playbook ran out. They ran that same fast mid to B a couple of times, and both times MOUZ was able to catch it. It felt like those were some close rounds at that, but one guy I have to give some praise to is MHL. In those clutches that Pimp was talking about, he was the one coming up with the goods a handful of times. He wasn't incredibly... I will say this, his score was very good, but he wasn't flawless in this game. It does feel like there were some shots that he missed, but that's oftentimes what you notice when you're watching any Opera at every single level, beyond maybe Simple or Zywoo. But either way, I mean, MHL did a lot in terms of handing MOUZ this victory. He once again showed that despite the fact that he's a different type of Opera than Torzy, he can still provide win conditions for MOUZ in other ways. So I was actually a fan of what he provided in this game. I'll say this though, I think MOUZ in this game got a little bit lucky as well. They had to win some clutches. They had to weather the storm of VP Prodigy's early onslaughts, and I'll say that right now with MOUZ, I'm a little bit concerned because some of their riflers that I thought were going to do better, we'll see right here, didn't show up maybe as hard as I would have expected. You see JDC just barely squeaking it over with a 1.1 KD. He was on a sub 1.0 KD for most of this game until the very end. Shane as well, not doing all that much. And Exertion, the guy that I normally will expect for 26 kills, 25 kills, only had 17. So MHL did do a ton of the dirty work in this one for MOUZ.
I think the problem for me in that regard, because I agree, you know, you'd expect more from Exertion, you'd expect more from some of the players on the MOUZ side, but when you look towards VP Prodigy, they have all their win conditions going their way. A good start on the map, they have Delusion playing well, they have Cheerful playing well, and they have Lumic playing well. The three star players of VP Prodigy all doing what they're supposed to do. On a map they pick themselves, and yet they're still not able to win. That's a problem, because I don't see that consistency coming out from either Cheerful, Lumic, or Delusion for that matter. We have seen them play well, then bad, then well, then bad. We have a map here where they all play well, and yet they're still not able to win. So that's a bit of a bummer for me. I agree with you. I think VP Prodigy in this game had a realistic shot of taking it, or at least bringing it to OT, but it felt like a missed opportunity, and moving into the next one, it's one of those games that's just gonna, you know, feel bad for you.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the reason why VP Prodigy decided to add Delusion to the lineup, and we saw it in the first round, like when there was like pistol round, like we see him like, what, did he end up getting an ace?
Ace 1v4.
Yeah, like we were standing here like in front of the TV, like we were seeing like what is happening, like, okay, one member of VP dies, another one was like, okay, I might as well just go into our green room and just like watch the game there. And while I'm going up, I can hear my caster just yelling to my ears, like, wow, that is so crazy. I get to the TV, I see that highlight, I was like, wow, Delusion, you're so good.
Yeah, I mean, Delusion is definitely the best Opera that VP Prodigy have had so far. And it's freed up Lomic and it's freed up Cheerful to just focus on their rifling work. And I'll say that this is still, in my eyes, the best we've ever seen out of VP Prodigy from season to season. But it's just not enough. I mean, this is... I don't even know if I would say this is what level of form this MOUZ NXT roster is at. It's probably a little bit worse than Season 2 in my eyes, but it's still very much so good enough that you're never too worried about them. That even if the going gets rough, if they start down 0-5, they're still going to be able to bounce back, and that's exactly what they did this game. They're able to quell the sort of aggressive fast plays that VP Prodigy wanted to run, and once they're able to do so, even in 2v2 tough situations, they're winning those more times than they're not.
I agree. I think everyone watching MOUZ NXT right now, I think all the teams in the league as well who still have a realistic shot at making the LAN finals right now are smelling blood. I don't think MOUZ NXT is at the same high level we saw in Season 2. Season 1, don't forget that they came in and we didn't really know where to put them. We don't know whether or not they were going to be one of the favorites or if they were going to be one of the decent teams, but when we got into the LAN finals, we all still had Young Ninjas as the favorite. MOUZ NXT surprised us. Season 2, there was no doubt that MOUZ NXT from start to finish was the best team, whereas I feel here in Season 3, yeah, they're still the best, right? They're still a very good team. They're still the favorites to win the entire thing, but it's not with that disparity anymore. It's not where you can say MOUZ NXT is miles ahead of everyone else. They seemed a little bit weakened. Maybe the fact that they lost Torsi, maybe the fact that they're still trying to integrate MHL, the fact that they lost the coach as well inside a couple of days ago could play into this. So MOUZ NXT right now needs to be careful. They need to be super, super focused, win the next map, make sure they qualify for the LAN finals, and then I have full confidence in them practicing and getting ready for the LAN finals. But as of right now, there is a realistic shot for a team like VP Prodigy, and if that happens, then Spirit Academy to go into that tiebreaker and potentially beat MOUZ. They're not unbeatable right now.
Yeah, they are not unbeatable. We did see that gods can bleed in the series between like Spirit Academy. The odds for pair match is 1.18 for MOUZ NXT and it's 4.5 for VP Prodigy. I think in the previous map it was like 5, so it you know, it moved like a tiny bit because I mean, I guess maybe because VP Prodigy did not get fully destroyed and that even at some point they kind of started making a comeback. But MOUZ NXT, technically, they can be considered like as the best Polish team at this moment.
That's a kind of a funny angle that you'll notice when you pull that up on HLTV. If you click the Polish region, they are up there. I think that was actually further exemplified by the round where when we listened to the comms, I think it was Shuhei and MHL in a 2vX situation, and they started speaking in Polish, and that kind of reminded me of when I listened to I think Nico and Hunter at one of the Blast comms, how they started speaking in their native tongue during a clutch situation, and how they were able to win. I think it was like a 2v4 also, something crazy like that. So yeah, MOUZ NXT, there may be a change in the tides right now in terms of what this roster is heading towards, because yeah, they are kind of adding a lot of Polish players. There's 3 right now, but I will say that I don't necessarily think that the Polish players are the best players. MHL is a very strong opera for them. He might be the best opera in this league right now, but I still think that Exertion is the best overall player right now, and JDC is not very far behind him. It's just that they have very different roles, so Exertion's going to fill up the stat sheet very often, whereas JDC has to do a little bit more of the dirty work.
Yeah, but I also feel like maybe JDC kind of like lets his teammates sometimes get the kills because like he has the confidence, he has the experience. He like, hey, like if my HLTV stats change, like go a little bit up, down, it doesn't matter that much. I think someone like Xertion, he kind of needs a little bit more like not experience, just like a boost of confidence because like he's like only 17 years old. This is his first team, so like if he can get like some like nice stats, it'll be way easier for him to play.
I think he's what we in Denmark call a mood player, in the sense that if he's the kind of guy who gets off to a good start, he'll just roll on with that momentum. If he's feeling good about the game to begin with, that's a player that can be very tough to stop on the server. Whereas if he's getting off to a rough start or not winning the first couple of duels, it can kind of affect the rest of his performance. I think I've seen some tendencies to that, but that's very, very normal in a young age. You know, when you're not that experienced, it's something you get over. I think Dupree is a prime example even in Astralis when they were the best in the world. He's the same type. He even said it in an issue. Sometimes I just go for these eco frags in the first couple of eco rounds because I need that mood boost. I need to feel comfortable. I need to feel that I'm the best player on the server in order to play well. And I sort of like sense the same in Exertion. So yeah, I guess it's a good thing to be compared to Dupree. That being said, though, I think MOUZ, despite them struggling a little bit, they still have so many different strings to play off. JDC is still playing a good tournament. Exertion has still been good. I think MHL is getting better and better. I think he's getting more integrated into the lineup. He feels more comfortable going for more duels, I would even say, you know, taking more responsibility upon him. So it's like it's this small window of opportunity right now for VP Prodigy and perhaps Spirit Academy to maybe dig into MOUZ NXT. But that window is about to close unless they can beat them on Mirage right now.
Especially if they get a coach. I think they actually lost a couple steps in terms of their improvement. Like this whole MHL integration, I think that would be done and the window would be closed entirely if Cyclone were still here. You can tell that extra pair of eyes is adding a lot to MOUZ NXT. It's actually why I actually rate this upcoming MOUZ roster a little bit higher than I think it's going to be greater than the sum of its parts. But you know, that's for maybe a podcast or something else, right? I mean, if we're focusing back on these teams right here, right now, I think that going into Mirage, VP Prodigy do have a chance. But the thing is that it's so obvious that when MOUZ NXT even experience a major setback at the beginning of the game where they go down 0-5, they still have the mental resilience to come back into it. And I will give a huge shout out to JDC because he is a vocal and moral leader for this team. Every time we saw him at the LAN, he was very good at getting everybody rallied up. Even though he drinks maybe 5 energy drinks a day, it seems like he still is like just unlimited energy. There's no crash ever. It's pretty exciting, and it's a really cool dynamic. One thing I actually want to ask you, Pimp, is that I think right now what MOUZ NXT are kind of doing is that they're kind of just coasting a little bit until the LAN. I actually think that right now MOUZ almost are treating this kind of like how a lot of tier 1 pros treat the online stage of a tournament before, or the group stage before before the playoffs really kick off. And I wonder if you would think that that's similar, because right now it feels like Chiron might be the best rifler. I think Exertion should still be the best rifler, but I think he's kind of just coasting until these playoffs start.
I would agree, and I give it's a consequence of their situation right now. The fact that they lost Cyclone, maybe they're in this state of mind that we just have to get over with this, in the sense that let's qualify for the LAN finals, then let's take a step back, figure out the solutions, find a new coach, find a replacement that can help us to move forward. So I think it's a timing thing for them as well. If Cyclone left the team 2 weeks ago, maybe they would have gotten that new coach into this tournament, and then it would have been a complete different conversations. But as I said, I think there's a small window of opportunity right now for VP Prodigy, and perhaps if that happens, then Spirit Academy as well in that tiebreaker. But as said, if they don't do it right now, I think that window of opportunity will be closed when we get into the LAN finals.
Yeah, basically, the short summary is, if MOUZ NXT win right now, they get a direct invite to the LAN. If VP Prodigy win, that means that there will be a tiebreaker between MOUZ NXT and Spirit Academy for that one spot, for that direct ticket to the LAN. What will happen? We don't yet know, but we will end the day with Mirage and, of course, with Hugo and Harry.
Yeah, this is where it all starts to matter, right? I think that's one thing they do a really good job of highlighting for us. Heku puts it really well. If MOUZ win this, they're going to finals. They're looking good while they do it. If not, if VP managed to come back, suddenly your future is kind of, I mean, it's still in your hands, right? You still have to play the tiebreaker, but it's just another game, another obstacle in your way that you've got to get past to guarantee a spot at the LAN finals. And for an organization, for a team that has won the last 2 seasons, I think their expectations are exactly that.
It's kind of cool at the same time, right? Like, as much as I think we're all sitting here going, yeah, MOUZ should win this, MOUZ should be going straight to LAN, for Spirit to have that chance in their inaugural season of WePlay Academy League is absolutely awesome. This team is coming in and has impressed, so they played great today, and if MOUZ do lose, I'll be very excited to see that tiebreaker and if Spirit can take down these big boys. But for now, MOUZ feeling fine, feeling fancy, and they got the bag, Harry, a map in their pocket and one more to come up.
Yeah, very exciting times. And, I think it's going to be interesting to see, MOUZ, what with them winning the last 2 seasons, you assume that in pressure-full moments such as this is where they step up and kick it to a next level. But I think this is where, the loss of someone like Cyclone as the coach maybe starts to play an important factor, right? If this starts to go against you and you get in your head and you start to think, man, like, are we falling short of where we rate ourselves? You don't have that calm outside experience perspective to try and bring you back to reality. So I think it's a good test for us to see the mental resilience of this MOUZ NXT squad.
Yeah, I mean, judging by the comms as well, they're super calm. Like with the polls, not MHL, but the older polls of this team. Like, they really are like polls, man. Like, physical barricades building up this roster, and whenever we listen into the comms, they always just seem so collected and everyone's on the same page. No one's when overcoming does happen, because it's always going to happen in Counter-Strike, they always bring it back down to earth, get in that next round. I just think that the pieces, like Maui said, this team is better than the sum of its parts, and it's hard to disagree with that when you see these titles that MOUZ NXT have in their pockets and now presented with an opportunity to get to another one. Here we go. Do or die for MOUZ NXT and for VP Prodigy. Want to cause some commotion in this little group. MHL, if he can have anything even near the last map of performance, then we are in for a world of hurt. That Delusion MHL AWP battle has been one to keep your eyes on all damn day.
Oh, little faster boost. And an even faster entry, not entree. That would be the starters. But maybe there's more. The main course for Xertion as he's in with the next. Delusion. And Lomik now arriving at the scene. Delusion with the first. He's been a bit of a beast in pistols. And well, this time Resalt stealing the glory. MHL's dead and Delusion's there to finish. It's lovely for VP Prodigy.
Oh, even Result offers up the defuse. It's all yours, buddy. And that's smart as well, because you have an AWPer here, so why wouldn't you want to give him the big money? That B site deserted eventually by MOUZ NXT, and VP Prodigy on the board early. But think back to that last map just a moment ago on Vertigo. They went 5-0 up, or 5-1 up at least. They looked very dominant. They also won both pistols, converted them all as well. You know, VP had a lot of reasons to believe in that previous map, but it still didn't matter at a 16-12 win. MOUZ, especially after that last map, 1.2 to 4.2 on those power match odds. No surprise there. And if you're a MOUZ fan, if you're a VP fan, you can get 100% deposit bonus for your first deposit. 18 plus only. Click the banner below.
How's that for bang for your buck?
Yeah. Yeah, money. And that's what MOUZ have put into this round. Everything they've got. Every penny, every pound. They need the weight of 1,000 suns into this B site. But first they wait for the molly. And the nade. And the flash. And now Zershan needs to find these openers with the 1 AK.
Oh.
Lucky.
Well, there's that house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, but
yeah,
this one's just a regular set of apartments, and this isn't where they're going to find the 1,000 suns, Hugo. Instead, resetting through T-spawn. That's the area where the T's spawn, as now they set up for an A play.
That's where you play, but on A. JDC, more like JBC, because he's on his own in the aforementioned site, and he might not be alone, not forever, Harry, as MOUZ double back. Still 2 at either site here for VP, no real reason to move, especially with this jump spot from Cheerful. If that does get seen back from MOUZ, they might not be inclined to check roof fire on the Valk. So there's the spot, and now here's the drop. Oh, lovely.
Yeah, beautiful double up from Rufire. And
done. Over.
Bomb dead on the cross. Ah, don't save, don't save. Go die. Go die. That's what you want to do here. Yeah. No, that's fine. Run in. Die.
Go next.
Go next, yeah. My mantra.
Rules will be rules. And boys will be boys. But Deegs.
Well, you know, team speak will be team speak, but the one that we find ourselves in belongs
to VP.
To VP.
Вармена горит. Ну, Вармен это Вармен.
Тихо, тихо.
Бен просто так флеш дал.
Самый лучший товар.
Могу дать флешку на мид, ребят, хотите?
Жак, я без КТ, я не хочу вот сейчас на раб здесь.
Я пикну мид сейчас.
Один вверх Б. На стуле.
Под коном бьем. Еще мэйби. Нету, не видел.
Центре паус.
Еще
На
мид есть.
холодильнике.
Хорош.
Можешь мид мне справа?
Молли кантер дал?
Я нет. А ну так, не видел, Вань.
А есть флеш мид еще?
Да, есть, даю.
Давай, хуяр.
Над дорогой дал.
За белыми, Андер. За белыми, Андер.
8.
А, или
Я
тут
съебал.
8.
За белыми бивели?
Да. Еще на старте вроде.
За белыми еще.
Сейчас я ему хая дропну.
Давай. А сколько же можешь пикать?
Дайте флеш какой-то.
Дал флеш над коном.
Левс.
Даю. Бам. Аккуратно, Андер под окном.
А он
Яму не видел. Забрал Андер пока что.
Не, скучно на Б, этот скуч.
Найс, на позитиве!
Yet again, a confident start from VP, and they're sounding enthused as well. Can't get ahead of yourself, Harry.
Yeah, pistol rounds have been very, very good to VP Prodigy, winning 3 out of 3 of them, and in big part because of Delusion. Now, I will say, having a player who is consistently good in pistol rounds is always a sight to behold. It's very commendable, and it makes a lot of sense that it's coming off of your AWPer, what with how often, you know, they end up switching to that secondary come clutch moment. So, let's see. Oh, they try to run amok in middle, and somehow they've come out of it in the 3-on-2, like we all expected. Of course! Oh, missed shot from Delusion's AWP. And it's only RuFire left. He's going to have to go through fire more like. And he will.
Oh.
But to his demise.
It looked so good. If only that con smoke wasn't down, JDC would have just been in the open with nades, but swivels back very quickly, and that's a MOUZ NXT round. First found with their guns. And VP, I mean, they've got a buy here. Luckily, they've got just enough. Orb's going to be dropped over. Result taking the back seat. Someone's got to. But for MOUZ, it's shotgun.
Oh, they might come through. Oh, they coming through! JDC taking heads off, tapping them out, left and right. Now over on the stairs, Shane does not realize he's close to harm's way. Ooh, ooh,
oh my god.
Ooh.
He's gonna burn one day, eventually, surely.
There's more! More nades! Lomic pretty much unscathed from that, and there's Delusion bringing us back into a 4-on-4. Lomic has braved the fiery depths of hell and lives to tell the story. Okay. Very afraid of a man who's walked a path as dark as this and still has something to offer in the round. Hiding in the smoke now. You know, Lomic played with fire. Shane's playing with its byproduct bait, and he's going to go running through. Tap on the bomb while it has baited peaks. They know that RuFire's not on it. He's trying to get out of there, trying to stay alive. RuFire seems to be a constant. He's getting shot running away.
Yeah, you had to go for that if you're VP, but no kit for the retake. And yeah, MOUZ, even just putting a player in the smoke there, it's not like that's a massive mowdown for Shane, but it just, as VP are setting up for the retake, they're wondering why are we not getting peaks, why are we not getting anything, and then everything goes, haywire as a player comes through the smoke. I also love a detail there for MOUZ. When they run out ramp, you know how sometimes someone will flash for you and you fire one bullet just before the flash pops? That's to make someone look. They did the same on ramp. They're coming through the ramp smoke. The first player jumps to Apex, but as he jumps through the smoke, he just fires like 1 or 2 bullets through, and it makes sure that the ramp player close in front of Tetris stares into the smoke to stop that guy, and then he just gets full blind by the lamp flash. So that's a really cool detail for MOUZ. It's a ballsy play that requires a lot of coordination, but that was a really nice A-pop, instantaneous into that site. Now just scout, and oof for VP. Oh, dude, I don't know. These don't look like headshots, but Delusion, with his scout, manages to make it happen. 4-on-3 and another tag. This scout can always make rounds get out of control. We need a hero. We need a savior. And it might have to be JDC. Cheerful. Tucked in a bench. Very low. Wallbang from Sui in a smoke shot to follow up. He doesn't need eyes. Surprise. You're all dead. Sui with a round. 4 kills off of it. What he said. 3-3 now. MOUZ are back, baby.
Yeah, very, very similar undertones to that of Vertigo, right? The strong start on the back of pistol conversions for VP Prodigy, but then the guns come through, and that's where MOUZ NXT do their best work.
Couple of deegs for VP.
Another B lean, and Hellman with the amount of work JDC's been doing, I think with good reason. Good reason comes good raisins. Up through the short side. Sui's making wine while the rest be drying out. Now just resalts the Eagle. It's good for 2, but its journey reaches its natural conclusion, and it's only Lomic left alive with the Deeg and the 1-on-3. B site's been lost, and a retake now underway.
Good deeks for Result, all he could muster. Lomic won't be able to catch up. Molly's a bit of a barbecue, and this round went from sweet to sour very quickly for VP Prodigy.
Dijon mustard now.
That's good.
And a 4th for MOUZ NXT.
Jumping into the MOUZ team speak for this rifle round.
I will flash.
I'm
Yeah, you need to flash. Nice, baby.
Let's go.
Jungle also on the beat. Do the molly instantly. Molly? Flashing now, Johnny?
Flashing one more.
Flashing now.
Anna clear.
We're on the box.
Close mid.
Pardon?
Pardon.
Window.
Yeah,
And
fine.
con.
Let's fight.
Flashing con.
Window.
Con and window picking.
Dead.
Nice, con. Nice.
Yeah. I'm worried
Con
about
went back,
I'm
con
worried.
went back, con went back. I'm gonna
I'm
smoke
gonna
window.
regroup BFs, yeah.
Okay. I'm taking up,
Searching the
Sonic.
push B.
3v4, boys.
There's no one
I have
BFs.
2 smokes mid, you can just work sides.
Yeah, I'm
Just
gonna
play on sides for now.
work with Magus smoke on B and
There's
see
smoke
if I can get
on or-
anything done.
Yeah, they smoke top con. From city, I think.
Why is Underwood on A?
One B side. Nothing is checking mid. Hubert, can you group B? 2B! One,
One B.
bench shot!
Wait.
Okay.
I will try to again now.
I'm holding the rotation from mid. Bench shot.
Bench
Dead.
dead. I'm up B, guys.
He's Underwood on A.
Why is
And
it
jungle, no?
working?
He's
Oh,
Underwood.
that's him. Underwood, okay. And result is A player. Off should be on.
Kitchen.
Nice,
Dead.
John.
Last is A.
I'm coming to you from the ups.
Can be kitchen
OBS. Common has smoke molly.
I have kitchen. Short is the only option.
Okay. 40 seconds.
Still
I'm
holding
smoking
my
short.
kitchen. Yeah, it could be short.
I'm gonna molly behind the box.
Yeah.
Behind the smoke. Planting default.
Done.
I'm gonna go card take the ups.
Sure.
You have whole kitchen? Like deep?
I have whole kitchen.
Okay, I have short and BFs then.
That's sexy. I think he's gonna save.
Short smoke faded. Short. Nice!
My God,
Fucking
John.
sick, John, man.
JDC, man of the moment, man of the hour. And maybe
Short
be
is
man
the
of-
only option.
Short is the only option.
Dude, he sounded like a robot when he said that. Like he's from Terminator or
Yeah.
something. Short is the only option.
Give me your ace. MOUZ NXT, those odds are spiraling, and I can't doubt them right now. Those are clean headshots. Mwah. Beautiful kills from JDC.
Also, someone dropped the baby coming into this.
respect.
Love it.
They know we're listening. They know we're here.
And now in this round for VP Prodigy, Short is the only option.
That's very fire with the one weapon, the MP9. MHL. Oh, look left.
This could get weird.
This could.
Shane's here as well, right? Shane's here as
Your
well.
monitor result. Your monitor. Oh, he walked back in. Harry had a bit of a squeaker. And now they're going to squeeze their way into this bomb site. Short is the only option. That's where VP are coming from. Full send. Fast through the smoke. Delusion's got a gun. But he really should be looking to save in a 3-on-4 with A lost.
So you ever speak to Lurpis about Tesla stocks? You know what he says?
What?
Short is the only option.
Oh, how'd that go for him?
Just you wait.
2 more weeks.
Well, you know, talking of stocks, let's kind of take stock of where we're at. It's 6-3. MOUZ NXT building upon this T side. It's been looking really clean since the rifles came out.
Yeah. For VP, it's less stocks and more shares, as Delusion will have to hand over that AK. He'll have an AWP in that next round. Sharing is caring. And shaving is raving. That's why you're bald. Ain't that right, Harry?
Oh, yeah. It's all the raves. I've been having a crazy couple of months.
Yeah?
I haven't slept in weeks.
I can believe it.
But now, nice little chance in with the buy again. Right, the AK going to get shared around. The love going to get shared.
Always got to share the love. The more the merrier. Just vibing out right now in this tack pause. VP, what is their solution? They're a really good team at taking mid on CT, like the pops out con. Lomic loves to do it, and he has the spawn, actually. So don't be surprised if you see VP, lob flashes over middle, get Lomic into connector, look for those openers, maybe even a cat boost. You can see they're looking for window. Oh, it is the mid take for VP. Perfect call out of the gate. Delusion's going to run it. Fully blind, double flash. MOUZ aren't there to meet them, but VP don't care. They're here to take. They're here to stay. Quick top mid push, and Sui is holding. Flash is good, but it's not like VP can do much with it. And yeah, MOUZ realize they're taking mid, so they go for an early B. They wanted to commit, but the smoke will stop them in their tracks. JDC, careful. He's got a potential gap here. You never know. Shane's now tasked with middle. And Sui going to run this exit. They're throwing the McDonald's smokes into B. Oh, good flash, but JDC is still killed by Roofire blind. Player makes it out. They've got to clear Balcom. Roofire, I don't know how he gets that second kill through default. The bomb lands on top of the box. Should be grabbable, but you got to win your fights to get into the site. Result won't let Shane enter. MHL in apps. A late lurker up cat. The longer MHL lives, the more potency that Sui has, but Cheerful has this open con, and he's checking it on timing. Somehow wins that fight with 3 health remaining. And MHL may as well give it a go. You've got the money, but at the same time, how realistic is a win? Especially if kills aren't being given to you. Oh, that's a good shot. Another on car, though.
Any more for MHL? He's only got 10 seconds. And there's the swing from Result. Roofire, hero of the hour, it feels like, with the little V-pop coming in. Going unchecked, getting away with murder.
Double AWP.
Yeah, I want to see a bit more mileage out of Cheerful. You know, sometimes this double AWP, it can make or break VP's CT side, you know, and it costs a lot of money to keep bringing that out. It's not a cheapo investment. You know, now getting a chance to flex it a little bit more. Let's see if he can get stuck into the action. I like what he's done in this round, for example. Taking Palace control with the AWP. Just nice, starts to kind of give you a bit more of a picture of how MOUZ might be poising themselves in this round. Curious if he takes it any further than just being scoped up on Palace.
Run boost. One way to get the AWP out. Delusion, though, does he hit the flick? Does he have enough room on this tight angle to connect the shot? Lurker out under, there's the run boost, and they swing with it. Lomic does help, drops the AWP, but there's an immediate response. Double trade out, and Roofire has to bail. Can't hold under when he gets smoked off. Cutting off the angle on Con as well, this second AWP. They know it's here, or they know it's in play. They know it's in the round, so Cheerful has been playing it. Oh, through the smoke, Sui's ready. 4-on-2, open plant. Result flies out of Palace, but they know he's an A player. We heard it earlier. It's only Cheerful. And maybe even thinking about saving, but they've already cut.
They're behind him. They're behind him, dude.
He's
JDC.
behind you.
Nice and free, nice and easy. 2 kills in the round from the man. I mean, you know, we always talk about other players on MOUZ who could, you know, one day make the switch up to main roster. Here's an interesting one for you, right? Here's an interesting one. You can let me know what you think of this.
Hit me.
Guy named Sui.
Yeah.
Right? Think about the roles he occupies, the things he does. I'm talking IGLs here. In terms of IGLs, I always love the calling for MOUZ. I always think it's stellar. And also, the numbers he's able to put up are always impressive, I feel like. In fact, the only time we've seen MOUZ struggle was in a game where Sui went stone cold.
Yes.
And that is super rare to happen. Normally a very consistent player and voice within this team. So I think that really emphasizes his importance.
That's a good point. You brought us back there. And maybe, just maybe one day. I would love to see MOUZ NXT v MOUZ Sports. Is, you know, dangerous as
that actually, that actually would be
but
sick.
just
MOUZ, if you're listening, if you're listening.
Little show match,
That is a good show match idea from Hugo Bronson Byron here.
Jackson.
And Jackson now. It's gonna be a little B-pop.
But there's no utility. One smoke left up. Delusion, he's got it, but MOUZ are deep in the B apartments. And Delusion is far too far away. 3 on B. It's been a consistent T-side attack. The bomb's going con though, Harry. Oh, you're getting rumbled. You're getting apple crumbled. And Cheerful's blind and doesn't know where to look but the wall. JDC, he's found an entry. That only sells us. There are 3 MOUZ players in con. The realization's setting in. Delusion thinks it's awfully quiet. He's running back in CT, but they're holding for him. Oh, they know. Now they know. 25. Result coming back from ramp. They might expect this. They cleared him out of Palace in the past. Faking B and dead is JDC. And even though the plant comes in, this is the stab in the back to win the round.
Oh, he's playing trigger discipline. Oh, the turn! Oh, the flash almost wrecks him. Resol, now they know about him. Knowing's half the battle, you still got to deal with him. Shane's wrap through CT has taken that advantage back. Now with Result dead, it's only Cheerful left. Still in with a chance, still a bit of hope. But Sui's going to extinguish that flame. 8-4. MOUZ NXT keep racking them up. That is a wonderful little B fake into the silent contact A play.
It's so nice because they've just been setting the precedent of JDC stumbling out B on his own and getting entries, and then if he gets away with it, they bring the bomb in. And you know, on those B fakes in a round like that, like you really need something for JDC. You need a kill. If you don't get a kill, especially VP or Triple B, they have no reason to leave their side. They have no reason to rotate. And even just allowing time for someone like Result to push ramp, like yeah, his position's good, but he's so far in T-Sport he can't even stop the plant, and that's what could have won you the round if he was still anchoring A in some capacity. Both Delusion and Result just a few steps away from success, and MOUZ faked them perfectly. Even if you go back to B now, there is a full stack, but it's plus, light weaponry.
I think, you know, oh, hang on a moment, this could still get weird. This could still get weird. Deagle on Cheerful is certainly making a case for it. It's going to come down to just 2 players walking out apps. The bomb is still lost to the man in middle. Woo! Another Deagle. Loving. Damage done. And there's Result with the swing. Now you learn. Now you know that everyone was over towards this B side of the map. MHL in a 1v2 with this AWP. He's got his work cut out for him. It's safe to say.
And he's dropping. But no way, he ends B late. Now, if only they were running, he would hear every tip and tap of their feet. But they're walking deep B, they're going to go under. A single step getting made gives MHL the plant. He can't doubt himself here, but he might. Window clear. Where art thou? MHL.
If he drops mid, he's screwed. He has to commit to B now, and the timing's everything. Oh,
no! He could have just walked in. That's so sad. Wasn't to know. And I like that play for VP. Like, it's, you know, it leaves him in middle, it leaves him pretty high and dry. And the worry is, like, maybe you're like stuck in mid and you hear the bomb plant, you don't actually know what site it is. But as long as you're together, trading the 2 AKs, you see MHL, that was the last thing he was thinking of.
Right, so what I was going to say about JDC at the beginning of that round that they lose the Deagles was just that in games where he's feeling it, which more than often he is, we occasionally have quieter games, I think it's actually better for him to start T-side Mirage. I feel like that's where he builds up all of his reads for this T-side B lurking. Because occasionally you'll see him start slow. MHL, lovely little double over in mid. But yeah, it's so versatile when you've got a player as vocal, as knowledgeable, as concise with the calls as a JDC who can make these B plays happen. This round's brutal,
it's
man.
Over. 5 kills
done.
in mid.
They've killed everybody middle. It feels like a pug. All the fights in mid, and not a single one won by VP Prodigy.
That's brutal, mate. That is brutal. And yeah, last round of the half, VP just shilling, buying everything they can. A tuppence here, tuppence there. I think they're just trying to work out the money with the pause as well. You could buy double AWP and, you know, wreck 3 of your teammates, or you could drop 2 M4s and have 4 buys. It's all up to you.
All right, Hugo, would you get an exorcism for a content piece?
Yes.
Yeah?
Maybe it would have severe psychological damage.
Dude,
I don't know what it involves. Are they going to strap me down to the table and get my demons out? What if I like my demons? What are the voices in my head?
I don't know though, because like James and Maui, they always say the importance of exercise. So I think,
yeah, actually true.
I think it might be quite good for you. Plus, you got a lot of demons.
I do have a lot of demons, but don't we all, Harry?
That's true.
How many voices are in your head at any one time?
It depends. It depends on
They're
the
all
day.
arguing with each other right now. Well, yeah, maybe for content, I would consider it, sure. But right now...
Illusion, running mid, and they never really got the info of just how many were here for VP Prodigy. This is a very wild round. VP have said, you know what? Let's get loose. Let's get crazy. Let's get crunk. Turn up. Is that going to work? No. Nade is good damage, and they run them down. It's a 9-6 half as the madness prevails.
Yeah, sure. If you want to run at us with no smokes, we'll run at you with no smokes. We'll just chase you down over stairwell with a double MP9 rush. One way to do it for VP. And they get a sick right at the bitter end, but bitter indeed. MOUZ still sitting pretty at 9-6 on the half. Looking to lock out Spirit of any chance of competing for that one land spot. Send him to the gauntlet. They have to keep on, keep on grinding. There's only so many tickets to the chocolate factory. Our spots are made of gold right now.
Been a while since I've heard Willy Wonka references, but it's a classic. Ooh. So, reliving some of my favorite moments here from the game. And all in all, you know, I'm getting very similar vibes to Vertigo in that, like, VP, they might be able to find rounds. They might be great at pistols. Hell, I have them massively favored at winning this pistol round because they've been so consistently good at it. But is that going to be enough to win them the game?
Especially with MHL keeping it up. Like, again, one of the big talking points this tournament has been T-side, always has been for some of these academy teams. And MHL has just been able to find so much value with his T-side AWP. For now, though, we see if VB can keep up their hot streak and find their fourth pistol.
Окей. Если что, можем потом в кухонку пойти, потому что там Зига +1 будет.
Аккуратно, Адер. Мы готовы, давай.
Дал дым.
Бэксайд стоит.
Дал флеш.
Не, бэксайд нету. Эдвард не убили.
Эдвард.
И 3-4. Эдвард жив.
Я тоже живой.
3-4.
From Edward to Deadwood, it's MOUZ NXT with their first pistol in the series. VP have not only locked in 3 of them, but they've converted every single one, which is a lot to be said. MOUZ, of course, now, in the final half of play, locked them out. And you heard the for VP. They're not happy with it. Can you do like a SpongeBob laugh? Like a you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've never tried.
No, neither.
No, dude, that's so grating. Hang on.
A little high pitch, but you were close.
No. I don't know.
No,
I've never tried it before.
No, neither.
It's a working theory.
It's a working theory. We'll work on it and we'll theorize how to improve. As do VP need to do if they want to long out this game. A run boost and a shell with a flick shot, but it's not an AWP.
Can you do the SpongeBob?
I've never tried it.
Give it a go. No.
No, it's too...
Neither one of us can.
No.
He's got a very unique...
I need to hear it, I think.
Vocal range.
It's been a while.
You know what? Jamie, bring that up on the screen real quick. Can you do a...
oh, dear.
Can you do a...
I'm about to say no. Do you even know what you're about to ask me, or did you just say, can you do a, and now you think of something?
Now I'm thinking of something.
Now you think. Maybe you should
do like Rick or possibly Morty?
No, I can't do either. No. No, I'm not gonna. 11-6, and put some respect on MOUZ NXT's name right now.
I haven't watched the show in so long, I can barely remember how just the rolling sounds. But my God, is that guy talented?
Yeah. 11-6, and this is it. That was a full eco. I like that VP didn't, you know, dig themselves a deeper hole, because then you got to get out of the hole, Harry. That can be the hardest part. And even if they can do backflips every day of their life, they've got to jump through some hoops here in the first rifle round.
Hoop jumping. Now into middle.
Yeah. It's like the CT side all over again.
MOUZ NXT. They've taken some control. Answering back by securing Palace, and you know, yeah, you give up mid, you give with one hand, you take with the other. There's a reason why expressions exist.
Ah, push it. Pull it. That's
What is this? This is like a bop it.
No,
bop
it's like a workout.
Bop it.
It's like a workout routine.
Right. They're leaving middle. This is looking like a B wrap. You've conceded ramp Palace completely on the side of VP Prodigy. You've got short. You've got the apartments. What you don't have is entries. That's still to come.
They need those entrees, they need those starters, and they need them now. 40 on the clock. Molly dropped, and they're already through it. First man makes it past, and JDC provides the cover for Zershan to follow up. That nade onto the bomb is not helpful either for Result. Lomic does get the kill up short, but jumping through, no fear, nothing to lose on a bonus round such as this. 1-on-3 for Result, up close in the smoke, does slip the net, but now he's got to catch some fish of his own. He's gone hunting, but he's being wrapped yet again. Zershan right below. Doesn't know, is it car or is it sight? He's made the read. He seems to have his wits about him, but even with a missed shot, Shane swings in for the kill, and that's MOUZ NXT winning a bonus round to lock out VP from their first buy. It's trickling, Harry, and soon it will be pouring. 12-6. VP are running out of time.
Yeah, straight up dripping like a runny nose. 12-6, and well, As you highlighted, bonus round for MOUZ NXT. Gut-wrencher to lose if your VP Prodigy is staring down the barrel of another, you know, partial investment here. Maybe just a little A play. Maybe that's the order of the day. Maybe that's your way back in, but the nade's finding some early damage. Here's the push. Missed shot from the AWP. That's going to give you a chance. How many more opportunities do you get? Kills come through, the AWP's been dropped over in CT, and now they're armed, they're dangerous. And they're pushing smokes in response, and then shooting through them, and now it's two people touching each other in the face! Lomic! He will come in with the deagle. Woo, can't find any more, and that's 13 for MOUZ NXT.
I love the observing, just left, right, left, right, left, right. Don't know who's getting it. Someone's getting it. And yeah, the D comes through. 13-6. These rounds are going by so quick. Loosey-goosey all game long. Honk, honk for MOUZ. Just 3 rounds away from a win. From a knockout blow to VP Prodigy and from a qualification to the WePlay LAN finals here for Season 3. This is MOUZ NXT, by the way. If you're new here, back-to-back champions on LAN. Think they're going to miss a 3rd season? Pfft. They're here for the trifecta, for the hat trick, for the world domination. With a new AWPer, with no coach, with a manager, and maybe even with Glocks. We'll have to wait and see.
I tell you what, that would be a bit of a statement though, wouldn't it? Like, if they come in, they win again, and they didn't have the same AWP guy who everyone was touting as like one of the big reasons for their success. Don't have the coach who helped you create, you know, the very foundations this team was built upon. A win here would send them to those finals. JDC tucked in. Here's the push. They're already up, they're already past him, but not for long. They will finally deal with the man at the van. However, up on the short side is a man with a plan. Zershan moving in, but it's Sui to steal away the double. And 14 for MOUZ NXT. The end of the road is well within sight.
Yeah, at that point, it's just a cliff. You're about to fall off it. VP have not had a single T round. Don't give them a pistol, and they suddenly have nothing to show for it. MOUZ, they're the chauffeurs, driving them right off that cliff. Let's listen in for what could be one of the last.
Let's go, let's go.
Flash mid. I will flash mid.
I'll be on fast rotation to B.
I will just push under, man.
Yeah.
I will start passive and B.
I'll help you from... I'm only behind. Yeah, I'm only behind boxes.
Can go up mid fast, can go up mid fast. Get on smoke.
Yeah, could be under con.
I'm blind.
I flash
I
from
push
window.
BS, I push BS, they don't see it.
Start. Let's start.
Shield, I have B. Watch out A.
It's different guys
One
this
more
time.
top mid, one more top mid. Be clear, be
Smoke
clear,
up
be
con.
clear, be
I'm
clear, be
rotating
clear,
them.
be clear.
They're in con.
Breathe, it's all good.
DV dead with bomb. Maybe one more BS.
I'm already ramp.
Sorry, watch out behind you underground.
Yeah, okay. I have bomb still.
I'm playing from default. I will have con in
Could be all
I got
B,
up.
right?
5 seconds.
I guess yes, John.
Yeah, one is
Yeah,
underground,
here.
Dory, for sure.
I'm gonna kill him. Two, one more half HP.
And maybe
Okay.
one.
Only one I heard, only one. And bomb is TV, boys.
I'm holding B apps.
4v2, easy round, guys.
Yeah. All good.
I'm still window, I'm checking mid.
Very good.
Nothing
Mid
mid.
clear.
I run
Yeah,
back.
very early
On
contact
clear.
with B.
Set up.
Yeah, one is half HP, boys.
Can they come short?
No.
Good.
Maybe
Play
use your
from
nades on
jungle.
A.
Play from jungle and spot corner and window.
I'm smoking up now.
Short, I think.
Any sound? He's muddy. And B house.
BS.
Rotuję.
Fuck.
Proszę
I will go start.
That's fine.
Right.
2v2.
Two side now. Can go anywhere.
Ja od kuchni jestem.
I'm
Jest
fucking short
za
farmer.
pasem AWP jest. Od lewej. Ławka, coś takiego.
Patrzę default.
Jestem w kuchni, smoko.
AWP prawo teraz pikuje.
Maybe top.
On one.
Nie wiem gdzie.
Nice try. Unlucky, it's fine.
I
it's
was
fine.
watching this and
Keep it
I
up.
picked it.
Oh, you could just see that
Famous
timing.
last words.
Can they come short?
Can they
No.
come short? No.
But they already have. That's the key. That's the key. Lomic, he hit that gap. He hit that timing. And I love the delayed dig as well to give his teammate more time, more space to grab that bomb. Yeah, if Xerxes managed to finish off that second kill, it wouldn't matter how much room Lomic had. It would have been a done deal. It would have been a locked-in 15th. But now MOUZ get eco'd, and that's VP's first T-side round. But at this scoreline, how much hope are you holding out? Was it just a flash in the pan? Is this kettle full of fish? Nice ornate display. Got the rugs. Don't often look in there.
No. Not a rug man.
Not really.
No.
No,
No.
it's not. I mean, rugs are cool.
You own a carpet. You could
Yeah.
have a rug.
Where? Wouldn't really work on my place.
Hallway, I reckon. Here's MHL.
Yeah, no, actually.
Scoped up and curious as to what mid might have in store. Now, Xerxes is watching it, but he's the one guy with the deagle over on short. His aim will have to be true if he wants to do anything with it. Out through ramp, it's the bomb +1. They don't know that a player's already out, but that doesn't stop MHL dropping the bomb on its push. It's not picked up by Result either. He's got to go back into the line of fire if he wants to get this. Oh, he will win that first fight. MHL got a collateral through Con in the meantime.
Get him
Not
out.
the ace. He's up for all 5. It's stolen away. MHL almost pulled a Chris J around the triple box.
Damn. 15-7, and MOUZ NXT are right there, ready to go, ready
This
to
is
walk
it.
over the
Memories of
finish
MOUZ,
line.
man. That's what we're getting. We're getting echoes of MOUZ from this team. Look at this. There's literally, you know, minus the smoking Con, this is heavily resembling what that legend once did in this position.
Yeah, Lomic. That's a fair feeling at this point in the game. What else can you say about it? You had that one little dig T-side round. But, you know, I like this. Yeah, just focus up. Get out of your head by going in. Refocus, and one more round for MOUZ now to clown around. They've been having fun with it. You can't deny it. VP Prodigy, I don't imagine this is a barrel of laughs. They seem to be the fish getting shot in said barrel. Far from a perfect buy up against the final round or what could be if MOUZ have their way. MHL, again, we've hyped this guy up all day. One more final time. Absolute beast of a player. Torshi may be good, but MHL, he's coming to this team with no warm-up time, and he is not slowed down. MOUZ just keep finding incredible AWPers. Shane looking to shut down this series, and he will do it with style. 2 kills. The MAC-10 does run down that AWP, and maybe there's hope after all for Virtus Pro.
Oh, the E key, man. It makes it so ugly there. They learn about Sui. They learn about him. They've dealt with Shane. They dealt with MHL. One final pole to try and knock out. And this thing tumbling.
Now it's crumbling.
So he's still alive back here in CT. There's no real way to flush him out, and JDC's given a bit of room. They've tapped the bomb. JDC could discover it. Timing's everything here, and he's dropped it, trying to move through the connector. Lomik, we just saw him moments ago with his head in his hands, and he can't step up in the clutch. It's 16-7. MOUZ NXT are going to the LAN finals. Beautiful scenes. Beautiful scenes from MOUZ NXT.
Gotta feel good. I mean, this team is so exciting. Like, back-to-back champions, need no more hyping from us. And the fact is, they come into this season and they just look dominant. They drop a map. That's it. MOUZ NXT have no intentions of, you know, not winning the trifecta, the back-to-back-to-back series here at WePlay Academy League. I can't wait to see them on LAN. There's still hope for more teams. We now have that gauntlet stage. We have BO3s coming up, you know, in a couple of days to see who else is going to be joining these guys. But what a performance from MOUZ. Any final words before we throw out?
I think the analysts could do a far better job of explaining that than I could ever hope of. So I'll just leave it to the professionals.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Very much. They play, you win.
MOUZ NXT managed to win another map against VP Prodigy. This time it was 16-7 on Mirage. This also means that they get a direct invite to the LAN. Again, we will see them at the LAN. Maybe they'll win one more title, even though they went through some changes.
I'm getting really friendly with the MOUZ NXT players. I don't mind seeing them at the LAN. It's a lot of fun. I mean, they are definitely a cut above, I'd say, everybody so far. You know, the one loss that they have against Spirit did seem kind of fluky. Not that Chiron's performance throughout this group stage was fluky, but that one was an individual playing better than the best team, which is not really going to happen all too often. So congratulations to MOUZ NXT for once again qualifying for the LAN. Really, I don't think there was much doubt in our minds that this was going to happen, Pimp. I thought pretty much from the beginning of the groups up until now, there was very little hope for any other team to topple them, and VP Prodigy, I think they kind of ran out of gas here on
I agree. We talked about this little window of opportunity some of the other teams would have against MOUZ NXT, but I agree, you know, their performance today reassures me that it's a MOUZ NXT that still have an incredible high level, especially when you compare them to their opponents in the WePlay Academy League. So, I mean, lost opportunity, you could argue, for VP Prodigy right here. I think, you know, on a good day, they could have done more, at least make the game competitive. Mirage was a very one-sided affair for MOUZ NXT, dominating their opponent and really assuring us and reassuring everyone, I guess, that they are still the top dog when it comes to the WePlay Academy League. They are still the main favorite to win the entire thing. But I will say, as I said, going into this matchup, they have shown more weaknesses, I feel, in Season 3, in the group stage at least, than they did in Season 2. The game against FURIA, where they were almost losing to the weakest team in the entire league, 16-14 Mirage, even being behind, they lose a map to Spirit. They have a couple of close games, but I mean, if this is MOUZ playing at 80% or 85%, I wouldn't face them when they're up to 100% again. So I respect MOUZ for even, you know, winning and making it clear, despite maybe not being at their fullest strength right now.
Yeah, maybe when it comes to their match against MOUZ NXT, VP Prodigy didn't have too much hope, but there were some matches that they actually really needed to win. For example, Eternal Fire Academy. This was a match that they really needed to win to end up being having a high seed, because Eternal Fire Academy, I believe right now they have the same amount of wins, but since they lost to Eternal Fire Academy in the matchup, this means that VP will be number 4.
That is a shocker in that after the first couple days of group play here, I think I said VP Prodigy I thought would be a team that makes the LAN. I thought they looked much sharper, but there was a big fall for them in terms of performance, in terms of team chemistry, in terms of ideas on some of their T-side rounds. It feels like some of the rounds just didn't really work out for them. CT side as well, you could tell that some of the more complex T-side rounds for MOUZ, they had a very nice B fake for example. It really threw VP Prodigy in the blender. They didn't know what was happening whatsoever, and if that kind of round can really confuse you, well, one, credit to MOUZ NXT for pulling it off, but two, it does mean that VP Prodigy probably needs a little bit more experience in terms of facing off against more devious strategies. So that's something that I think MOUZ NXT, they feel really good about the way that they won this game because they got to flex a little bit in terms of their tactics, and the individuals did well on top of that.
Yeah, I agree. VP Prodigy is finishing off this group stage with a bit of a bad feeling. You know, yesterday or 2 days ago, losing to Eternal Fire 2-0 in the fashion they did, that was embarrassing to say the least for a team like VP Prodigy. Losing 2-0 to MOUZ NXT is no shame. There's a lot of teams in the WePlay Academy League who would lose 2-0 to the way MOUZ is playing right now. But losing 4 maps in a row, going into the gauntlet, now having to win 3 best-of-3s in order to make it to the LAN finals. I know you said it. I think I agree with you saying that they were like roughly, you know, 5th or 6th on my list.
5th,
you know,
yeah,
around that area. I don't see them being that right now. I think VP Prodigy have shown that they are too inconsistent, and you know, the one hope we had was maybe Delusional continuing his fantastic Counter-Strike play. He's not a bad player, but he's just not a difference maker every single game, and I feel they need that, especially when you have a guy like Rufai on the server who from time to time will only put up, you know, 30 or 40 ADR. So that a little bit of lack of firepower, a little bit of lack of cohesion, and maybe the level is just not where we suspected it to be for VP Prodigy.
Yeah, usually we have GDC for interviews, but right now we have Mr. Bold Prediction of 2022. Dorian, do you hear us?
Yes.
Hello there, Dory. I remember how like you didn't want to give me an interview in season 1, and then in season 2 you're like, yeah, we can do it, and now like, we're actually doing it during the broadcast. Congratulations with your win. You are going to the LAN once again. I don't want to kind of like rain on your parade right now. You managed to win with a score of 2-0 against VP Prodigy, but I kind of want to ask about your series against Spirit Academy, because you guys showed that it is possible to beat you. What happened?
I mean, to be honest, I felt like the first game we played against them was a really good game for us on Mirage. But I don't know why on the second game a lot of issues came up in the team. Maybe stuff that will happen at the beginning of a new team, you know. And also they were hitting really, really good shots, and they were playing well, so they deserve the win 100% there. And it will happen, you know. It's possible to beat anyone in the world, and we're not some, you know, legends or something of the game that it's impossible to beat us yet.
Yeah, but you'll make sure that it doesn't happen on the LAN, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Nice.
Exertion, I want to pick up kind of where I guess you guys left off last time around. When we were talking to you guys last season, previous season, it felt like with your previous 5-man lineup, you know, with Torzy instead of MHL, you guys had a ceiling that we thought could probably break into the top 20. And MHL has proven himself to be a very strong player. I know a lot of people think he's really good on top of that, beyond even just the WePlay Academy scene. And so I want to know from your perspective, if you guys got the 4, 5, 6 months with this roster, what do you think are the heights of it?
I think it's a bit hard to say at the beginning now, but as you said, I think definitely with Torzy and our coach Dennis Cyclone, I think we definitely could have went top 20. And I think if you would have had not the, how do you say it, like limited with how, like what events you could play, I think we could possibly be a really, really, really good team in Tier 1, even with this lineup that we had. But I think now it's a bit hard to say about the future. I really believe in everything that is going on right now. I think we should focus on step by step, because it's kind of hard being at such a high with the other team, and then now coming into maybe not our best start, you know, in this league, because we went 7-1, but there's still a lot of stuff that we could have fixed for the future. And I mean, I think the sky is the limit for every lineup, and we just have to keep working hard. Hopefully get a coach on board soon, because that will help. And yeah, that's it.
I got another question for you, Exertion. Because you mentioned Cyclone. I mean, he got promoted to the MOUZ roster, so at least he's still part of the organization. But what do you feel is now maybe missing, or like what more now do you guys have to do in order to just take his place, to make sure that there's not just a void that he's leaving completely? Are you guys stepping up to offer more ideas? Does it mean that you guys have to do more demo time? Like what does that involve when you lose a coach such as Cyclone?
I mean, to be honest, for me, it was heartbreaking. I'm obviously really, really happy for him because he deserves it 100%, as well as Torzy, of course. But it's really difficult because he was very, very impactful on our game, and he built this project, so he understands it the best, probably out of everyone. But yeah, I mean, it's I can say personally, and maybe other teammates feel the same. It's much more exhausting practicing or playing official now, because you have to worry about so much more stuff, or like make sure that, like, for example, he would help the Camel or IGL, like Suki, you know, in the game, and now like me and like JDC or everyone in the team has to step up a lot more mid round or early round and offer ideas when stuff is not working. So it's definitely a lot more exhausting and challenging to do that without Cyclone.
Exertion, you alluded to it a little bit yourself, saying that right now you don't feel you're at 100%. I made the point on the desk before, saying it feels like you guys are playing at 85, 90% of your current strength. What is it, you know, is there anything in particular that you're missing, or is this just a result of the fact that you are changing Torzy for MHL and you just need a little bit more time together to gel?
I would say it's a mixture of all. We also had a really long break, like our longest one, before we came back into playing it. And it's not an excuse. I believe everyone had a break, like it's normal. But coming off a break and then like getting your coach taken like to the main team, and then getting your opera taken to the main team, which was like statistically the best player in your team, and he's a really, really good opera, and I'm sure that he will succeed in tier 1 as well. But like. Yeah, it's difficult, you know. I wouldn't even say we're playing at 80%. Honestly, I think we play at usually we play at worst right now. But it's all about time, and yeah, I mean, I think we will be really, really good in the future, in the near future.
Yeah, fair enough. I would just like quickly your take on the rest of the league as well. I feel like the WePlay Academy League is getting more and more competitive. Who do you see as your biggest opponent potentially going into the LAN finals? We now know Big Omen Academy and you guys have qualified. Young Ninjas is still in contention for fnatic Rising, etc., etc. Is there anyone you think that could be a big mouthful for you guys?
I think I actually have a lot of respect for the big guys. I love Crimbo, their new addition. I think he's really, really good. I heard about the Scene and Hyped, I think their name is. I saw them playing on HLTV sometimes, but I don't know much about them. But I know Crimbo is a really, really, really good player, and he's a very talented guy. And I think that they could occur problems to us, but at the end of the day, I think the only ones we are facing is us. And as long as we play good and we improve in the next month until LAN, then you know, like I think there is not much you can do other than that. So
sky's the limit.
Yeah. Xertion, during this season, we saw a lot of teams actually going for boot camps. Like even VP Prodigy decided to go for one. Will you go for a boot camp before your LAN in Kiev?
Hopefully, last 2 seasons we did do it, but I don't know yet. Like it's not decided. We just qualified. We need to talk, you know, with the org, of course, and hopefully they can manage to set it up. But if not, it's, you know, it's okay as well. So
yeah, well,
no excuses here.
No excuses. Okay, Dory. Well, luckily you have quite a lot of time, and you kind of managed to avoid, first of all, a tiebreaker, and you also will not play the gauntlet. So congratulations, and we are looking forward to see you at the LAN again.
Thank you very much. See you guys.
See you.
Thanks.
It's always so nice to talk to them. Like they're always like so nice. They're so happy to talk. You know, like just to show their personality, and also like just be like honest on like what is happening in the team.
Yeah, I like he's being honest about the fact that he himself and I guess the team as well will echo that sentiment. He don't feel that right now they're playing at their best, right? Of course, coming off a break, I know how tough that can be. It takes a couple of weeks before you get into the rhythm. You'll have, you know, games where you're just not feeling it, or you'll have games where your communication goes missing, and all those sort of like inconsistencies that all of a sudden come up, well, they stem from the fact that you're not playing consistently, and let that be an advice to everyone out there. And I know this is probably the most asked question in any Twitch chat or in any HLTV or Reddit thread, you know, from people who want to be good. How do I become consistent? Well, you play consistently, right? So when you take a break and you don't play the game for a couple of weeks or for a couple of months, you will become inconsistent until the point where you reach consistency again, because you're approaching the game the same way every single day, day in, day out. So that's the only way of doing it. So it's just a question of time for my money. And as I said, the fact that they're still winning, going 7-1 in this group, which have been more competitive than I initially would have thought, that's a testament to how good MOUZ NXT is. They can play at 80% or 90% and still win out their games, and that's impressive.
I will say that Exertion was not as high of an achiever, I'd say, this season as I would have expected or saw in Season 2 and Season 1. But now I have a greater understanding as to why that's the case. You know, the fact that they don't have their coach behind them, that everybody has to chime in with ideas, it does mean, I'm going to say this is a double-edged sword. You know, you lose your coach, so you're going to probably play a little bit worse in the moment. But I think that's forcing some of the MOUZ NXT players to think a little bit more about the macro picture of a game, you know, to think about what strategy would work next, what kind of adaptations do we need to do. And, you know, this is maybe a little bit of a step back, but I think this can actually help them leap further forward in the future, that they are now thinking more about what's going on across the map as opposed to just my spot. So I will say that MOUZ is still a vulnerable team when we head into the LAN, and I think that those kind of nerves that Cyclone was able to calm down, it's going to have to come from within. So I think if MOUZ are able to pull off the three-peat, if they're able to establish the true WePlay dynasty, then I'm going to have so much more respect for them, because they're doing it with a new opera. They're doing it with without any coach. So really, then you just have to give all the credit to these guys.
I mean, in all honesty, I'm gonna kind of miss Cyclone, because when most of the coaches just stand behind, they're like just maybe like writing something in their notebook or just like saying something in TS. This guy was just like running from one guy, giving a back massage or like a back rub and stuff like that. Like he was really like helping them, like not only like when it comes to the strategies, he also was helping them mentally.
For sure. I mean, listen to the way Exertion is talking about him. Listen to the way Exertion is talking about Torsi, for that matter as well. Listen to the way and look at the way they compliment each other on Twitter and all social medias. This is a unit. This is a team that truly, I feel like I get the vibe that they truly want what's best for each other. Of course, it sucks to lose Torsi. Of course, it sucks to lose Cyclone. But you can see that they are, despite the disappointment, despite the fact that it's, I guess, worsening their own chance of finding success with this team, at least short term, they're still happy on their behalf. This is a unit, this is a project that is really built up from the ground, and everyone bought into the same idea, and that idea probably came from Cyclone and maybe a little bit of JDC, and then of course the other players chimed in as well, but he was the main behind this project, who I consider to be, outside of Gambit Youngsters, you know, who then rose on to be the best team in the world, to be the best talent team that we've ever had in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and especially the unit and the camaraderie they have in between each other. That's unique. Trust me, I've played in a lot of different teams, especially in Denmark, and honestly, as soon as a player leaves a team, we just want the worst for that guy, because we don't want him to be better than ourselves. That's just the way it is, but it honestly feels like these guys, they want the best for each other, and I, for once, you know, as an old grumpy man, I like that.
Yeah, I think the positive mental attitude is a little bit contagious. You do just want to see a lot of these players succeed, that even though we know in the next season of WePlay Academy League 4 that, oh man, we might miss a couple of these guys, right? We don't have the MONAC talent, but it is so cool to see all these guys just get their chance here to rise on up and to see them hopefully prosper in Tier 1. I mean, that would basically bring a greater smile to my face than actually just seeing them stuck in this league for season after season after season.
Yeah, I mean, we want them to improve. We want them to grow. This was actually our 10th day of the broadcast. We are done with the group stages, but let's just tell you what actually happened to this group, because today we started the day with Spirit Academy against Eternal Firearm Academy, and Spirit Academy ended up winning both of those maps, but it was not up to them to end up in the top. It was up to VP Prodigy to win one map for a tiebreaker or win two maps against MOUZ NXT, so that Spirit Academy gets a direct invite.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, the fact that Spirit Academy is placing themselves second in this fashion, you know, it's not even close, there was no competition whatsoever, it's very impressive. I think Spirit Academy have been, to my money, the most surprising team so far, and looking at the Gauntlet B bracket right here, they are without a doubt my favorites to make it to the LAN finals as well. I don't think what I've seen from FURIA Academy, Internal Fire, or VP Prodigy for that matter as well, is going to be good enough to beat Spirit Academy. It is a best of 3 scenario though, so it does change the vibe a little bit. It just changes the playing field a little bit, and you can argue that VP Prodigy, if they were to make it, have more experience. But in terms of the players, in terms of what we've seen so far, Spirit Academy is my favorite to make it to the LAN final from this gauntlet.
Yeah, just to briefly make sure that people know, though, why the teams were tied 3-5 and that Eternal Fire got a slightly better position. It's because they beat VP in both of the maps that they played against each other. But yeah, now shifting it over to the A bracket, I mean, Astralis Talent, yeah, they didn't really have a great group stage for themselves. fnatic Rising, despite the fact that they 2-0'd big on the last day, they're still in that 4th place slot, and that's going to be a tough road for them, but it's one that every team should fear them on. You know, NAVI Jr. in that second match and Young Ninjas in the final one, I am a little bit worried for everybody because fnatic Rising is clearly powering up at this tournament.
Yeah, we will have a day off tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, we will be back with Astralis Talent against fnatic Rising, and then we'll have VP Prodigy against FURIA Academy. And right now, as I just mentioned, this is already the gauntlet. So it will be basically now or never.
Yeah, I guess the best way to phrase it is that now we get the noobs out. You know, whenever you lose a game, you're out, and that's it. So the more the merrier. If you win, you move on, and especially if you win the last game of the last day of the gauntlet, last day of the group stage, so to speak, then you qualify for the LAN finals. But what all people need to know for the next couple of days that we are going to be on broadcast is the fact that whoever loses the game is out of the tournament and won't make it for the LAN finals. So it's been a nice group stage. We kind of build up to it. I guess all of us, including the viewers out there at home, we have a much better understanding of what the teams are like, what kind of players to look out for. But now it's down to the nitty-gritty. Now we need to see them win the best of 3 scenarios. Otherwise, get out.
Yeah, and in this season, we are giving the bottom teams another opportunity. In the previous season, they would play 2 best of 3s, lose both of them, and they'll be out. I'm talking about Astralis Talent and FURIA Academy. Right now, they did end up being in the bottom, but they still have an opportunity. There is still a chance for them to at least maybe not end up being in the bottom.
There's a chance for them to prove that they have improved. That's the main thing. If they can give those first round matchups a better fight, you know, fnatic Rising, FURIA playing VP Prodigy, if they can steal a series, I think both of those teams would, in a way, even if their run ends right after that, they lose to the next team, they'll still consider it a win because Astralis Talent, FURIA Academy, they have had so much trouble finding any sort of footing in this league that if they can take that single BO3 series, they have to look at that and be able to pat themselves on the back because it'll be better than season 1, better than season 2. I, for one, think that first round matchup that's spiciest for me has got to be the Astralis Talent and fnatic one because I expected a little bit more out of Astralis Talent personally. fnatic Rising, also kind of a bad one. But both those teams kind of feel like they should have done a little bit better here. I think they both think they should have improved in this season, and one of them's going to have to prove it to me.
Well, since we'll have a day off tomorrow, it means you'll not get your daily dose of Vertigo. I just hope that Ping will actually stream tomorrow and have some maybe like 5 Vertigos like in a row.
I won't touch Vertigo tomorrow.
Permaban.
Are you sure? One.
I will try not to touch.
1 Vertigo a day.
You mean you can't face a Danish stack who's just premium queuing and instant getting you into Vertigo, so you are tired and have no chances of getting out of it? Maybe I'll dodge that game, we'll see, but I'll try to stick away and stay away from Vertigo, because I'm 100% sure that we are going to see some Vertigo when it gets to the gauntlet as well. So let's take a day off tomorrow, Hego. We all deserve it, and let's rest up our batteries, and we'll be back in a couple of days with more fantastic Counter-Strike.
Yeah, definitely. I think we deserve it, the players deserve it, so we will not be here tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, make sure to tune into the stream, because we will be waiting for you. See ya.